If you're gonna take,
look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per-M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Pod Class on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about Ru and the same about Asar.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun. Or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological Netzer, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Atet has? Everybody, can you see that sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
You need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made. The premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Aset were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No,
Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV, House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Mic check, sound check. Visuals, let me fix something. Mic check. Okay, I think that's better. Okay. All right, check. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Let's go. We are ready. Let me see the ones in the room. Okay, wonderful. Nice to see everybody. Let me do one thing in a moment. Hold on. Let me do one thing. Boom. Okay, much better. All right, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Nice to see everyone. Okay, it's clear on my end. If it's blurry, just have to fix itself. I did everything on my end, but we are ready to get started. Everybody can see me. Shout out to everybody. We got high grade TV, the highest of the grades of the television, of the TVs, of the highest. We got Menkhu Ara Mary Ma'at. Shout out to you. First brother to get his name in the Tehuti Pod class. We got Kamit 101. Binary numbers. Shout out to you, good brother. We got Ka of Antu Anat. Shout out to you. We got Harass Did for Ye Culture. I like that name. We got here's one of my favorite names right here. We got Amun. Min, not over. Ra, Sut, not over yet. Atum, shout out to you. Okay? Shout out to you. Beautiful name. Okay, we got Anu, who greets me every morning. Every morning. Shout out to you, Anu. Stephen E. Bija, what's up, Stephen E? Wonderful. We got Bijan Farrow. We got Jimmy B and a man, rather Bijan Farrow. We got Jimmy B, and the man that rhymes with Jimmy B is Kinetic Energy. Stopping by, seeing what you're cooking, Tehuti. Okay, wonderful. We got Jamio X. We got high grade. Listen to high grade. I'm not sure if high grade is a male or female, but high grade says hit that like button. That's right. Oh, Bijan finally took the night off. You can sit down for the whole class undisturbed. There you go, Bijan. Maybe your first time. Usually watch on the breaks. It's gonna be good. So we got everybody in the room today. We got too many people to say. We got Higa Kepara. We got everybody. We got Jody. We got RPM. I like this name here. Enam MK Unk. That's an interesting name. Straight out the gates, Angela Gates. We got everybody here. Too many people to click on. We have a lot of people here tonight. Iman says, Enam says, I had to make a contribution, nah lie. In Jamaican we say, am bad. It's my third class, and I is what is going on? I is compelled by ancestors and the knowledge to do the right thing. Oh, 29 Chev. 29 Chevelle? Shout out to, I can't see the picture there, but shout out to 29 Chef Enam MK Unk. Shout out to you. Awesome, man. You're Jamaican. Peace. Wonderful. Okay, here we go. Hi, Grace said you saw a video of me talking to some Filipino guy at Jane Finch Mall. Yep. That was one of my you got to go way back to the beginning of my channel to get that video. That's that's like 13 years ago. Yes. That was a good one. I don't know if you're from Canada or not, but yeah, Jane Finch used to have the religious people walking back and forth in the mall and in front of the mall. Shout out to everybody, okay? Shout out to everybody. Everybody, today is going to be, I see a couple questions in already. Wow. One of the questions that came in that I couldn't answer before I closed the last class, I'm going to answer today. And we're going to change, history is going to be changed. If people listen to these two things, these two questions that were sent in, if people abide by just switch their mind for these two things, the whole conscious, black, knowledgeable, woke, Kemetic community will change. These two things, because history is going to change as you know it. You know, I always do it, but tonight I already see the questions that are in, so wonderful. Everybody, we're going to go ahead and turn this down. We're going to start properly with the affirmation. This is a lot of people's favorite beat. One guy, I think it's Bijan, said, I can rap over this. Okay, let's go ahead and put the affirmation on. And let's start this right with the good vibrations, good energy. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful class today. I already see the support come in, and support came in before the class even started. Let's go ahead and start. We're going to start on the count of 3. For those who don't know this, no problem. Just listen. Say it in your head, read it on the screen, or just observe. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at, ms, nin tet aset ma'at, min habapet ma'at, her and hu kiui, per ikut. I live for ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day, I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. He said, yay. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Pod class. What a good class today. It's going to be wonderful. Shout out to everybody. So let me go ahead and do the introduction. First of all, I'd like to introduce on my hat. She looks like my hat, so it doesn't look real. But we see Charlotte on the hat. One day I'm going to give you guys her Kemetic name, but you see her name was Charlotte for outside performances. So that's Charlotte on the hat, right there. And over here, that is Serket. Serket is the mate of my other scorpion, the Scorpion King. These are the animals that I trust and keep me calm. So different pod classes, those who are new here will see me with my different animals. Some people call them spirit guides. They are a part of my ka and a part of my energy and a part of the way that I teach and debate, as you'll notice. Okay, that's why it says Tehuti in the corner. It says snake style, the netter, somewhere around here. Okay, all right, everybody, let's begin. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I am a teacher, but most importantly, I am a Saba. One day, if somebody sends in a question, I can do a class on Saba. Saba is a doorway. I noticed very interestingly, though, everybody lately is being called Saba on other channels. Yeah, I hear Saba, this person, Saba, that person. I'm like, I don't remember people being called Saba in the conscious community. But anyways, so my name is Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. A Saba is a door. It is a doorway. In Kemet, in the Nile Valley, the followers of Ma'at used to build doors that you could not open. There were doors made out of stone that had no handle and no hinges. You could not open them. The only way to get through that door is to get through with your ka and to get through with your ba. That was the only way to get through it. The European tried to open the door and couldn't, so he called it a false door. No, it was a door to the soul. It was a door that the soul opened and went through. Copied and placed in a movie called The Matrix, which I did a class on that. That's how Neo was able to get from place to place. Was the key master was taking him to doors, and he would open the door and end up in some other place. Those were the false doors in Kemet. So the Saba is the one that opens the door to another reality. You have to walk through, and you have to guide yourself to walk through. The Saba never pushes you through. He just is the door itself. So as the door, I set up a pod class that's based on your questions. That means that I am only here to teach what you send in. We'll get to that in a moment. So I've been teaching for several years. I used to teach in public for anywhere from 40 to 700 people at a time. And I was battle tested to stand in front of the public up on a stadium where people would come from Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, the UK, Canada, parts of America, all over the globe, and they would come, and I would have to do the introduction class. That means I was placed up front, and I had to answer the questions that people randomly just lifted their hand and asked, and I would have to answer them. That opened up a doorway for me to manifest into the being that I am today. To be able to stand up in front of a crowd. There was no YouTube. Okay, this is 1998. There's no YouTube. There's no Googling answers. There's no cheating. There's no screen sharing. There's no let me fix my mic so you guys can hear it through StreamYard. There's no let me fix the lights. None of that. This is live with news reporters in front of me. People from all over the world just raise their hand and they would just ask whatever they wanted to, and I had to answer with multifarious sources. I did that for a long period of time. I actually started on a smaller scale back in 1992. There may be some people even in this room that bear witness. I may look young, but yes, I was around in 92 teaching before most of the people that are popular today were teaching. Some of the people that are teaching today that you see on the popular channels are the children of my students. I found some things out when I came to the internet. Back when I was teaching, there was no internet that I knew of yet. So I used to teach in front of masses of people until the group that I taught with developed unfortunate jealousy, because the master teacher at that time told the entire group that if you want to learn how to teach like that brother Amenhotep Ra, teach like him. And in classes when he was teaching, he would ask me questions. He would say, what's that thing you were teaching about the it's a plant. You were teaching about a plant, a Morphophilus plant, some type of plant. That was good. And I'd say, oh yeah, the Morphophilus plant of Indonesia. It lives over 5 years. It gets 10 feet tall. And I would break down. He said, I got to use that one. And then he would look at the class. He said, don't get mad. I can use it. Y'all use my information, right? So it got to the point where we were joking. We'd make jokes like that with each other, where he would use information that I would bring up in classes that was not taught by him. And then one day he said, he asked me to ask a question in front of the masses of people. And as I asked the question, he put himself into a cross, and he leaned his head to the side. And he said, this brother's style of questions, it crucifies me. He says, a student gets to a point where he advances past his teacher. What am I to do with that? And at that point, I realized that I had advanced past what was happening in that paradigm. I continued in until the brothers of that organization brought a torch to my belongings and told me to burn the resources that I was getting the information from, that the teacher himself said he liked, the information that was not taught by him. And they said that I have to burn all the information and books that are not taught by him. At that point, I realized that I was in a state of danger, and that it wasn't mentally safe for me to be in that type of environment. The teacher came to me, we had a talk, and he told me that it is not safe for me to be there anymore. It's not safe. He used the word safe. So I had left and went back to the organization and tried to teach them economics and finance, how to open up LLCs, trust fund company. I said, okay, I won't teach the knowledge in the books, but I'll teach finance and business. And I went there, taught a lot of brothers, got them off of the street because they had some knowledge, but they were living in cars, and some of them living on the street and living in a state of poverty. No problem if that's the school you're going through, but I said, hey, I went through that school myself. I was digging in couches looking for quarters. I was a single father feeding my son, no problem. but I advanced past that. Let me share my wisdom, and I share my wisdom with them, house them in my home, and then they ended up doing crooked deals under my company, which robbed me of tens of thousands of dollars. And so I had to get away from that group and those people altogether. And so I secluded myself and just started teaching my inner family. And then I took the money from real estate that I made. I don't know if I told part of this story before, but I took the tens of thousands of dollars I had made at real estate at the time, and I invested it into meeting and learning from the greatest magicians in the world. That's actually what happened. So one day we were all watching TV and we saw David Blaine, and the people were like, "Holy smokes!" They were amazed, and the people in that organization were like, "Look at him do this and do that." So what I did is I opened up, did real estate transactions and did a lot of creative things. And I took all the money, most of all the money, and went and just met the people, because I told myself as a netter, if I'm going to be something, I'm going to be the best at it. I'm going to learn. And I ended up learning and meeting the teachers of David Blaine and the master teachers. And I came back as a magician, and I used to go on the streets and I used to perform magic to attract people so that I could teach them the knowledge. So I would walk in front of clubs, big clubs with the booty women shaking and the strippers walking by the gas station, everybody talking and chattering. And I would drive up. I would say, "Well, how do I match in with this?" "Oh, I'll go buy an Escalade." I went and bought an Escalade, put the big rims onto the TVs in it. But when people came close to my truck, it was actually designed with Kemet. The carpet was Kemetic Medunetter. Ramesses was in the front. So when people came to the truck, it would be me teaching about what's in the truck, which indirectly had them want to learn more. And that's how I used to teach on the streets, by attracting them with putting the PlayStation 2 in the truck and everything that would attract the ballers and the strippers. But when they came, there would be X-Clan playing, Killer Priest playing, Public Enemy playing. They're like, "What kind of music is this? Where's Little John?" Yeah. I was like, no, this is, listen to the words. And I'm there doing magic and teaching class in front of the strip club. And so that was my way of teaching back then for the public. And I ended up teaching a lot of people in that way, because I said, well, let me blend in. Let me be like the netter and just blend in with them, and then get them to come. "Oh, here, you like Mortal Kombat? I have that on the TV in the truck. Go ahead and play." "Okay. Oh, Scorpions? Well, you like Scorpions? Oh, let me break down the Scorpions." Then I'm teaching class on whatever it is that they're into from what's in the truck. So I used to do that for a few years, and then I moved to Canada. When I moved to Canada, I ended up meeting a lot of my old students that I taught back in 1992, 1993. Back in 1992, 1993, I ended up teaching them. And I set up a tabernacle where people would live. Shout out to the new people that came in the room. I see, here's a new name. I always like to give the new people that I see come in respect and props. I see this name I haven't seen before. Hanging around. Shout out to you, hanging around. I'm glad you're hanging around. Shout out to Chris Harris. Shout out to Chris Harris. Peace to you, Chris Harris. Shout out to you for hanging around too. Hope you hang around. Shout out to you. So and yes, I have to do that interview with you. So my students can't even get a one-on-one class. It's really hard, so busy. But yes, because we're gonna do that interview. I'll call my word to that. We're gonna do that interview on your channel. I ended up teaching in Canada for several years. I used to teach on the streets in the snow while it's snowing, in the cold and such. And it didn't matter to me because I was getting the truth out. Ever since I was 17 years old or 18 years old, I used to go to house parties when it was the days of kid and play and all that. And I used to go with a table. I used to go with a table and books. And while everybody was dancing, I'd set up a table in the house party. While everybody's doing the kid and play kid stuff and dancing to Big Daddy Kane, I'm there with the big X-Clan staff on, and I'm like teaching, yelling because the music is playing. "Listen, did you know that you came from the motherland?" They was like, "What? It's kid and play," and I'm screaming, teaching them. So this has been in me ever since I was a youth. This is before the hype of YouTube and all the excitement of getting popularity. It wasn't for that. It was for getting the truth out. So anyways, I came to California. I stayed secluded. I was doing a little bit of thing on Pal Talk in Atlanta and California. But then the Hebrew Israelites started threatening my life because I was teaching, and the women in the Hebrew Israelite organization wanted to be with me personally. So they said they're going to put me in a body bag and all these stuff. The women were sending me pictures, and I'm like, I'm just here to teach. I'm here to teach. I'm here to teach, but it got personal and such. And so I stepped away from that. Like, I can't go anywhere and teach. So I stepped away from that environment, and I came to California, just secluded myself until I found a brother named Mahati Ma'at, who actually found me doing performances with animals on the beaches. I would do performances with animals on the beaches, and he saw my unk, and he started asking me questions. So I would pull him to the side after my show, or sometimes during my show, and I would teach him individually, and he became my student. And I invited him to come visit my house with me and my goddesses, and I would teach him in my house, the only male that was allowed at that time in my house to be taught. So I would teach him until one day he said, yo, you've been teaching me for years, but we need you out in the public. We need you out there. The people need to see you, because I'm watching all these channels and they're just screaming and arguing. We need you out there. So I was like, no, I'm done with the public. I've done the magic for the strippers. I've done teaching 800 people. I've been robbed. I'm done. And this information that I'm teaching, I don't think people like it, because they like all the they like all the other guys screaming. I don't match that personality. So he said, come on. So he brought me, introduced me to this debate league. And I ended up doing an interview with some Hebrews. And in the interview, I ended up getting challenged to a debate, had the debate, beat him. They made me the Hebrew champion. I was the Hebrew champion. I was the Kemetic champion of a Hebrew league. And so I'm debating guy after guy they're sending me. And I'm beating everybody, because they're debating like with pictures that they're drawing. Some guys are debating from a bus. I'm debating like how I teach. So I'm debating like how I teach, because how I teach is my life. And I'm just winning debate after debate. So then he says, you know what, let's go challenge Sonetter. And I was like, oh, Sonetter's the guy that he's in Brooklyn. He said, let's go on there. So Sonetter contacts me, says he wants to do an interview with me. I go do an interview with Sonetter. And then halfway into the interview, a guy comes on called Jabari. And he says, I'm going to challenge you to debating on this topic. And Sonetter starts promoting it. And then I tell people, hey, I guess I'm set up to debate I beat all these guys in this other league. Now I'm on the world's toughest league. I'm going to debate somebody named Jabari. And, oh, Jabari, that's the Floyd Mayweather. Yo, Jabari doesn't lose a debate. I said, I don't remember Jabari in 93. So I don't know. I wasn't a part of the internet world or whatever, but I don't know who this person is. But so anyways, we go into a debate. As you can see in my intro, I beat him. After I beat him, Tazariak, Shaka Akmos, and all these other guys call Sonetter and say that I beat him. Sonetter calls me, says, all the heavy hitters say you won. So therefore, you can have anybody you want. Who do you want next? I said, I don't really want anybody, because I don't challenge anybody. And I said, is there any Hebrews? He said, well, there's Zion Lex. I said, okay, Zion Lex, let me do something with him. So I have a debate with Zion Lex. According to the crowd and the rules, I beat Zion Lex. Sonetter didn't like it at the time. So he said, no, we're not going to have this, because I guess it was league against league at the time. I wasn't a part of the politics. I didn't know what was going on. I just know that according to the rules, I won, but the host was saying, no, you lost. And I was like, you're the host. I thought you said you're not the referee. But anyway, so I guess they couldn't have more than one win from a guy from a lesser league beat their champions. I don't know what happened. But anyways, I won that debate and ended up going to Killer Priest and did an interview with Killer Priest. The next show, he gave me the show to run. And then the partner of Killer Priest challenged me to a debate. I'm just there for interviews, people. I'm not there to debate. I don't know debate life. So I ended up debating him. And according to the crowd and Killer Priest and AD, they said I won that one. So I ended up going on teaching on Killer Priest. And here's what starts the Tehuti Pod class. Here's how it starts. So because I become known now on the internet, and a lot of the people that were in Canada, like the Golden One, a lot of people that I was teaching, they saw me. West Rorettes and certain people saw me, and so other people wanted one-on-one classes with me. So I did that for a little while. I was being paid very generously, because I get paid for my teaching, just like a doctor gets paid. I'm not here giving opinions. I'm not here. That's why you never see me on those channels just randomly arguing with people, waiting my turn to speak. I'm a paid teacher. I'm a Saba. This is what I do as a profession, as a high priest in Kemet would do, or as a scribe in Kemet would do, or as a doctor, or as a teacher. in the Nile Valley would do. This is what I do. It was taking up much too much time because there were 2-hour classes, 1-hour classes. Yes, some sisters in the beginning, sister named Nana, she was paying like $200 a class, and Steve Escalar was paying $35, and it was too much of my time. So I came on to Kill the Priest, and I said, guess what, everybody? You all are all going to get me. I know I had to refuse some people with the one-on-ones, even though they were offering me big money. Even right now, I have Scribe and other people, Menkhu Ara and Scribe and other people offering me money for one-on-ones. It's hard to do it right now, but back then it was too much. So I said, I'm gonna invent a term. Instead of what is this called? Because I'm new to the internet. This is a podcast. Okay, we're gonna have a pod class. It's a pod, but I'm a teacher, so it's going to be a pod class. Let's see, a pod class is going to be a pod class. I'm going to have a pod class on my YouTube channel where everybody can come and enter the door. You can enter the Saba for free. But you're going to show reciprocity because I'm going to let you in for free. But in order for there to be a class, you are going to send in super chats or donations that is going to start the class off. So this class, I will be like this until I see a question sent in through a Cash App or PayPal, and then the class will be based on you all sending in questions, which is, I'll tell you this as a teacher, the most dangerous, risky thing you could ever do as a teacher. It is the riskiest thing you can ever do, is to say to the class, you all have control. I didn't come here pre-prepared with a lecture. Send in a question. When I get to it on the list, if I have to get to it next week, that day, an hour later, a week after, a couple days, but when I see the question come in its sequence, I have to answer it. So I invented a new way of answering questions, which was the old way, which was the way I used to answer questions in 1998, which to give multifarious sources. Not from just one source, all type of sources. But I said, hey, the internet has a screen share. Now I can actually take what's in my brain. I have the source in my brain. I can put it on the screen, and I can write in neon letters and have it bright and attractive for everybody. I can write a movie. I can write it's like a visual book on the screen. I can do that with this technology. Hey, we didn't have that in 98. Maybe they'll like that. So I invented that type of teaching, and therefore the people appreciated so much. They kept sending in the questions, and that's what continued the Tehuti pod class. So for example, let me show you how this works for all the new people. All the old people already know, but all the new people. So if you look at the bottom of the screen, it will say, welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Support the channel and teachings. Donate Cash App T.O.M or PayPal Rocky SV. Here is the Cash App if you want to send in a question. Because I realized something, that in Cash App, you can actually write a little note. So I invented a new thing that I don't think has been done on the internet before. I said, instead of a super chat where YouTube takes a chunk of my money, send in a Cash App and the note can be your question. There's my new creativity. There's my new thing I invented. I don't think, are there other conscious teachers doing that? I don't know. But I said, hey, you can write your question in the Cash App. And PayPal has an even larger one. You can write a whole sentence. And it will pop up on the screen just like the super chat, except for I control it. I can put it on the screen when I want to show the crowd. I can give hand claps and such. So that is the Cash App, that is the PayPal, and I'm going to go ahead and show you what this actually looks like, because I'm going to show you donations that are right here for this class right here, and show you how this looks. And then we're going to go ahead and start the class. So here's we go. So first, who is this? Let's see. That's Edward. No, that's Edward from last week. This is so here we go. This is beautiful. Let me go ahead. This can't even all fit on the screen. Oh my. This is from Amun. I don't think the whole thing can fit on the screen. Let me see if I can do it. If I can squeeze it. It won't all fit on the screen. That's okay. So you all would just know this from Trenton Donaldson, who is Amun, who's in the class. Oh, you know what? It may. I got it. I found a way. We got it. Here we go. Let me show you the very first PayPal to start off the pod class is this right here. I'm going to go ahead and show you how we do it live here on the Tehuti pod class. and I'm going to show you the fastest answer you've ever seen. First, on the Tehuti podcast. So you ready? Let me go ahead and go like this. 1 second. It's moving a little slow, no problemo. It's moving a little slow. Why is doing that? Okay, here we go. So this is we're gonna put this as 1. Oh, we're gonna go back. 1 second, everybody. I gotta go back to March 17th. That's the date today. March 17th. 1 question, 1 answered already. Here we go. Okay, here we go, everybody. I'm gonna screen share this and show you how beautiful the Tehuti podcast is, everyone. Oh, it's nice and warm in here because of my animals. I have to keep these quarters at about 89 degrees all day long. Okay, so here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here's the first question sent in. And I'm going to show you how beautiful. Oh, let me close this down so I can have things moving smooth. I'm going to show you how beautiful and how in synchronized we are as a podcast team. We'll go ahead and close this down. Close this down. Close this. Close this. I want everything to roll smoothly. And here we are as the podcast family, not a team, but the podcast family. So I'm going to go ahead and do this and do a screen share present. Windows, and where is it? Here it is. Boom, everybody can see that on the screen. Let me go ahead and give Trenton a wonderful round of applause. That's another thing too that I invented is on the super chats. When people give super chats, it pops up on the screen and podcasters show it. Well, what I do is I have the PayPal and the Cash App show up on the screen. And when it shows up on the screen, you all get acknowledged and you get cheers, you get horns, you get all kind of sounds for the donations. So shout out to Namoon, Atum. I don't see the name up here. I remember his name. Atum Clinton Donaldson. Shout out to you, good brother. And what he puts up here is Saba. I had a profound experience recently whilst I was about to sleep. I went into a dark place, pitch black, where I was conscious of dark figures, entities surrounding me. This experience felt extremely real, with some entities seeming malevolent. I was able to overcome the fear and try to raise my awareness to a positive love. Let me do some here.
Hey, what's up?
1 second.
All you lovely people.
Okay, I'm going to turn that down. Okay, to a positive love state in order to transcend that realm. Is this the astral realm? And does this tie into shadow of oneself in order to transcend dimensions? Bliss and Hotep Saba. Shout out to you, my good brother. So that is an example of a question asked at the Tehuti podcast. And let me show you how beautiful this is. He sent that question in. He sent it in. And then he went back to watch last week's class. And guess what last week's class was on? Guess what the class was that he watched? It was on the shadow body, the Kaibit, the astral realm, shadow gathering shadow memories, refined shadow memories, and why the soul in Kemet was considered black. He sent me a message right after, and he said, Tehuti, before this podcast even starts, you answered it already. Thank you very much. Keep that. Thank you. I answered the question before this podcast could even start. That's how beautiful this is. And if anybody wants to go back to that, to the answer to that question that you saw the brother just send, then go back to it's either the last podcast or I think it was the last one or the one before that. It was on the Black Spirit. Go back to Black Spirit and you will see the answer to what this brother asked. Those who were there, remember. Okay, so there. Thank you, Trenton Donaldson at T.O.M. First question of the podcast answered before I could even get to it. Thank you so much. So there's the first one. That is how you send in a question to the podcast. That is how you send in support. The next one here is this one was sent in. Oh, this was the one sent in. Let's see, am I there? Hold on 1 second. 1 moment. Hold on. 1 segundo. Is that how you say second in Spanish? Secondo? I'm going to say secondo. Okay, 1 second, everybody. Hold on. Love you too, my dear. Be safe. Okay. Oh, no. Watch out for the booby traps. All right. So this question was actually sent in. It was sent in right after the last pod class. It was one of the questions that was sent in that I didn't get a chance to answer. So let me go ahead and put it on the screen. So it's for this pod class. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen. Here we go. And so the last one was $27. So now the new people you get to see. The last one was what is it doing that? Hold on. That's strange. That's slow-mo. That's weird. Okay, so the last one was $27 from Trenton. And this one comes right to match. And let me go ahead and put this to beautiful. It's from Menkhu Ara, who should be in the chat right now. And let me go ahead and put his question on the screen. Shout out to Menkhu Ara. A lot of stuff going on the screen. I got to erase. I got to delete. Get this stuff off the screen. Too much stuff. Geometria. Everything's on the screen. Okay, here we go. All right, so shout out to the brother Menkhu Ara. And shout out to you, Menkhu Ara. He sends the second question to the pod class is, what's the real name for Africa? Are there two Africas? Okay, this will be one of the questions that will be addressed for this pod class. It was actually sent in from last week. This is going to be a good one. Are there two Africas, people? What is the real name for Africa? We're going to break the serious major. This may hurt some people, the answer that you're going to see, but wonderful, because I have to be able to grow. They're called growing pains. We'll just call it that, growing pains. Shout out to Shannon Southern, who just came in the room. Shout out to you. Shout out to Emma Kim, who says, I hear this story every week and it's still worth an ear. Shout out to you. Shout out to Wayne, who says, how do I view deleted classes? Good question, Wayne. There's only one class that's been deleted, and you get to send in a donation for the topic, and I do that topic again. We've already done, I think, 3 of them. We've done money was sent in for the black sun. One was sent in for the black soul, and there was another one, and the other class that was deleted was there's one more left. I think that's on that was matriarchy, female matriarchy in Kemet. So you can send in a donation for female matriarchy, and I will redo that class live again. I can't post back the classes because they've actually put a lock for me getting the class. I can't even get the class myself, so I have to actually do the class over again. So you send in a donation, and boom, it's on the. I do it live for you right here. Okay, so so the question there about the two Africa. Shout out to Menkhu Ara. Appreciate that. Shout out to Robert Williams, who came in the room. Our story is important. Shout out to you. Okay, good. So we're going to get to that question, which is coming up. So this is an example of how you send in. That is an example of the Cash App and an example of the PayPal. So again, there it is. PayPal, Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Amoon. You send in your support if you appreciate what I do as much as you do. Here's my AI moderator. Support with Cash App question TT Amoon. All right, see with the natural there, pulls down her glasses and points that way. Support if you feel that what I do is worth more or equal than a waiter that you've tipped. If you've ever tipped a waiter for bringing you your meal that you paid for, that the chef actually made, and the waiter just walked 25 footsteps towards you, and you threw a 20 or a 10 for him or a tip for him, if you respect what it is that I do as a Saba, more equal or more than that, then this is where you send your donations and your support. Your donations and support is actually what keeps the podcast going, because without it, I will come the day that there's no support, I will come to the podcast like this. And that will be the podcast. And then you'll just see it shut down. And then I'll be back in the woods, back living in the woods with the animals. But in order to keep the podcast going, that is the support and that is a donation. And then you get your answer for the question. So that is how the Tehuti pod class works, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get this off the screen. And let me get into the questions of the night. Menkhu Ara said, question about Tehuti. I don't know what that means, but he did ask questions about Tehuti. But shout out to Menkhu Ara. He's one of the questions going to be answered tonight. So that is the question. So right there off the bat, $27.72 and another $27. Shout out to you all for sending in that support. I also wanted to show this. There's another question that came in. And it was about burials. So this was a question that I ended up answering privately, and I'll go ahead and the brother who I answered it for said that I can answer it. I can let the podcast know. Okay. Wait a minute. My everything just disappeared. 1 second, everybody. Let me click back March podcast. There it is. Okay. And okay, so here we go. This question came in a week or maybe one podcast ago. I read it one podcast ago. So we're going to shout out to this awesome brother right here, one of the greatest supporters, who sent in this support right here. This was for the week, last week, I believe it was in. And this was something I just broke down for him privately, which I will tell the room because he said other people may want to hear the answer. There's no big podcast broke down screen share answer. There's none of that. It was just something privately that I typed him, but he said, go ahead and I can share it. So first of all, let me give the brother the respect for the huge donation for the support. So shout out to Kamit 101. Shout out to you, my good brother. He's going to get horns because this was sent to him before, but I'm still going to give him his due diligent horn sounds and his claps and everything. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate you. You are awesome. $37.23 sent in by Kamit. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. He said the question is in the email. Shout out to you, good brother. Shout out to you. Respect, respect, respect. Let me see if I save the question here. So the first question he asked, was about using it was about weaponry. We'll just say that. I'll just leave it there. It was about using something. Oh no, I deleted it. Okay, no, I'll get it again. It was about weaponry, and I told him that that's not the kind of question I'm gonna. It was about something tactical that we should do to our enemy. I said that's not the kind of question that I'm gonna answer in public for the podcast. So he actually changed his question. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that whole thing on the screen, and I'm gonna go ahead and just read the question and the answer. Then we're gonna get into the huge Tehuti podcast question and answer with all the displays and everything. So let me go ahead and show this on the screen. I'll actually go ahead and just do a full screen share and show everything. So this is the conversation here. Good question, though. Good question. I actually could have done a big pod class on this question. But when I saw it, I said, "Oh, this is private. I'm not going to do a big pod class." But then he said, "Go ahead and just let people know." So if you guys can see the screen, press 1 if you can see that. See the screen there? I'm going to come off. There it is. So it should be on the screen right there. Boom. I'm going to go ahead and read it. He said, "Grand Rising. No issue, Saba. When I sent it, I knew you'd probably never be answered publicly. Sometimes I send questions just to provoke thought and add those type of ideas in the realm of ideas." What a beautiful, honorable thing. And then here comes what he wanted my advice on. I was recently checking my will, 401k, designations, life insurance, burial plan, etc. The question I came up with was as follows. I was recently checking my will, 401 designations, 401k designations, life insurance, burial plan, etc., etc. The question I came up with was as follows. I have prepaid burial plan. Without boring you with the details, I originally had selected cremation. After learning so much from you, I'm wondering if I should reconsider that selection. So my question is cremation or embalmed burial. Thank you for your help and knowledge. Saba Tehuti. So I responded, and this can be for everybody because this is a question based on what you've seen me teach about gathering together after the deceased die, and that your ka has to be gathered together. People had a question about cremation, so I gave this to this brother here, which is something that anybody can practice, and it's something where you can do both at the same time. So here it is. I said, planting the thought in the air, you're a genius for that. Perfect. As far as cremation question, I'm going to think that this is definitely personal and not for me to do a live podcast demonstration on your insurance post-mortem decision, but for a personal answer. In the most perfect situations, as the people of the Nile Valley, it's a typo, it says no, of the Nile Valley did, the body was preserved so that it stayed in its form, so the ka and the family members could always visit it. That's in the perfect scenario. Unfortunately, the burial process in this day and time, it doesn't prevent decay. So the body is going to turn into dust anyways, whether it's cremated and kept in a jar, or whether you are buried and it decays and turns into dust in the grave. What I would suggest is, if you are to get cremated, to take the money and hire a professional to make a perfect small cast and model of yourself and exactly what you look like, and then put the cremated dust in the cast, dressed and looking just like you. So it can be an actual statue of you with your energy inside of the dust and inside of the cast, so that they can worship you and give you homage to you as a statue, as they would in Kemet. Thus you can still be around your children, family, and they can still see your form and perform the rituals with you as they would in ancient times, as they did with any of the statues of their deceased. He says, thank you for the clarification. I don't care if you share this email. It may aid others. Thank you once again, Saba Tehuti. So there it is. Let me take it off the screen share. So there it is. There is the answer to that question right there, which was a personal one. So I didn't do the big screen share with the breakdown and breaking down the con, the ba, and the bioenergetic template and all of that. I basically invented a new innovative way to have yourself prepared after death in this day and time, where you can't do what they call the mummification process. But if you cremate yourself, which your body's going to turn into dust anyways if you're buried, you take that and you hire a professional to make, even if it's thousands of dollars, $2,000, $4,000, hire a professional to make an exact sculpture of you, maybe about 9 inches tall, an exact sculpture of you that looks exactly, face exact detail in the Kemetic outfit, and you pour the cremation in that so that your children can carry that And your wife, your spouse can carry that from room to room, from move to move. Because let's say you get buried and you die in Wisconsin, but it has such a painful effect on your wife and children that she needs to get away from those memories. So she decides to move to Brooklyn, New York, but you're buried in Wisconsin. Are they driving from Brooklyn, New York to Wisconsin to go to the cemetery? No, you can have the cremation in what looks like a Shabti statue, and wherever she moves, wherever she goes, she can have it on the bed with her. She can have it in the room with her. She can have the child have it in the room with her, with him. Move it from room to room, house to house, place to place, take it on trips, and it will always be you in there cremated, but it also, when they look at it, it will look like you. They can put that on the altar. That is the Tehuti innovated way of performing Kemetic rituals, as we did in Kemet, but 2023 style, because you don't have nobody has the process or the money to actually create the real mummification process, which some of it takes 270 days to do, and it would cost so much. And then you would have to put it in a museum preserve. You couldn't just go bury it in the cemetery. So that is the Tehuti way. So you may hear people talking about this in the future. There's the answer. Boom. Okay. There it is. And here Kamit says, I have already found a company willing to do the statue urn. There we go. So when people come to my podcast and they say, Tehuti, how do I apply this to how do I apply your teachings to day-to-day life? How do I apply it to day-to-day life? Ask me a question about your day-to-day life. I will take you to apply it. So I've just invented something that may become popular in the future amongst Kemetic people. So if you hear Kemetic people or conscious people talking about that idea, and it's after March 17th, 2023, you know which podcast they were watching. And you're welcome. There you are. Wonderful, Kamit. I'm glad you already have a sculpture ready to do it. Let's go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. This is what I do, people. Help people's lives, help people's with information, help people's physical body transformation, diet plans, everything. Whatever question you sent in, even questions about your 401k and writing your will, making a statue, whatever you're going to do, I will advise on that because I am just simply a Saba. Now, we will get into the very first question in the Tehuti podcast that will be answered with the visuals and screen share. If everybody's ready, press a 9. Press a 9 if you can see and hear me clear. Okay. All right, Sir Cat, we're going to put you over here because I need my fingers to type. We're going to put you right over here if you don't mind. Right over here. Is that cool? There you go. Boom, 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 boom. Go right there just for a minute. And let me go ahead and put your little thing on top. That's what you like? You like that little dark nest? There you go. Stick there for a while. Okay, everybody. You can see me. You can hear me. Shout out to everyone. We got new people in the room here. I see Nico. No, it's Robert. I thought I saw Nico. Oh, I see Nico. I've never seen this name before, but shout out to the new person, Nico. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. You are about to see and witness something special. Let's get to the first question. Maheru. I like that name right there. Maheru. I believe that's Misha. Shout out to Maheru. All right, everybody, are you ready? Shout out to Marcus Gibson, Angela straight out the gates, harass for e-culture. Let's get into it, everybody. Let me go look up the first question in the Tehuti pod class. It's going to be answered Tehuti style. Let's go ahead and look at it, everybody. Let me go ahead and see what it is. Oh my. Is Angela Gates? Oh. Angela Gates here? Is Angela Gates here? Oh my goodness. Is Angela Gates here in the atmosphere? I got some facts to share. Let's go. Are you ready? Is Angela Gates here? Let's go. We got to make sure the facts are clear in this atmosphere. Here we go. Let me put her question up on the board. Sent in a question. So what happened? Let me also explain. Angela Gates sent in a question, and the question was actually, it was a few things that were merged into one. Hey, why is it unclear? Hold on, everybody. Let me fix the clarity. Why does it look like that? That's not right. It shouldn't be like that. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. That is interesting. No problem. No problemo. No problem. Let me shrink it down. Maybe if I shrink it down, it'll be more clear. Okay. Here we go, everybody. All right. So Angela Gates actually sent in a question, and it was a question about putting the the prick that the children get, after birth. They get the heel prick. Hey, shout out to T-Bull. Shout out to Big Vapes. Shout out to Bean Frank. He's Bean Frank. All right, and the prick that you get in the heel. She was equating that or asking if that had something to do with atrazine and possible cancer. And I told her all those three are different topics. I actually explained to her briefly what the side effects scientifically of the prick of the heel is, and how it's a minimal effect. There's no psyops behind that, and how the atrazine and cancer are two different topics that do have psyopses attached to them. So go ahead and pick one of those, and I can actually answer on one of those things. I think I said go ahead and ask about atrazine. I don't even remember, but she sent a question in, correcting that one, and asked about atrazine. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday Pod Class, and Angela Gates is here. For the new people in the room, you're about to witness what you've never witnessed before, and that is a question sent in a class designed off a question sent with multifarious sources. Oh, and I'm gonna. I couldn't help it, but because I'm a magician. Let me tell everybody this too. I want to tell everybody something. The reason why I'm able to give some of the background magical psyops and the number system and the geometry system and how the eyes work and how things are done in that realm is because I myself I am a magician. Both magics. I am both of them. Whichever magic you are asking about, I do that too. So because of that, as a magician, that's why I have the inner foresight of what's going on, because there's magic being done on the entire planet by the architect, my arch nemesis, by the architect who's doing the mass magician. And as a magician, I can see what it is, and that's why I can give you all the insight and answer the way that I do, where it all ties in. You're like, whoa, wait, hold on, this is that too, and I'm giving all this information. Then in the end, I give the magical source of what the numerology and magic is behind it, because I'm a magician. I'm in certain circles, but I do it for good and I do it for performances. But you can use it for evil too. So on the mass scale, there are master magicians that are actually using it for negativity. But because I am one of them, I can actually see what they're doing, and that's how I can release the information to the pod class that you can't get anywhere else. That is the heads up and advantage of having me as the Saba, as opposed to the other Kemetic teachers, because they are not in the magical circle. They are not in this circle. They are not mixed in. They don't have access to certain societies and certain circles that I have access to, that I'm inside of, and I'm watching things happen. And then I'm seeing it done on a larger scale, because some of the magicians in the circle, they work for both. Okay, because the government comes and finds those remote viewers and those magicians, as we're calling, and has them working for the government as well. So because we just do it for entertainment purposes, and I do it also to help people, I can see the psyops. That is the advantage you have. If people are wondering, what's the difference between Tehuti and there's something different about him from the other teachers, is because I can tell you what's behind it all. Okay, because I had to do it for a living, but did it on the good side. A magician can work on the good side or the bad side. Like, you can have a gun and kill people and be a serial killer, or you can have a gun and protect your family. The gun itself isn't bad. But if you know about guns, you know about guns. So the serial killer can tell you how to cock and load the gun and shoot it and aim and do all that. And so can the military person who's protecting your life on the army field. And so can your father. All three of them are using it for different purposes. The gun is the same knowledge. It's the same knowledge of magic that they're doing that I already have, because I took all of my over $50,000 of real estate money and put it into that and got all the secrets. So that's how you all are getting it. All right, everybody. So that's how you all are getting. Here we go, everybody. Ready? So here is the let me go ahead and get to it here. So let me go ahead and put the question was asked about atrazine. And so shout out to Angela for asking that question. And let me go ahead and put there's also let me go ahead and put that on the screen. Let's get to the answer here. So here is a donation from Angela straight out the gate. And there it is to her. Shout out to their $10. Angela donation. Angela donates every single pod class and donates outside the pod class. So shout out to you, Angela. Appreciate you for your support. Let's get into it, everybody. Shannon says amazing. That's right, Shannon. That's right. That's right. You got Xavier. You got the whistleblower. You got Xavier and the metal guy, both on your side. So let's go. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Let's get into the answer, everybody. Here we go. So let's do an entire screen share, and let's get into the first question of the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. Beautiful vibrations. Beautiful vibrations. I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. In Jamaica, we say a little bit with a K for some reason. So we're going to do a code on a little bit. Okay, here we go. All right, are you ready, everybody? Here we go. You can see the screen. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Okay, as it's 7:34. Let's go. As time goes on and the matrix takes hold at a rapid rate, you will be able to, some may not be, some are. You'll be able to notice a very interesting phenomenon. Some do not notice this very interesting phenomenon, but some do. You will be able to notice a very interesting phenomenon taking place with the direction of the biological imperative, stand, gender reversal, and rise in the feminist motivated, quote unquote, consciousness, males in dresses, etc. Has anyone noticed? Anyone ever noticed that? Like when you, anyone here who's over 40 years old, or even if you're younger, and look back at the television shows and the way that it was when your parents were watching TV, and your parents' family album and your parents' stories back in the 70s or 80s, back in the 80s, compared to how it is now in 2023, do you notice any kind of phenomenon taking place in the direction of the focus of the biological imperative, that is your sex orientation, your sex understanding, the want to reproduce, your family structure, that's biological imperative, the gender reversal, rise in feminist motivated consciousness. Feminist motivated consciousness. Does anybody notice that is on the rise? Much different than the days of the Black Panthers or the days of Malcolm X and Angela Davis. You notice a feminist type, tainted type consciousness on the rise. And how about males in dresses? Anybody ever notice that? Do you guys have any memories of your parents and their photo albums back in the 80s of their friends being in dresses, or any old TV shows like Archie Bunker or Moving On Up and all the Jeffersons and Good Times? Do you remember any brothers in dresses back then? In the show Rerun, or any of those shows, MASH or Fame, or any of those shows? Do you remember the brothers in dresses? So we will get back to this shortly. I want to show you something that was banned in Europe. Yes, here at the Tehuti Pod class, I show you researchable facts. So let me take you. So first of all, before I do that, let me look in the class and see. So do you all notice that? Any kind of change at all, or is it just me? Let me look in the chat and see. Any change at all, or has everything been the same? Anything been the same at all? Do you notice any change from the how people were portrayed in the old TV shows? Esoteric Nine, shout out to you. It's a new name. Peace and love to you. Any differences you all notice? Let me close down some of these screens so I can have a more smoother running pod classy. All down. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, good. We are closed down. Okay. Anybody notice that? So, you guys ever notice any brothers wearing dresses back in those days in those old television shows at all? Do you notice any like LGBT5Q135 LGBTQ movements going on back in the days of Fame and back in the days of Breaking 1 and Breaking 2 and Ice-T and Ice Cube album coming out? Do you remember that on the move back then? I don't remember it, but now it seems to be everywhere. Okay. So we don't notice that in any kind of abundance back then. And if it was done, it was actually done as a mockery. Like somebody put Martin, but that was done as a mockery. That was a mockery. Let me go ahead and fix something here real quick. Hold on, let me close down the screen share. Okay, I'm moving at good rate. Let me close the Facebook down. Okay, good. Right. So it seems like, yeah, Cash Pete says, it seems like a lot of LGBTQ, right? So y'all don't notice that back in the day at any type of rampant rate like it is today. Any of your favorite rappers back in the 90s wear dresses? Was that something big? Did we have a little Nas X back in the days of the real Nas, back in the days of Kid and Play? Do you guys remember anything like that in hip hop? No. So the answer is no. But now something has been changed. Let's take a look, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Boom. Entire screen share. And here we go. Let's get back to it. All right. So anyone has noticed that? Of course. We will get back to this shortly. We'll get back to that in a moment. But I want to show you something that was banned in Europe. Yes, here at the Tehuti Pod class, I show you researchable facts. So let me take you to the official website of the European Union law, and I'll take you to the Council Directive 91/414 EEC. Let's go. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. You all are wondering, what the world is Directive 91? Wait a minute. I came to the class to learn that the Egyptians were black. What is the Directive 91/414 EEC? The Council Directive website, European Union of Law. Let's go to that, and we're going to pull the file, go right to it, and here we are. Boom. And here we are on Eurolex. This is the official website of the European law. And let's go to document 32004000248. And this is the commission decision on this month, in the 10th of March back in 2004, concerning the non-inclusion of atrazine in Annex Council Directive 91, like I said, 91/414/EEC, and the withdrawal and authorization for plant protection products containing this active substance. Interesting. Let's go and see. We're going to go to Article 1, the bottom of Article 1 and the beginning of Article 2. Here we are. Atrazine shall not be included as active substance. Atrazine shall not be included as active substance in Annex I to Directive 91/414/EEC. That's Article 1. Article 2, member state shall ensure that 1. So Article 2, line 1, authorizations for plant protection products containing atrazine are withdrawn by 10 September 2004. From 16 March 2004, no authorization for plant protection products containing atrazine are granted, or even granted is cut off, renewed under the derogation provided for Article 8.2, Directive 91/414 EEC in relation to the uses listed in column B for Annex, a member state specific in column A may maintain force authorizations for plant protection products containing atrazine until 30 June 2007, provided that A ensures that such plant protection products remaining on the market are relabeled in order to match the restricted use conditions, and B imposes all appropriate risk mitigation measures to reduce any possible risk in order to ensure protection. Wow, what is this thing? Of human and animal health and the environment. So human health is at risk, animal health is at risk due to this, and the environment's health is at risk. And C, ensure that alternative products or methods for such usage are being seriously sought, in particular by means of action plans. The member state concerned shall inform commission. The member state concerned shall inform the commission on 31 December 2004 at the latest on the application of this paragraph, in particular on the actions taken pursuant in points A to C, provide on a yearly basis estimates of the amounts of atrazine uses for essential uses pursuant to this article. Wow, huh? What is this? What are they talking about here? Why do they keep talking about plant protection? Plant protection. Okay, let's go. Welcome to Tutti Podcast. So here we go. So now, we've all heard of contaminants. Everybody's heard of contaminants in your drinking water, right? As a matter of fact, if you all are old enough, let me take it off that. If you are old enough, you may even remember that back in the 80s, remember we used to just drink out of the the hose coming out the house? Remember that? Remember those days? Remember the days of the school fountains? Just water coming out? It was the same water we used to wash our hands with. Then all of a sudden this brand new invention came out. And people thought the idea would have been crazy. Hey, instead of drinking out of the hose and drinking out of the tap, I'm going to put water in a bottle and charge you for water. What are you talking about? I get water from a tap. I'm guzzling this water all day. We're playing in the fields. We're playing on the streets, guzzling water all day. Nothing's happening to us. We're fine. We're going to put water in a bottle and charge you. So back in the day, people were drinking straight out of the taps. You all remember those days? Okay. Well, something drastic happened. Something drastic changed, and something drastic happened, and some knowledge was released. And I remember that people used to come knocking at the door, and they used to say, "Hey, buy this. It's a water filter." And I was like, "Why do I have to filter the water? We just drink from the tap. Buy the water filter, and it will filter the water." And they would take this little screen thing, and they would put it under my tap, and they would show it black, and I'd be like, "What? Why is it black?" Yeah, these are all the chemicals and contaminants that are in your water. And I was like, "Oh man, how much is it? How much is this thing? We gotta attach it to the house. We gotta buy the one that plugs in and doop, doop, doop." And then came out the bottled water, so people didn't have to buy the water filter. Okay, then came out the Dasani, Aquafina, and all these things. But remember the days we used to drink out the water. So we've all heard that there was a change sometime in our life, if you're old enough, where everybody, our grandmother, our mother, our great-grandmother, everybody's drinking out of the tap. There was no bottled water. And then all of a sudden, it was released that chemicals and all type of poisons were in the water, and that and then drinking tap water became a taboo. You drink tap water? That's tap water. That's poisonous. Okay, so we've all heard of water contamination. Yeah, that old hose was good in the summer. We remember that. The fire hydrant, we bust the fire hydrant busted, water coming out of the fire hydrant, We're drinking that. It's falling on us. Water out the hose. Even water out the creek, right? Oh man, remember the water hose? Right. And we never got sick. Remember that? That's what's Eric? Nobody was going to the hospital drinking. Something happened. And then came the chemicals that started getting into the water system. How did they get into the water system? Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, everybody. Let's get into it. This is how I answer questions in the Tehuti Podcast. Sorry about that. The screen, I clicked on the wrong button. Okay, here we go. You ready? Here we go. Welcome to the podcast, everyone. Here it is. So, you've heard of contaminants in your drinking water, right? Guess what was found as the highest contaminant in Canada? Let me take you to Canada Services Research Survey. So we're going to go to Canada Services official website, Research Survey. And here we are on the website here. And this is the official Canada.ca Health Canada Services publications, Health Living Guidances. And here's the section article under Guidelines for Canadian Drinking Water Quality. Guide, technical document. They have a section here called Atrazine. Is that the same thing that was banned in Europe? Why would that be under the section of drinking water? Let's go ahead and see, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Here we go. So it says atrazine is used extensively in Canada as a pre and post emergence weed control agent. Y'all who was here, press 9 if you were here for my Monsanto class. Well, this is part 2 of it. Anybody here? For the remember the Monsanto blowaway class? Everybody remember that? Well, here's a part 2 of it. Thanks to Angela Gates. Weed control, that's a herbicide. So the atrazine, because remember the article where it was banned in Europe, it kept saying plant protection. That's weed control. So pre and post emergent weed control agents, primarily for what? Of course, corn. What is corn? Your highest GMO produced product. Corn. High GMO produced Monsanto products. Corn, but also, as far as vegetables, if it's even a vegetable, whatever corn is. Rapeseed, and for total vegetation control in non-cropland and industrial areas, nearly 2 million kilograms of active ingredients were sold in Canada in 1998. About 70% of this being sold in Ontario. Atrazine degrades slowly in acidic waters via hydrolysis and N-dealkylation, with a half-life of about 12 weeks at pH 5, and 20 degrees Celsius breaks down, is negligible in neutral or somewhat alkaline waters, with a half-life of 2 years or more. Atrazine is moderately long-lived in soils and temperature climates. It persists for up to a full season, average field conditions, and even longer under some circumstances. The mean soil absorption coefficient K was reported to be 163 plus 84, 56 types of soil. K values below 300 and 500 to 300 to 500 are considered to indicate high potential for migration through soil. The soil water distribution of coefficient K D is low, ranging between 0.4 for sands and 8 for other soils. Atrazine was therefore considered to be a priority chemical for potential groundwater contamination by the U.S. Government Protection Agency, EPA, and was ranked highest of 83 pesticides in agriculture Canada priority scheme for potential groundwater contaminations. It was the highest rated contamination, highest of 83 pesticides. Atrazine was the highest. So it was banned in Europe. And here it is, this article under the guidelines of Canada for drinking water. It's ranked the highest. Atrazine. Boom. Atrazine, the same chemical that was banned in Europe. That's right, everybody. Well, a part of you, I know, a part of you may be saying, yes, Tehuti, but that's Europe and Canada. We're in the US, we're good. Great. Let me take you to the official United States government website of Geological Water Survey. Guess what the highest found chemical was found in the US survey over here, where the actual article was based on. The Canadian article was based on US research as well. There it is right here. This is the USGC, quality of our nation's water, pesticides in the nation's streams and groundwater, 1992, 2001, National Water Quality Assessment Program. Let's go directly to the official website. This is the official website here. This is a United States official website, an official website of the United States government, USGS. Okay, and what does the article say here? Let me shrink it down. What's going on in this article here? Let me blow it up over here. Under the water section, water, 25 pesticide compounds, including 24 pesticides and one degradate, were each detected more than 10% of the time in streams in agricultural, urban, or mixed/land use settings, or more than 2% of wells in agricultural or urban settings. These 25 pesticides compounds include 11 of the herbicides used most heavily in agriculture during the study period, plus the atrazine, degradate, ethylatrazine, hereinafter referred to the collectively and agriculture herbicides, 7 herbicides used to extensively, though not exclusively, for non-agricultural purposes, referred to as urban herbicides, and 6 insecticides used both agriculture and urban settings, your sprays in the house too, not just the one that Monsanto's spraying over the big crops, the urban ones too, and the insecticides, and your sprays that are right there in the urban settings, but mostly intensively in urban settings. Okay, let's go to the chart. So this is the chart right here. Use of frequently detected pesticides, understanding occurrences, assessment, and look what's at the top of the chart. Uh-oh. What's that, everybody? Look at the green at the top. Look at all of them here. What's there at the very top? Atrazine. You see that? It beat out everything. There's your atrazine right there. And this is understanding the occurrence assessment and the overview. Okay? Atrazine right there at the very top, everybody. The highest, the top, out of 83 compounds found, that is the most contaminant and the most found. Okay? So you're not good in the US. Nope. You're not good in Europe. Nope. You're not good in Canada. Nope. Now, how does this tie in with how I started the class? Remember how I started the class, everybody? Remember how this class actually started? It started, and I quote, "As time goes on and the matrix takes hold at a rapid rate, you will or will not be able to notice, mostly will be able to notice, a very interesting phenomenon taking place with the direction of biological imperative stand, gender reversal, rise in feminist motivated consciousness, males in dresses, etc. Has anyone noticed? The question is, what exact effect does this what exactly is the effect of this atrazine? What is in our water? What does it actually have? Well, I will now take you to Berkeley Research, University of California. Let me come off of the screen share for just a moment. So, we went over in the Monsanto class the cancers and the poisons that were in the herbicides and the Agent Orange, which was also produced by Monsanto, and the skin eating and how it lasted for over 5 generations, deteriorating eyesight, deteriorating the eyes, deteriorating the skin for generations and children to come. So we covered those aspects of the pesticides and the poisons. But atrazine does something very unique. It doesn't just do those. I covered those in the last class. Atrazine does something very unique. The side effect of this pesticide is beyond that. Let's go to Berkeley University, everybody, and let's see what the unique side effect of this atrazine, which, remember, its half-life lasts in the ground, in the waters, a whole season. So the whole season after it's sprayed, and you're getting that drinking water and eating that food from that area, the whole season the atrazine is there surviving. And they're still spraying. It's the whole season from the first spray. But during the season, they're still spraying. So it's past that season. But what effect did this atrazine have that's different from the rest? Is it skin eating? Does it affect eyesight for generations to come like the others? Let's see what Berkeley, right here in California, let's see what they have to say. Welcome to Tutti Podcast, everybody. And brace yourself, because here's the unique effect of atrazine. Because remember, of all the Monsanto products, of all the herbicides, of all the chemicals, why is atrazine at the top? It's at the top. It's the highest contaminant. You have the highest chance of being affected by that than the other ones. It's higher than all of them. Let's see why. Welcome to the podcast. So what effect does this actually have, and what does this have to do with the beginning of my class? When I said, do you notice any change in phenomenon taking place in the direction of biological imperative? Gender reversal, rise in feminist motivated consciousness, males in dresses. What does that have to do with this pesticide? Let's go and check, see, and let's see what happens. Here we are, everybody. So I'm going to take you right to Berkeley University Research, University of California Research section, down to the news section here. And pesticides, atrazine can turn male frogs into females. Let me get some water. Uh-oh. What happened? Pesticides atrazine can turn male frogs into females. Atrazine, one of the world's most widely used pesticides, wreaks havoc. Atrazine, one of the world's most widely used pesticides, wreaks havoc with the sex lives of adult male frogs, emasculating 3/4 of them by turning 1 in 10 into women, into females, according to a new study by University of California, Berkeley biologists. Some 80 million pounds of the herbicide atrazine are applied annually in the United States on corn and sorghum to control weeds and increase crop yields. But such widespread use also makes atrazine the most common pesticide contaminant of ground and surface water, according to various studies. More and more research, however, is showing that atrazine interferes with endocrine hormones, such as estrogen, that's what makes you a woman, testosterone, that's what makes you a man, in fish, amphibian, birds, reptiles, laboratory rodents, and even human cell lines at levels of parts per billion. Recent studies also found a possible link between human birth defects and how low birth rate and atrazine exposure in the womb. So recent studies also found a possible link between human birth defects and low birth rate and atrazine exposure in the womb. A result of these studies, the Environmental Protection Agency (EPA) is reviewing its regulations on use of the pesticides. Why? Why review it? Just get it, kill it. No, let's review it. Let's look at it over here and review it over here. Several states are considering banning. Yeah, let's consider. It's affecting testosterone. It's lowering birth rates. It's affecting and imbalancing the hormone estrogen and testosterone. It's mutating endocrine hormones. So let's consider. Let's consider banning it. And 6 class action lawsuits have been filed seeking to eliminate its use. The European Union already bars the use of atrazine, which I already read, the 91/414 code. We read that. Boom, everybody. Let me go in the chat and see what you all mutating your endocrine glands, disharmonizing your estrogen and testosterone levels, taking animals and turning them into a whole nother sex. Of course, frogs, right? Of course, frogs first. Why? Because frogs are mainly water creatures. The other animals are drinking from it. They're being affected too. But a frog actually lives in the water. And a frog doesn't drink water. Did you all know that? Frogs don't drink water. One day I'll show you my frog. One day I'll show you Heck. There we go. One day I'll show you Heck, my frog. He covers up my whole face. Frogs don't drink water. Did you all know that frogs don't drink water? Frogs do something more vulnerable than drinking water. It makes them more vulnerable. That's why they're being affected first. They don't drink the water and then digest it. They absorb water from their skin. That's how frogs drink. One day I'll bring my frog of the species from the Guinness Book of World Records here to the pod class. If you want to see something from the Guinness Book of the World Records, I'll bring it here. But they drink through their skin. They absorb. So they're not just drinking and then it goes down, they digest. Every part of their body absorbs the water. So the atrazine is hitting their toes, their knees, their legs, their quads, their hamstrings, their stomach, their chest, their shoulders. Every part of them is absorbing the atrazine. They're not just drinking the water, sticking their head in, licking it like a dog. They're absorbing it. Their skin, their nose, their mouth, their neck, their shoulders, their stomach, their back. Every part of their body is atrazined up. So of course, they're going to have the biggest effect of the change, the most rapid viewable effect. And what is the effect of atrazine? What's the side effect? It turns men into women. It turns men into women. Not the other way around, though. It affects estrogen, but it turns men into female. The highest contaminant in the water supply found in Earth's history. Whether you're in Europe studies, on official websites, or you're in Canada or the US. The atrazine in the pesticide affects your biological imperative, the way that you view sexuality, that which turns you on. It actually shrinks down the testicles and eventually eliminates the testicles. It shrinks down the testicles in men. It shrinks down in testicles in the frogs until they reverse and turn back into the woman. Atrazine. The question was asked by Angela Gates, what's the effect of atrazine? I'm going to give you the effect. I'm going to give you the source. I'm going to give you the websites. I'm going to give you the I'm going to let Tucker Carlson speak. Tucker Carlson's going to pop up in the class. I'm going to let Tucker Carlson speak on it. I'm going to play a quick video on Tucker Carlson. And then I'm going to show you the magic. There's a magical spell behind it as well. Okay, so here we go. Everybody ready? We're going to go back into the answer to this question. Anybody that has questions, send your questions in to the Tehuti Pod class, and I will be glad to answer them. Let's go into these questions. Let's go into the continuation of the question. So, it turns male frogs into female frogs. It affects your testosterone. Let me hide this. It transforms the sexes. Pesticides atrazine can turn male frogs into female frogs. Okay. Boom. It affects your sexuality, gender, chemical signals to the male testes that govern transformation of them back into the female. Right? Because we know that 49 days in, circulatory luteus corpus affects the endocrine glands and actually turns the female body parts into males, and that's how males are born, where the clitoris extends into a penis, and the male organs are actually born through circulatory luteus corpus, causing the female to turn into a male. So every male body part that you have start off as a female first. The atrazine just sends it back into reversal. It turns men into women. Boom. Remember in the beginning of this class, I asked, have any of you noticed changes with the biological imperative, sexuality, gender switching? Well, let's just say I have. A couple of news articles here. Is exclusive. Gwen Stefani on why she paints her boys' nails, meeting gays late in life, and her lack of girl crushes. News. Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt praises for supporting child's exploration of gender identity. Okay. Open post. Charlize Theron dresses her son like a girl. I mean, I don't remember this in the days of Good Time. I don't know if you all remember these articles. Was there articles like this? Was there articles like this of Al Green putting his son in a dress? Do you guys remember the Four Tops? Al Green. Do you remember this? Was Run DMC doing this? Is this what Chuck D was doing? I don't know, but this is what's happening now in these new news articles. Here's the young boy right here. Okay, so you got the atrazine pushing it in your genes, and then you got, of course, Hollywood, which is a part of the psyops, pushing it on the television with the people that we supposedly look up to the most in stardom. Jaden Smith's mom gave props for him wearing a skirt. Okay. I just don't remember this in the Black Panther Party movement. I don't remember this in the days of Khalid Muhammad. I don't remember Malcolm X. I just don't remember this. I don't know. Maybe it was always there. Hey, Megan Fox opens up about. What does she open up about? Open up, Megan. Open up. Megan Fox opens up about her son Noah's decision to wear dresses. Be confident no matter what. Hey, Noah. Pretty dress, pretty blue dress there. Anybody notice these things popping up now and they didn't notice them in the 80s, in the 70s? Anybody's favorite hip hop star or movie star was putting their sons and daughters in dresses back in the 80s? Anybody remember that? Could you pull up the article on that? Ask your mom for the article. Ask your mom if she heard about that. If she ever heard about Janet Jackson's children, or Diana Ross, or any Aretha Franklin, or any of those people back in those days going through anything like this. But here we are. So we have seen many changes happen, even in real time. Even in real time, we've seen changes happen. What's one of the changes happen in real time? This good brother right here. Anybody remember this brother right here? Now, I was never into his music. He had a powerful voice, but I was never into his kind of rap. But hey, Swag Team. Anybody remember this guy, Young Jock? Anybody remember him? He wasn't a part of the type of hip hop I listened to, but I did live in Atlanta, and I remember this was, I forgot the song, but this guy was blasting every day when I was in Atlanta, 2005. This guy was blasting out of 2006, 2004. This guy was blasting out of everybody's car. Anybody remember this guy's name is Young Jock? Let me go to the chat and see. Anybody remember this guy, Young Jock? Anybody remember? Young Jock? Young Jock, he was like the thug. I don't know. He was a regular Atlanta thug guy. It's going down in the club. Is that the song? I remember some. It's going down in the club. I was like everywhere I went. I couldn't go in the shoe store. Everywhere. This guy, Little John and T.I. was playing everywhere, right? Everywhere, right? Y'all remember this guy? Remember him? Okay, so there's Young Jock. There's Young Jock. You remember him? Oh, sorry. Let me go back to the presentation. Screen share. Boom, 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 boom. Hide. And there he is, Young Jock. There he is. Okay. He looks familiar, right? Remember him? Does he still look familiar? One of my goddesses have a dress like this. This is a nice one. This is a nice dress. I like it. It has the comedic collar. This is a real pretty dress. It's nice. My goddesses have something like this. That's the same guy. There's Young Jock. I just do not remember Big Daddy Kane, Cool G Rap, Run DMC, LL Cool J, Chub Rock, Stetsasonic, Tribe Called Quest, Skinny Boys, NWA, Paris, Ghostface Killer, Wu-Tang Clan, Hieroglyphics, the Fugees. I just don't remember brothers in dresses when I was in hip hop. I don't remember it. Is this how it's always been? I just don't remember it. I don't remember Rakim wearing a dress, but for some reason recently it's in the news. Brothers are wearing dresses. We have a guy named Young Thug. That's actually his normal. And then it went from Young Thug to this Little Nas X, and that's the norm now. I just don't remember AZ and Eminem, and I don't remember Styles P and Jada. Can you remember Jadakiss in a dress? That's how the Locks were doing it? I don't remember. Maybe I just wasn't watching that video. But in this day and time, here we are, Young Jock wearing one of my goddesses' dresses. Okay, now I'm gonna play a video, and I'm gonna be right back. Let me go ahead and play a video. Young Jock, I'm in the club. It's going down. So there he is, and that's what's happening. Seems to be a big change that's happening recently, where there seems to be some type of sexual alterations that just didn't happen in the days of Al Green. I just don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember. I just don't remember that. I don't remember that. Although I'm not old enough to be listening to Al Green, but my parents, I don't know. Was Bob Marley wore dresses too? Bob Marley wore a dress? I don't know. But I just remember that my parents' music, Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, the Wailers, Cutty Ranks, Shabba Ranks. I just do not remember even a conversation of any of them. I don't remember Heavy D in a dress, but we see that there's an effect that has happened in the recent era, where there's been some type of change in sexual modification. So what I'm going to do here, we go ahead and play this and let you all watch this for a minute. Welcome to the Tutti podcast for the new people. I hope you're enjoying the class. The question was asked, what is atrazine and its effect on people? And we are breaking it down. Let me go ahead and do the screen share and play this for you. Everybody ready? Here we go. And I'm going to go ahead actually, let me go ahead and turn this down. Stop this, and here we are. Sexual transformation. Welcome to the Tutti podcast. Let me take the banner off the screen. All those who are liking this breakdown and information, if you appreciate it, support the podcast, send your questions in, send support. This is just the first question. The next two are going to change history completely, but here we go. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Let me go ahead and see what Tucker Carlson has to say about this. He always has something to say about something. Let's see what he says about this. Let's go.
Protection Agency doesn't just exist to protect the environment, it also exists to protect you by policing any pollutants that are generated by modern life. But soon the EPA will be doing a little bit less to protect you and a little bit more to protect big agriculture. Atrazine is a pesticide. It's the second most common one in the United States. Half of America's corn crop is treated with it. Atrazine is banned in the European Union, and here's why. When administered to male frogs, atrazine chemically castrates them and even causes some to change their sex entirely. In humans, atrazine is an endocrine disruptor. That means it causes changes to your natural hormonal balance. For newborn boys, atrazine exposure in utero is correlated with lower birth weight, undescended testicles, and deformities to sex organs. Now, it may be that atrazine's risk is low enough and its value is high enough that we don't need to ban it. But the EPA isn't just keeping atrazine legal. It's decided to stop closely monitoring its use. Buried within a recent 60-page regulatory document, the EPA has announced it will soon end its atrazine monitoring program, which tests drinking water to make certain that atrazine levels are safe. According to the EPA, the risk is simply so low that it's not worth even checking to make sure the situation is under control. In fact, it's so low, they're allowing 50% more atrazine to enter America's waterways. Now, that's despite the fact that in 2017, the year where the most recent data are public, 30 million Americans had measurable amounts of atrazine in their tap water. Now, according to researchers at Purdue University, a single part per billion of atrazine may be linked to low birth weights. At Evansville, Illinois, the water is already testing at 22 parts per billion. For the EPA, that's not a concern. Their concern is corn.
All right, we are back. The concern is corn. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class, everyone. Woo! Very deep. And this is what we're here to do, is to break the matrix and to release information that is not commonly known but should be known based on whatever question is asked. Because I am just the Saba, you ask the question, I go ahead and answer it. Okay, let's continue. Welcome back to the Tutti Pod class. And that was Tucker Carlson commenting and giving facts on the same thing that I just taught on, but I want to let you see it coming from him as well, and others, and there's many others. Okay, everybody, welcome to the class. Let me check the chat and see everybody's here. Press 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Just press a 9. That is right, and that is right. Okay, good. Hope you're enjoying this, Angela. We are going to continue. Here we are. Heartbreaking is crazy, right? Very crazy. All right, here we go. Ready? Welcome to the podcast. We are back. Entire screen. And here we are. All right, so we're back on the screen. All right, and now we're going to get into, what else do we see? You can order the clothesline, Boys Can Be Princesses too. Ask your mother, ask your grandfather, ask your grandmother if they were able to go to Sears and Roebuck's, or if they were able to go to the department stores and order the Boys Can Be Princesses too. Ask them if they were able to go to the clothing store and go to the section where Boys Can Be Princesses too. And of course, it's a little black boy, right? In the same blue dress. Boys Can Be Princesses too. The agenda to focus on the children. Remember, the show that raised us, The Innocent Sesame Street. Remember that? You don't remember any sexual deviance or anything sexual at all on Sesame Street. Anything sexual or any type of LGBTQ 518924876. Do you remember anything like that on Sesame Street, or anybody who played a role like that? Remember the Innocent Sesame Street? You know, the Innocent Sesame Street. Remember that? Well, not so much. Not so much. We have, this is the new this is the guy on Sesame Street right here. And this is the guy right here on Sesame Street, and he definitely rocks out. I don't know if this is the wedding dress. I used to only see this type of dress in the old, actually this type of dress was in the last podcast I did on the umbrella. This was the dress that the European would wear, women would wear in the 1700s with the big flail out at the bottom. You remember that? Well, you all should remember this guy. I'm not even going to say his name. You all should know who this is. The black man on Sesame Street, and he's on Sesame Street wearing dresses. Ask your mother, please. Ask your father, please, if when they were younger, did they remember men in dresses on Sesame Street? Tell me this is all a coincidence. Tell me this has always been here, and this is some type of Mandela effect. Does anybody remember men in dresses on Sesame Street? Beautiful dresses too. This is like the ballroom dress from the 1800s on Sesame Street. Okay, and this new Baphomet clothing. We know Baphomet is the god of two genders. Okay, what if I were to tell you that Baphomet is a part of the children's clothing line? So now they have clothing line called Nununu, where you can dress and you can wear the Baphomet head for the children, the black goat's head for the children, and none of the advertisements are in color. They're all in black and white. That is a part of the 11 dualistic principle, the dual principle, which is male, female, up, down principle, black, white, the checkerboard of Freemasonry. So all the commercials for the children that have these type of clothings here are going to be in black and white. We see them dressed in the Baphomet clothing, which you know Baphomet, which I broke down in my classes, is the god of both genders, the male god with the breasts. And there they are with the horns of Baphomet. Okay, and that's the new Inunu clothing. Okay, and there he is in his black and whites. That's what he wears on the Sesame Street, his black and white dress. Black and white, black and white. It represents the number 11, which represents duality, male and female processing in one. Okay, welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Here we go, everybody. This is very interesting. Okay, so, and of course, you know by now, there's always a hidden Masonic magical force, which is included in the psyops, which you can only get revealed here at the Tehuti Pod class. Is everybody ready for this? This is a bonus. I've already answered the question. I already answered the question about 20 minutes ago that was asked specifically by Angela Gates. But this is the Tehuti bonus because now I'm going to break it down from the magical side. Are you ready? Press a 1 if you are ready. Press a 1 if you can hear me. And if you are ready, press a 1. Let me check the chat because this is the Tehuti bonus that I know from the other side. Okay? You think Atrazine is just a chemical? You think these companies are just chemical companies? You think this is just chemical warfare? These are magicians. Welcome to Tutti Pod class, where I am also a magician and I know and can see what's going on because I can see what's going on from the other side. As a magician, I can see what's happening. A magician can see another magician at work. As a person who deals with different realms, I can see what's happening from that side too, and I can see what was plotted from that side because it's the same magical principle. Based on the number 11 and 83, if you remember, I broke down 83 is 8-3, which is 11, which is the number of duality, which is inside of the logo murder by numbers, the by and the murder. By is 8 and 3, right? In Sandra Bullock's name, whose name in gematria equals 83. Okay, so you remember that. Everybody remembers that class. I did that on Sonnet, I did that here. Okay, everybody ready? You ready? Everybody ready? What's up, XA? Peace and love to you, my brother. If XA is Sal Vega, resend your question in, brother. You send a question on Rio. Oh, it may be a typo, but go ahead and retype that in and email that question to me. If that's you, Sal Vega. Okay, shout out to everybody. Here we go. Welcome to the pod class. New people, brace yourself. This is the magical bonus that I give in the pod classes because I'm not only here to teach you the information, but I'm here to break the matrix, and the matrix starts off on the magical side. Where is this atrazine killer found most abundantly? Where is it found most? What have we been talking about this whole class? Where is it? It's in your what? Where is it in, everybody? What element? There's 4 elements, and what element have we been focusing on? Of the 4 elements, where is this atrazine killer mostly found? Go ahead and type it in the chat. Is it found in the air? Is it found in the fire? Is it found in the ground? Yes. But where is it found mostly affecting people and these animals? What element, everybody? Let me go and check the chat because I'm going to show you the magic being performed right in front of you. What element? Where is this atrazine? There we go. Everybody got it. Rigo, say Rigo, peace, Rigo. In the water. In the water. Nana Amun, in the water. Everybody in the drink. Live Free says in the drinking water. Drinking water. Everybody says drinking water. Agua, agua. In the Jody puts a splash, splash in the water. Wonderful. Everybody puts in the water. Okay? In the water. Shrink this down a little bit. Of course, in its diametric opposites, because water is the source of life. Water is associated with death. That's the 1183 principle. Now, in their Kabbalistic numerology, what is the number of water? Because everything in numerology, every letter in this so-called Hebrew, it's not even Hebrew, it's actually Kabbalistic language, but in the Kabbalistic Masoretic text of their magical New Age Hebrew, each Hebrew letter has a numerical equivalence. The Hebrew word for water, stolen from Kemet, is meme. It is the meme. So of course, because they deal with diametric opposites, they make that which is bad good and that which is good bad. Water, which is known throughout all ancient cultures as the source of life, they had to associate water now with the killer. You see? This is their magical psyops. They had to associate it with the killer. They did it to you when you were a child earlier. They already did this to you. They already pre-prepared your brain for this. Because in all the cultures, water is the source of life. Water is the giver of life. But one culture, under the Hebraic magical culture, introduced water as a killer of the world, didn't it? It introduced water as the killer of the entire planet. Did you ever notice that? Water was the killer of everything, even the fish. Water killed everything. When the Hebraic Bible introduced water as the killer, when all the cultures, water was the giver of life to the planet. But here comes the Bible, and the God of the Bible. Welcome to Tutti Podcast, everybody. Let us continue. Here we go. Let's break down this magic and how the magical symbolism and magical subliminals are placed right in front of you. So here we go. Are you ready? Here we are. So they deal with diametric opposites. So water, which is the source of life, they put it in the Kabbalah system. In the New Hebrew, gematria. Gematria is a Hebrew word. It deals with that numbers are letters and letters are numbers. So Gemal is 4, Pi is 5, 6 Vev, Vev 7, Zain 8, 9, 10, 20 is Kef. That's the letter K. Yod is 10 because they stole that, of course, from the Yod, the head of Tehuti, which was the giver of commandments. So they created 10 commandments. Kef, Lamed is 30. Lamed, that's the Lamed variant. Oh, anyways. And look, Meme is 40. So Meme is MEM, and that's 40. So in Kabbalistic numerology, number of is 40. Why do I say the number of water is 40? Because Meme is the word for water in the Hebrew Kabbalistic language. In the New Age language, this is a new language. This is not any ancient language. It's a new magical language, which they acknowledge and stole from the meta-glyph for the source of water, which they admitted right in their Wikipedias. Here it is. Look, you look up Meme, and what do you see when you look up right in Wikipedia? Meme is usually assumed to come from Egyptian hieroglyphic symbol for water. Do you see that? That's where you get your letter M from. The letter M is from this symbol in Kemet, which was the waves of water. It was Meme, and the god of water was Noon. And that's why the letter M and the letter N look the same, because they both look like cut off waves. M looks like a wave, and N looks like a wave, because Meme or Mem is the water, and Noon was the god of water. So they took it from Meme, and it's been simplified in the Phoenicians and named for water. Meme, Mayim. Mayim creates Moya, Maya, Meme in Hebrew. So Meme in water, which is also the gematria of 40 in the Hebrew language, which to them represents the God who killed by water. That's the first thing that their God used to kill everything on the planet Earth. He used water. So water was first associated with a world killer through the Bible. Associated with life by every other culture. As a world killer through the Bible. Only the Bible is the only record that has a story of water killing the entire planet. Everybody on the planet was killed by water. The Bible is the only one that has that story of it. There's many flood stories because there have been floods on the planet, but the Bible is the only one where there's a God behind it to kill the entire earth. Boom. You think it's the God of the Bible, don't you? You think it's just limited to that, but where did the God of the Bible come from? It's who that God was copied from, Enki, the God of the Gilgamesh tablet flood. That's where it actually came from. So the God of the Bible story was copied from the God of the flood, Ea, who is called Ea, meaning what? Enki's other name was Ea, which means Lord of the water. Oh, speaking of water, Meme and the flood and 40. How many days and nights did it flood for in their biblical story? Because remember, this is all magical gematria stories. So water is Meme from the Kemet, put into the Hebrew as Meme, which is M, which is 40. Stolen from the Gilgamesh epic story, where a certain section flooded, and Ea was there guiding the man on how to build the boat, Utanafishtim, or Atrahasis. And it was Ea, which means Lord of the water. So they put it in the Bible as it flooded. And we know that the Meme symbol is equal to 40 in their Kabbalah gematria system. And how many days did it rain in the Bible? Could this be a coincidence? Let's go to Genesis 7:4. It says, and after 7 more days, I will send rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. Why? Why not 41 days? Why not 17 days? You couldn't just drown us for 8 days? How about 91 days, overdrown us? 62 days is good. Hey, God, you could drown us for 13 days? I mean, 13 days of a flood would pretty much kill everybody. It has to be 40. It has to be the exact same numerical code for the Kabbalistic number is of that letter M, which was stolen from the Kemet, which was 40. And therefore it has to rain for 40 days and also 40 nights. Genesis 7:4. This is their magic, everybody. They placed it in you as a child. It was all a Kabbalistic numerical magical system. They stole it from Enki, the god of the flood, the god that was advising for a rainfall that would happen, and he told a man to build a boat. He was called Ea. Oh, did I tell you that Enki, the lord of the water flood, had an Anunnaki ranking number? So in the so-called Sugagi and the so-called Sumerian, which is really Sugagi system, they had different ranking numbers for the Anunnaki. There was numbers that they ranked as to show the power and how they ranked. So we'll go over here to the ranking system. They had male and female ranking system. So in the female ranking system, of course, the top is Anu. He's 60. Female is 55. That's Antu. I think we have an Anu and an Antu in the room right now. That's 60, 55. Here is the son of Anu, who is Enlil. He's 50 and 45. Uh-oh. What is Enki, everybody? Enki's ranking system is 40. Do you see it right there, everybody? You see where they stole the story? The god of the flood would rain flood on you for 40 days and 40 nights, originally taken from the Atrahasis or Gilgamesh epics story, where Enki is the man teaching the man how to build a boat for the flood. He's called Ea, which is the lord of the flood, and Ea, which is Enki's Anunnaki number, is 40. And then the God of the Bible says it's going to rain. Yeah, how many days? Not 28, not 32, not 2 days. How about 40? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, 40. 40, God, it takes 40 days to kill the earth. That's right. No, 40 is where you stole from the meme, from the M symbol, from the Medu Neter, and took it, made it the 40 in the Kabbalistic system, placed it in your Bible as the flood story, stolen from Enki, the god of the flood, whose Anunnaki number was 40. So you stole the meme, made it 40 because you were giving significance to where it was stolen from, Enki, which is 40. Then you put in the Bible 40 days and 40 nights. Okay? And then today, now new water is killing people. It's a new flood. But it's not a flood like the biblical story. Nope. It's not going to rain for 40 days and 40 nights. No. They have to continue the numerical value system, though. Now, instead of flooding you, they just put it in because it's the highest. It's the highest chemical contaminant, atrazine, in the water. Let me bring this to a full circle and break the matrix for you. Are you ready, everybody? Because this is the new water killer right here, atrazine. Well, let's go ahead and put atrazine in gematria. 40. I'm done. Hotep. Matrix broken, everybody. There's your atrazine right there in the magical gematria system. And atrazine, which is ATRAZINE, is 12918,955. And what does it equal? 40. Boom. There's your water killer. There's your new gematria magical flood system. Peace. Glad you enjoyed, everybody. I'm going to come back to the chat. That is the answer. Angela, hope you appreciated it. If you all are getting this type of information in the other chats and YouTube channels, put the link in the room so I can go visit them. If not, please support. You know, I'm not getting this anywhere, but they just won't admit it. Please support the please support the Tehuti Pod class. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in. I'm going to go ahead and check the chat to see if anybody appreciated this breakdown. And there it is, atrazine, your new water killer. 40. What's up, Inky? All right, everybody, let me go ahead and check the chat and see. Team, jump in the room. And there's my answer for you, Angela. Let me go and see if anybody liked it. So I gave you the answer, all the facts, the information, the websites, the everything, the code system, the banning, and gave you the magical breakdown, and gave you the gematria, everything. Boom. For those of you who enjoyed that answer, give your waiter a tip. If you appreciated what it is that you saw on the screen, there is PayPal at RockySV, Cash App TT Amun. If that breakdown was worth more than to you than your waiter bringing you your steamed fries, then please show your support to at RockySV, Cash App TT Amun. Show your support to what you've never seen before. You've never gotten an answer like this before. If you have, put the link in the room to the other teachers that are doing this. If not, show your support. Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna let the team jump in the room. Let me go and check the chat to see if anybody heard the answer and liked it. Let's go and see what people thought. Here we go. Are you ready? Let me go and see. Marcus Gibson says, specifically 40, huh? Rigo says, dang. Maharu says, wow, get out of here. Michael Crockett says, damn. Oh my goodness. Nana Amun says, wow, wow. Angela Gates says, boom. Great breakdown. Rigo says, let's go. Yeah. Darius McNear says, boom at 8:40 p.m. That's right. Big Vapes puts hand claps. Michael Crockett puts jewels. Esoteric says, then Magi need to stop playing. High Grade TV says, everybody else on YouTube is a liar. That's what Menkhu Ara says. Everybody else on YouTube is a liar. Big Vase puts fire. Robert Williams puts boom. Nana Moon puts bombs, and fire. Maharu puts face grinning. Kami puts boom, hood booger, Wakanda forever. 2, great breakdown, Tehuti. Ka of and 2, her name was in the breakdown. And 2 was fire. Oh. Harass for Ye Culture says, recently had a conversation about this. They didn't have the facts. Robert Williams puts mind-blowing answers again and again. Esoteric says, wow. You have the new death by water. There's your new technological flood. Oh man, Saba, thank you for that great insight into those scriptures. Truly an eye-opener. Jody says, amazing. Ka says, Tua, Kaventu, and that says, Tua for your time and effort, Tehuti. Great breakdown. Esoteric 9 says, we're in a deluge. That's right. Oh, there's Ascari. What's up, Ascari? Tehuti has exposed another part of the 360-degree agenda to degrade humanity. Yeah, it's actually to depopulate. That's actually what this is all about, is to depopulate. Because of course it's going to affect, why affect the estrogen? Remember, when they put these chemicals and pesticides together, the scientists, which I proved, were putting it together knowing that it affects humans as well. And that's why they used it for Agent Orange. They knew that these weren't just pesticides. They used them for government warfare. The government was using the pesticides to attack the Asians. They knew that it wasn't just killing cockroaches and caterpillars. All right. Boom, everybody. Sakimu Uno put hand claps. Hey, Esoteric put Tau hot. I like that. Thank you. Bijan Farrell put fire. Eric G put facts. Eric G, I got to talk to you this weekend. I've been so busy. I'm going to get to you. You sent in a pod class donation for a private. Actually, I'm not going to talk to you, but I'm going to send you the the answer on the personal question. I've just been so busy on the personal question that's going to help. The health question you asked. I'm going to send that to you. Rigo put dang. The Kimu put fire, 100% smoke. Harass put most deaf. Tried to tell y'all. Big facts, chemical. Okay, psychological warfare. Good. You all appreciate it. There's a Hati Ma'at. Okay, everybody. That is my answer. 84 people in the chat. Let me do one thing before I go to give a shout out to one more set of people before I go, which I didn't. I wish Arcad was here. I think he's on a trip. I can't seem to get to it though. Maybe I'll have to do it. Let me try it again. We have to do it when I come back. Okay, I'll probably have to do it when I come back. For some reason, it's not letting me. Oh, finally, here it is. Okay, here it is. For those who are in the room while I am gone, okay, these are the people that keep the room intact, keep the room focused. These are the people with the wrenches named after Stranger, and they are the Miters, the Ma'aterators. And they are Nania Setmer, the beautiful, Ankia Ma'at, the wonderful, Ahati Ma'at, the powerful soldier and scribe, the technological technician, technique, don't sweat the technique, and all of that. Okay, there we go. That scribe's new anthem music. I'm going to put that in, and don't sweat the technique. He's the technique man. All right, Ahati Ma'at is the warrior. Anki and Ma'at is my beautiful secretary. Nani Aset Mer does the invisible work that you all cannot see. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you all. I'm going to step off for a moment. Glad you all appreciate that answer. Did you like that, Scribe? Did you know that was coming? The 40?
I had no idea that was coming at all.
All right, there
amazing.
we go. Thank you. Glad you liked it, Menkhu Ara. You got the eyebrows up, like you're just in a zone, right? You got the eyebrows up, the forehead is shining. You're ready.
The master teacher just keeps getting better and better. That's all I can say. So very impressive.
I did that, by the way. I did that because I like Angela. Angela did a personal conversation with me. I helped her with some personal things, but she's also the sister of one of my favorite people and one of the biggest donators who donates to this podcast. So even though Angela just sent in $10, you all know that's not the kind of answer that I give for $10. That's like a $25, $30+ answer. But Angela is connected to Hika Kepara. Angela is a constant supporter every podcast, and Hika Kepara sends over $70 every podcast before the podcast even begins. He sends high amounts, and they are a family. So I did that really for both of them. Much respect, but that was definitely well over any kind of $10 breakdown, especially the extra bonus. I wasn't going to put that in, but much love to Angela, much love to Hika Kepara. I'll be back. I'm out for now. Brothers, take it over. Let me take this off the screen, and I'll be back. Peace.
Hotep, everyone. Peace and love. Peace and love to the great brothers on the panel. Shout out to you, Menkhu Ara, and shout out to you, Ahati Ma'at. How you doing, good brother?
Hotep, I am doing wonderful, brother. My brain, the electricity in my brain is overload. Saba that was amazing. That's all I'll say about that. That was great.
Absolutely. Peace and love to you, Ahati Ma'at.
Peace, brother. Peace.
How you feeling this wonderful evening?
Feeling tired. Just got done with a leg workout. Just ate. Body shutting down off all those carbs I just consumed. I'll be falling asleep soon. But yeah, I mean, we all know who these people are. People are just pure evil, man. It's pure evil. Year after year, we keep telling you the same thing. They're pure evil. Anybody that poisons the drinking water is just to have that mindset, like, because I don't know if you guys remember on the panel, there's a Ohio train wreck recently, and they actually blew up the tanker. No, they burnt off the chemicals that spilled into the ground. They just dug a ditch and burned it. But the key is that they made a movie about it earlier in the year or years ago on Netflix called White Noise. And it's almost a carbon copy of what happened in the actual train wreck event. So they obviously don't care about nature. They don't care about the environment, and they're pre-planning everything. So it's all scripted because who's going to do anything about it? If me and you go out, Scribe, tonight and poison some wells, we'll probably get arrested eventually.
Ain't no probably.
But if the well poisoners do it, they're the ones that are arresting you.
Right.
So imagine having that much power where you can go out and do whatever you want and nobody's going to do a damn thing to you. I can't imagine that power because I've never experienced that. But the point that I'm making is that they're just going to keep doing it. They don't care. They're just going to keep doing it, man. It's good to know. Stop drinking your tap water, of course. Buy bottled water or a purification system if you got the money. A purification system is the best bet because even this, I don't know where to get it. They could get tap, pour it in here, change the taste just a little, and say, "Oh, it's now purified. It's good." So we have no idea what's going on. But what I liked the most about this teaching was Saba's geometry breakdown, because if you are not into the mathematics of your reality, you are missing out on a whole lot of hecka. It is very fun to start connecting the dots using mathematics and seeing where your place is in this life while you're doing it. And the numbers do not lie. And I'm looking forward to his Africa breakdown. That's a great question. Who asked that question? I forgot who asked it.
I did, a hot tea, but
oh, you did. Yes, that's a great question, brother.
A hot tea. Saba was talking about this. When he says stuff, I listen, and then I just ask the question on stuff that he says.
Yeah, it's intelligent. That's very intelligent. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking. I know semi the answer. I want to see what he said. But yes, I'm definitely looking forward to it, and keep asking those questions, brother. That's a fire one.
Yeah, it's pretty. It is evil, Hati, and I was thinking about they're doing all this promotion on Dwayne Wade's son, who is changing his sex, and I'm like, it's just like to humiliate us, like to just attack our manhood, attack our identity. And it's just evil. It's just sad. It's heartbreaking. But we're in war. We're at war, so I shouldn't be surprised. Like, this is who they are, and this is how they move. So,
yeah, the Greeks were into pederasty. Okay, so the Greeks were the original boy lovers. That's just who they are. If we were like that, I call you out, Menkhu Ara. I call out the scribe. Hey, man. There's something wrong with that. You got to quit that. You got to stop. But this is who they are. But every day, man, I walk outside, I can see one of us just walking with them hand in hand or arm shoulder to shoulder, laughing, joking. And it's terrible, you know? It's terrible. I'm not saying we can't grab information from them like EA Walls, Budge, and scientists and all that. I'm not saying all that. But to actually befriend these people, you are setting yourself up for rude awakening, because at the end of the day, they think nothing of us. Especially the darker your melanated skin gets, the deeper seated the hatred is behind that nice crescent Kool-Aid smile. And believe me, I've lived with these people before. I've heard them speak behind closed doors. And I know that everything that we see out here on the street or whatever you're seeing out here in the public is definitely a facade. When that door closes behind their door, you best believe they're calling people niggers, and they're talking about everything. Lazy, violent. So when I met Saba and he started breaking them down right in front of me, and he taught me about what Tamahu means, or Temahu. And he went into the science of it. He went into the meta-netter of it. And then he really started exposing the Greek mindset to me. It really made a lot of sense to me, more so. Because we all know like something's off. But when it's broken down to you step by step, piece by piece, man, it just opens up your mind to a whole new way of thinking and seeing things. And the sad part is, and yes, I got to be the bearer of reality. The sad part is, yes, we have all this knowledge, but then at the end of the day, it's like, well, what are you going to do about it? It always comes back to the flip side. What are you going to do about it? It's like the bully in the schoolyard. Yeah. I'm punching you in your face. I'm punching you. I'm putting stuff in your water, your food. Yeah, I'm doing it. And what are you gonna do about it? And there's a cartoonist that I recommend on YouTube called hiphopcartoons.net. He goes by Carlito. Some of you might have heard of him. He takes like Neely Fuller and Francis Cress Welsing's old lectures. He takes Amos Wilson's. He takes Khalid Muhammad. He takes a lot of people. But what he always shows in his cartoons while they're talking is he's showing the Tammuz talking to us, like behind the smiles. And the theme of it is they're always like, well, what are you going to do about it? When I tell you to go over there and sit down, you go over there and sit down. Now, what are you going to do about it? And I think once we get past that obedience mindset, and the only way I see we can do that is through the teachings of Ma'at, through the teachings of our great Saba, through the teachings of the brothers on this panel. That is the only way we can actually break that obedient mindset to say, well, this is what I'm going to do about it. Even if it's at the risk of my own life. This is what I'm going to do about it. This is what I'm going to do about it. Because I refuse to sit here and talk about it for the rest of my life. I'm actually going to do something about it. And I believe, brothers, once we come to that point, I honestly believe it's just like the bully. I'm not saying it will stand down, but there'll be a new form of respect that comes in for all of us. Especially after you see the way we talk, we speak, the way we teach, there'll be a new form of respect that comes in for all of us. But I always encourage sisters and brothers to start inventing or just taking what they've invented and coming up with your own type of products so we don't have to deal with this anymore. I understand there's patents, there's grants, there's things that, quote unquote, legally you have to go through, what puts another wrench into making our neighborhoods or our streets or our homes safe. But I'm always of the mindset that what they don't see, the better it is for us. So what you can do on the low, as we used to say, the better for each other. And I know there's very smart people out there right now. I know there's people that work in fields that engineering or construction or whatever it takes to purify water systems. I know there's people out there. All it takes is you to create something for us, and then we could promote it on here. Even if it's something small. There was a brother I saw a long time ago. He built this machine out of PVC and polymer, and real low key. The way I found him, there was a Tamu that invented a water power car, and then this guy was hitched on the YouTube sidebar. His video was hitched there, so I clicked on that, and they didn't. This guy has low views. They don't want this guy coming out, and this other brother promoted him, and he created this tank that takes dirty water from the desert and it filters it. The water that comes from the rain, he filters it and it comes out purified. So he created a purified filtering system that you could basically implant in Africa along the coast, anywhere, to filter even salt water. The problem is that he can't get any patents. And we know who runs the patent office. We know who pays the patent office. So we can't get past that at the moment. But if you just Google him or just Google what I just told you, he should pop up. And I believe he does things on a small scale where he sells his own little purified water system. That's just one brother. We need many more, just like we need many more of us here to keep these teachings going. Because it's obvious you all in the chat room love Saba Tehuti. You love his, I said Tehuti, and you love his teachings. And there's people that have been here for over a year. I know you're taking notes. And whether you know it or not, you could be doing your little teachings too. And I know he would appreciate that a lot. I know he would. But it's good to see you, brothers. I know Menkhu Ara, you're doing things in the background for us. Subscribe to.
Yes, sir. I completely agree with you 1,000%. And, you know, and this is why I always say, you know, if you have something that you can offer, bring it to the collective, you know, bring it to the group. You know, what good is, you know, you being able to just do that one thing by yourself. You know, it's fine if you just want to take care of you and your family. But if you want to be able to build something that can be left behind for the generations coming up under us, it's going to take everyone. Everyone has a role to play, and each individual person is important to the collective. So if you know how to do whatever, it doesn't matter what it is, whatever it is that you're good at, say, hey, I'm good at this, and we'll learn from you. And then we can continue to teach that and pass that on to each other, you know, and build the collective. And that's, you know, this is the only way that we'll be able to actually make a difference. You know, it's we do love to talk, but when it comes to actually walking, that's a completely different thing. And as a scribe, as someone who is inclined with words, I see words in picture form, you know, so I can see these spells in a way that is very, very intelligent. The language itself is very intelligent, and it keeps us in a state of dormancy. Even when we're saying something, internally and subconsciously, it keeps us in a dormant state from really being able to walk the talk. And this is why I always commend and I give hail and I give adoration to those who bring something to the table. And it doesn't matter what it is. You know, if you think that, you know, you don't know what it is, there's always something, because we're starting from ground zero, you know, so we need every single skill and asset that we bring forth, you know. And this is why the teachings of Ma'at is so important. This is why the Medu Neter is so important. Because once we start to replace all of the thought processes that we have, which is created by the language that we speak, which creates the reality that we see, with what the actual truth is on every single level, day by day, step by step, minute by minute, this is the only real way that we'll be able to remove these veils, because it's not just one veil, it's layers of veils, and it continues and it keeps going. And, you know, even every single day I'm breaking a matrix, every single day I'm breaking a spell, and I'm in the etymology every day. Every day there's words that I see being used, or a word that I use that I may not understand what the etymology is, and I go in and I realize it's a spell, and it's every single day. And I know majority of people aren't in these words like that. You know, we're just speaking and we're just walking and doing our thing, and, you know, doing what we think is right for our family, which is always commendable. But when we come to these classes like this, and what Saba Tehuti has brought out and brought forth for us to be able to learn from, we have to really understand how deep this is. Like, this is not no surface level, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is very deep. It's very deep, and it's been implemented for thousands of years. You know, and so this is why what we're doing, you know, this is teachingsofmod.org. This is organization. This is what we're doing. This is what we're implementing. You know, we're starting from ground zero of organizing, you know. So this is why I always say, you know, we're anything that you have to bring to the table, message us. Hey, I know some information about this. Let me bring this research to y'all. Maybe this can benefit what y'all are doing. We'll come right back in. You know, we're having a Discord meeting that's open to everyone. Let me make sure I get that date right. The March 28th at 4 p.m. Pacific time. We're having a Discord meeting where everyone is invited to come in and speak. give us some ideas that you have or some things that you're doing, ways that we can assist you, ways that you can assist us. Because this is what we're doing. We always talk about organizing. Well, we're organizing, and we're giving each other a platform to come forth and bring forth your ideas and what you have to offer. And we'll feed each other and bounce back information. And this is what's going to allow us to really take what we're doing to the next level. And so I always give hail and adoration to all the great people who bring something to the table. It doesn't matter how small you think it is. It's very important. It doesn't matter how small you think it is. It's large to the collective. All right. So peace and love to everyone, to all you all in the chat who support the Tehuti Pod Class. I'm so grateful for every single one of you, and thankful. So peace and love to you. Peace and love to the great Saba Tehuti, who is back here to break some more matrices for us. So Tua to you, great Saba Tehuti.
All right, Tua to you. Wonderful, wonderful. Tua, everybody. Hati's smiling.
You know why? Because I'm thinking about Menkhu Ara's question about Africa. That's gonna be all the Black Power people are gonna hate you, man.
Oh, it's this. You have to pick sides after this answer.
It's interesting, Hati, too, because Saba talked to me about that a while ago, and it wouldn't go away. I was like, when will be the right time to ask? I knew I had to ask the question, and I just waited, and it wouldn't go away. So I just heard him say it, and so I just sent the question. It's time.
It is time. It is time. It is time. And I will tell you this: that if people adhere to the answer that I'm going to give on Africas, if they adhere to that, and the other answer that I see question coming up, if they just stuck with this frame of thought, it would wipe away confusion. It will wipe away the confusion. So much confusion we wiped away. But anyway, let's go, everybody. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. I was just telling my goddesses. She said, I remember you breaking down this Atrazine frogs thing before. I said, yeah, I gave a breakdown on a Wednesday class. It was nothing like this. And I just want everybody to know that the shifting to homosexuality and the shifting to gender alteration and all that, that's not a sexual preference. I want to get that in everybody's minds right now. Homosexuality is not a sexual preference. Okay? That is a part of the psyops. It is not a sexual preference. A sexual preference is doggy style, oral sex. That's what you prefer. That's a sexual preference. Sexual preference is I like missionary position. I like my back rubbed during sex. I like my chest scratched. That's a preference in sex. Homosexuality is not a sexual preference. If it is, then who is the homosexual black male leader of a black male organization? Of a black power organization? What's the name of a homosexual male leader? Remember, it's just a sexual preference. So if I like doggy style, I can't leave the Black Panthers. That's a sexual. If I like oral sex, I can't be Khalid Muhammad. I have a sexual preference. So if I like oral sex, I can't. I'm not motivated to lead a black nation. I'm not motivated to break the matrix. So which one of the black leaders were homosexual? Since it's just a sexual preference, it doesn't change the way you world view things. It doesn't change your manhood and leadership. It's just a sexual preference. Like, I like my neck grabbed. Okay, so therefore I can't be Khalid Muhammad? Of course you can. Malcolm X, Khalid Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad, Noble Drew Ali, Farrakhan, Malachi Z. York, and the Black Panthers all had the same sexual preference? Of course they didn't. There's males and females in the same group. Angela Davis had a sexual preference that was different from Huey P. Newton. but they could both be in the Black Panthers. Marcus Garvey's sexual preference is completely different than Chuck D's. But they're both leading the nation. They're both strong, ready to fight for the war and ready to break down things and ready to. But why no homosexual? Just a question. So it's just a sexual preference. All right, everybody, let's get into it. Everybody, we're going to go into the donations that were given, the support, and then into the next question. So we're going to start off with the good brother Anthony Drain is the next donator. Let me go ahead and 1, 2, 3. So Anthony Drain, let me go ahead and put that on the screen. Okay, here we go to Anthony Drain. Boom, present. Windows. Go ahead and give this man some noise. Anthony Drain, known as Zep Tepe Slim. $20.72 from Anthony Drain, known as Zep Tepe Slim. Give this man some noise. Who has the noise? It's just Scribe. Scribe, give this man something. We don't have RCAT today. Shout out to Anthony Drain, a.k.a. Zep Tepe Slim. Yes, give him the bombs. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate the support. Awesome, awesome. It's a great support podcast today. Everybody supporting. The next one up for the support is the good brother. Who's this? Oh, Octavius. Octavius is pretty consistent. Octavius, let me go ahead and let me fix something here. Why is it doing that? Oh. What's it showing on the screen, Scribe?
It's showing Octavius Sly.
Okay, let me fix something. Octavius Sly. Okay, the shout out to Octavius Sly. Appreciate you, good brother. And he puts $11.55. He always gives the same amount. And he says, is there any mention of crows or raven in the Metanetter? That's an excellent question. I'm going to go ahead and get into that when that comes up in the sequence. There's actually a brother who asked a question about the crowns, and I actually started answering it because he left the word "n" out of the question. So I started breaking down Kemetic crows, and then he said, "Oh, it's crowns." So I guess finally here's the Kemetic crow question. So we got it. You are locked and loaded, locked and saved. Octavius, let me go ahead and save you for question March 17th. Okay, wonderful. We got you. We got you, Octavius. Appreciate your support. Appreciate the question. We shall get to it. And now, get all the grenades out, the bombs, get all the sound out, because the monster donators have arrived. The monster donators have arrived with, of course, what did I say? I said that before the show even starts, Heka Kepra is always going to give over $70. And here it is, $70.72. Give this man some noise, please, for support. Heka Kepra. Heka Kepra. Thank you, Hika Kepra. $72.77. The monster supporters are here for support. Thank you, Hika Kepra. This is one of the reasons why Angela Gates' answer was so elaborate. I gave her the answer as if she gave this, because she is connected to Hika Kepra, and both of them are very special and very loyal to really finding out the truth, and they're both a family. So I was motivated because this is her brother right here, who always gives every podcast a huge donation. So Hika Kepra, thank you for that. And because of you, Angela Gates and everybody got that huge breakdown with the magical aspects of Atrazine, which I wasn't going to give that part. Shout out to you, Hika Kepra. What's on the screen right now, Ahati?
What's that?
What's on the screen?
It says Heka Kepra, 7272.
Okay. And right now, hopefully, it should show Nito Campbell.
Yeah, it just did, but you pressed something and it went away.
Okay, there it is.
Back.
Nito Campbell. Is it now there now?
Yes.
Shout out to Nito Campbell. Also, give this man some noise because he gives to both classes. He's one of the biggest donators. Consistent. He used to always donate 36, 70. It was always in divisions of 9. And he's a consistent donator. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Appreciate you, my good brother. Like I said, the big donators are here because here comes Owen Hythe, also known in the room as a Scary 21. Let me go ahead and put him in here. Oh, let me fix that. Hold on one second. Let me fix that. Ascari, he's another one who donates before the pod class even starts, right? Right before the pod class starts, here comes the good brother Owen Hythe. Give this man some noise. He was at one time the biggest donator ever. Saba Tehuti and General Ahati. Saba Tehuti and General Ahati. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you, Owen Hythe. You are awesome, wonderful, fabulous. And now we have, Netter Unk, Hotep L, who also has a question in that's going to be answered with Menkhu Ara's question. And he put this 1472. He said question in the email. I have not seen it yet because maybe I haven't gone that far up. But he says question in the email. He also gave another back-to-back of another 14. So let's give this man some noise because he's doing back-to-back right now. Give this man some noise. 1472. Anything over $20. Get some big noise. Thank you, my brother. So this is thank you, 1472, because right back to back, he gives another one. 1472. Oh, question 2. He has 2 questions in the email. Let me go look for them because I don't see them here above his name. Give this man some noise again. That's 14 and 14. That's $29. He spent almost $30. He spent. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you, my good brother. I'm going to put Netter 2. Question. Boom. He said the question is in the email. So, they're right here. I think. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So here are his questions. I'm going to put his questions for the pod class to see. Can everybody see that right there?
Yes.
So the question is, Netter Hotep Ur Neb Netter Saba Tehuti. Question 1. A lot of people always say that it doesn't matter what name you call God. Oh, it's going to be good. Question 1. A lot of people always say that it doesn't matter what name you call God by. It's all the same. Whether you call God, whether you call him Allah, Yahweh, Krishna. I feel that it does matter and there is a difference. Am I wrong? Oh, it's going to be a good one. Question 2. How far back does Neb-Urchur date? I look forward to getting to these questions. They do fall in line in sequence when I can get to them. I'm going to love to answer both of them. Thank you, Netter Hotep L. And if you're listening, I also want you to know that one of your questions you sent in is actually going to be answered today in the podcast. I may have that as the next one. I don't know. That may be the next one. I think I'll do Africa last. So your question is going to be answered, Netter, this podcast. Shout out to you. Let me go ahead and save this from Netter, and I'll put a question. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Wonderful, wonderful. The donations are good. And we got the beautiful we got Chevelle, who is 29 Chev, who said that she's all the way from Jamaica. Shout out to you, all the way from Jamaica. We know that's a big donation. We know $20 in Jamaica is like $1 million. So shout out to Chevelle. Give her some noise. Give her some noise. Chevelle. Thank you, Chevelle. She's in the pod class under another name. She mentioned this in the very beginning. I forgot what name it was, but shout out to you from Jamaica. Appreciate you, Chevelle. Appreciate you, Chevelle. Thank you so much. Great donations, great donations. Oh, wait. Is this right? Is this right? Hold on. Where is she? Where are you, For Ye Culture? Come over here. Come over here, For Ye Culture. Where are you? Where are you, Miss For Ye Culture? Hold on. Let me take it off screen share. Hold on. Where is she? Where's for harass for did? I don't know what his name is. Harass did For Ye Culture. Where are you? Where are you? Come press something. I want to know that you are here. Sari Bloom. Are you here? You know, harass For Ye did. Can't say. What is it? Harass did For Ye Culture. How she always gives 555. She always gives that. It's like $5.05. Then she'll donate again a little bit later, 555. Okay, there she is. She put her little alien up. I know you're an alien. She put a little alien head up there. All right, harass For Ye Culture. So harass For Ye Culture, ladies and gentlemen, always gives 555, like $5.55. Okay, good. So let me go ahead and put this on the screen because when I saw it, I thought my eyes were blurry. Maybe I read this wrong. Let me, you know what? Maybe I'm too excited. Maybe I am reading it wrong. Hold on a second. Let me go back. Am I reading this right? This isn't 555. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait. Sari Jean always gives 555. That is what she gives, and I always give her thanks and praise for that. Thank you, Sari Jean. So what does she do today? What does she do? Does she blow us away? Does she give $55.55? Is that what I'm seeing? Let me put it on the screen. Hold on. Sari Jean usually gives $5.05, but today, what does Sari Jean do? Does she do 555? $55.55? Hold on. Let me stop this. For Ye Culture. Sari Jean. It's not on the screen yet, right?
No, it's not on there yet.
Okay. It's only you're smiling already. Hold on. Sari Jean. Something's going on here. Hold on. Does she give? It must be 555. Maybe my eyes are blurry. Read this for me, scribe. Maybe. She usually gives $5.55. That's good because it's consistent. But this time, did she go for the $55.55? Am I reading this right? I don't know. This $55.55? What does that say?
Loading. It's loading. The anticipation.
What does that say?
$155.55.
$155.55. Is it tax season? It's tax, isn't it? Tax season. Shout out. She did the Regal. I think she did Regal. She did the Regal. What in the world? I read this and it was small. I said $5. 55. I didn't see the one. I was at 55. I was happy for 55. She said, she said, sincere adorations and reciprocity. Sarah Jean loves me very much. I watch her. I see certain things she does, and she is very appreciative. She has me on her mind a lot. She has me. She's very, very thankful. She's been looking for this for a long, long time for truth, and I see her out there. And she thinks I'm not looking, but I see her. Sarah Jean. She says, "LOL. I am more impressed with what I did in the 4 area." The 4 is her language. 4Ye culture. Sarah, shout out to her. Give her the horns, please. My horns got deleted. There it is. Thank you. 155. She did that with all her heart, and I know that she did. She doesn't do this for the other YouTube or any other chat or any other people. I know what she did. I know how this has affected her. I know the adoration and appreciation she has when the pod class shuts down through the week. Okay, I'm watching you. Okay, here we go. Wonderful, Sarah Jean. Appreciate you. 155. Wonderful. Let me go ahead and save this. I do. Did with all my heart. You got cop putting up fire. People are giving reactions to the donation, like I did a podcast answer.
Oh,
They're putting fire. They're putting nice. Cash Peace putting nice. They're putting fire. Rigo's putting dang. Like I answered a podcast question.
Oh.
Thank you, Sarah Jean. You are awesome. Hail you for your support. Appreciate you. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. I'm gonna put this on. Oh, it says support. Oh, so it says. Let me go ahead and read. I didn't even read it. It says for TH for the conscious light, I come for support. She likes 4Ye culture, FOR4, and I come for support. Hail, and she puts the exclamation mark upside down on the other side, like we were talking about in Spanish. For the question mark. Shout out to you. I'm gonna go ahead and save this for I'm gonna save it for support. Support Sarah. Sari. Shout out to you, Sarah Jean, the monster support of on that note, I'm going to get into the next answer. And everybody who's sent support, I see you. Kamid Hancock, I see you. Lamont T. I'm going to announce you after I answer this question. Oh, it always does that. Lamont T. Heru Hancock. I see all of you here. I'm going to Lisa Marie. Hey, Lisa Marie. T-Bull. Jason Kirkland. Angela Gates. I see all of you. Oh no. Oh man. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save what I just saw. I see everybody, and after I answer this question, and I'm gonna I see you, the person put anonymous. I see who you are. I'm gonna announce it when I get to you as anonymous. I see you too. I see everybody. You put anonymous. I'm gonna announce it, and I'm not gonna put your. I'm gonna put under your name. Oh, I see you. I see everybody. Edward Latour, Big Vapes actually donated for this podcast today. He usually donates after, like tomorrow. Okay, everybody, we're gonna get into the next question. I see the monster donation. I see you. You know who you are. I see you. Oh my goodness, I'm not even gonna say it right now. I see you. I see you in there. He had to come through. Oh my God, let me go ahead and stop this. Okay, thank you, everybody. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Shannon. Shannon, shout out to you for you said something, and I look forward to talking to you and this person at the same time. That's all I have to say. I'm going to talk to you and a person at the same time to show the synchronicity of something that's happening. You and this other person are connected, and I'm going to show you something. Okay, but anyway, shout out to you, Shannon. Shout out to everybody. Let's get into the next question of the Tehuti Pod class. We're going to get into it, and the next question is from the man on the screen right here. Here he is. Don't go anywhere. Hold on. There he is. The next two questions are, because you know what it is? This man right here, everybody, I have to look for his questions because he sends me so many. He just keeps sending them like every 3 days. Here's another one. For the Menkhu class, here's another two. Another 4 days, here's another one. So I have to put his questions in another box. And they're sent like from 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. There's so many of them that I can't catch up to them. So he has his own box. This man, Menkhu Ara, has his own box. Because I cannot get to them each week because there's so many. And I have like three or four for just the Menkhu class. Then I have like 2 for the pod class that I'm doing now. And then next week, then I got to get to your scribe. Scribe's another one, but Menkhu Ara literally sends the most questions ever of anybody. So he has his own file. So finally, we've gotten to a question that's going to rock everybody. 2 questions going to shake everybody. And I'm going to put them up on the screen right now. Oh, you know what, Scribe? I wanted to get to your question in this tonight because of the female male thing. Mm-hmm. But I went into brain lock, so I couldn't get to it. I went into my brain shut down. I went. It shut down. I couldn't do it. My goddesses are asking me questions. You're asking me questions. I went into mud mode. I just fell down. So I'm going to get to yours. I'm going to open up with yours, actually, because I want to talk about this biological imperative situation. But the next question that's in, everybody, let me go ahead and put this on the screen. It's actually from 2 people at the same time. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. This is going to question reality. And the question is, let me see if this is the question. It's actually Netter Unk, who just sent in that $14 question, and Menkhu Ara. So let me go ahead and put them on the screen. We're going to give them some noise, and then I'm going to go ahead and answer this question, which is one of the this is a big psyops, but it deals with Kemetic history. It deals with Kemetic. Oh no! Wait! What's this? Oh yeah. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this Egyptologist. Looks like Eminem. I got thrown off for a second. Okay. All right. This Egyptologist looked like Eminem. He literally changed the construct of how we view everything. Okay, I want to go ahead and do screen share. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen here. And this is actually what happened here. And so here's what happened. I'm going to go ahead and put can I do that? Okay, here we go. So we got press a 9 if you can hear me and see me clear. Is my screen sharing?
Yes, you're sharing.
Okay, so here's Netter Unk he sent $7 for support, right? So he sent $7 for support. Then he goes back to back with $7 for appreciation. That's $14 back to back. And then he goes right here with $7 for spider food. That's $21. Shout out to him. And then he goes back to back with the question. And the question he asked info on the Palermo stone, but he never actually asked a specific question. So I'm going to actually tie in. I'm going to actually explain what the Palermo stone is and how it ties into the next question, which was back to back with Menkhu Ara, who's on the screen, said, did the Cometians recognize eras in dynasties? Were there 32 pharaonic dynasties, and why were they called dynasties? And they put a donation on the screen, and the scribe, give these men some noise. Thank you, brothers. So the question is, so the question is, one is about the Palermo stone, and one is about the dynasties. Now this is a good question. Great. This is actually where the psyops and Kemet began. Did the Cometians recognize errors in dynasties? And I'm going to ask questions to the chat for all the people who study Egypt and Kemet in the chat. Were there 32 pharaonic dynasties, and why were they called dynasties? So that's one question, two questions, and three questions. Okay, but Menkhu Ara can do that. He's allowed to do that because he gives so much support and donation. It's just, I can't even keep track. Okay, so there we go, everybody. Now I'm going to go ahead and get into the answer. Brothers, jump back into the chat. Love to Scribe, love to Ahati, love to Menkhu Ara, Mary Ma'at, and love to Arcad, who's not here. Shout out to Arcad, who I hope is driving safely wherever he may be. Shout out to you. Now, before you leave, gentlemen, before you leave, Menkhu Ara, I'm going to step out for just a second.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes.
Before you leave, Menkhu Ara, I'm going to step over there for just a second. I'm going to be listening in. I want you to tell the crowd, why are you even asking these questions about were there errors? Are there 32 dynasties? What are dynasties? Go ahead and tell the crowd. I'm going to step away for just a second. Tell the crowd why you asked those questions.
Well, so in my own free time and doing my own research and studying and wanting to learn and getting deeper into this knowledge, I come across videos and texts from various people, and I don't believe that they're reliable. And so I thought it was appropriate to ask you, because you are the master teacher that I love and respect and follow and learn under. And so we always hear about dynasties, and I actually haven't looked up the etymology of the word dynasty, so I wasn't sure if it was a Kemetic word or if it's even a Ma'at concept. And so, and then too with timelines, right? So there hasn't been a ton of integrity with timelines and the psyops and how we're taught. And so you are a reliable source. I know I can depend on accuracy and truth from you. So and then too, it's like who are all the pharaohs? Because I hear this number 32, I heard this number 42, and then so there's so much misinformation. So we get out of the matrix, we come into this knowledge, and then there's a whole other layer of people not teaching correct information. And so I was like, I have to ask Saba about this whole thing with dynasties and what is the truth? Like, what should we know about the pharaohs and the dynasties, and what happened when? So coming into the knowledge too, because it's 40,000 years of knowledge, and sometimes we don't learn in a linear, chronological way. The information comes in bits and pieces. So I think this is very important, right? About learning about the dynasties and who are the pharaohs. And so I have so many questions. The more I learn from all you brothers, from Scribe, from Arcad, from Ahati, and especially from you, the more I want to know, the more every week in the MetaNetter Monday classes, Saba, you teach us, and from your teaching comes more questions, and Scribe will ask questions, and that'll spark more questions for me. So I'm very curious about this knowledge. It's my life, and so that's why I asked the question.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What a good breakdown. So we got people already in the chat saying, so 32, not 33. I thought there was 33 on purpose. Then we have Kimmy says Dynasty is from Latin. Then we have Cash Peden says, isn't there? Cash Peden says, from the zero, wasn't there 46 dynasties? Wasn't there 46 dynasty? All right, so isn't it interesting, everybody in the room that has studied Kemet, shouldn't this be one of the first things that you know about? We're always talking about the Kemetic rulers. So what if somebody was to ask you about the dynasties? How are they divided? What is a dynasty? Is that a Kemetic term? What is it? And I'm going to tell you this right now. Your teachers, your YouTube teachers and scholars and Kemetic teachers are either directly or indirectly a part of the psyops. And they cannot teach you the root and concept of the source origin of dynasties because it will blow their whole agenda out of the water. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Here we go. It's going to be mind-blowing answers again and again. All right, my brother Menkhu Ara, you can go ahead and jump right back in. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Everybody's ready. Everybody's ready. I got... Who's in here? Oh, okay. Hey, okay. Circuit is ready. She's chilling right now, hanging out. Okay, wonderful. Circuit, stay right there. She likes it in this her little hut. Okay, you can see her in there. There she is. Circuit's ready. Okay, Circuit, you stay over here for just a moment in your little hut. Everybody ready? Here we are. High Grade says they are liars. That's High Grade's that's his motto right now. They are liars. The YouTube. Okay, so here we go. You ready? Angela Gates says, I'm ready, Saba. Here we go. Let me adjust myself. Okay, everybody go to that website too, the teachingsofma'at.org. Here we go, everybody. We are ready. All right, Cash Peden said to me, been talking about Chinese people. Let's get into it, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. So, once again, for those who just stepped in, there's 80 people in here. Are you ready? Because this is changing reality. History is about to be rewritten as you know it. So once again, we're gonna go share screen and share screen right to Menkhu Ara's question. For those who just stepped in, he said his question live, and there's his question just to get it logged for the people that just stepped in the room. The Kemet recognized eras and dynasties. Were there 32 pharaonic dynasties, and why are they called dynasties? Boom, boom, boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Let's get into it. And then, of course, we have the brother who asked this question that's going to it's going to tie right into the same thing, and that is info on the Palermo stone. You have not heard a teacher, any of your conscious Kemetic teachers that have taught and not mentioned, and the 26th dynasty and the 3rd dynasty and back to the pre-dynastic era and the dynastic and the pre-dynastic. They love that matrix. They love that matrix because it matches their agenda. The old kingdom and the middle kingdom and the intermediate kingdom with the 22nd dynasty of the intermediates of the... Let's get into it, everybody. We are going to break it down. Tehuti Podcast, snake style. Let's go. Let's sit right into it. Here we go. Ready? So boom. Here we are. Boom, 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 boom. I hope you can see this, everybody. Can you see it? Press a 9 if you can see the screen and hear me clear, because once I go, I'm going to get right into it. Here we go. 2 questions right now are going to be answered in the Tehuti Pod class. If you can hear and see the screen clear and hear me clear, press a 9. Let me go and look in the room. Comedic people, get ready. Angela Gates is on point tonight. She's on it. Angela Gates 9. Eric G 9. Maharu 9. Hikapara 9. Okay, wonderful. Let's get into it. Shannon 9. There we go. There we go. Let's get into it, everybody. And boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. I have a question for the class. The ruling succession of kings were called what? For example, Akhenaten was a part of the 18th what? Everybody knows. Everybody's going to put. What was the ruling kings called? They were called Akhenaten was a part of the 18th, of course, dynasty, right, class? The 18th dynasty. Every time you hear your Kemetic teachers teach, they always talk about Akhenaten was the ruler of the 18th dynasty. Something they might even do with a British accent. All right, so here we go. Okay, good. Dynasties. Dynasties. Wonderful. So they're called dynasties. Okay, Akhenaten was of the 18th dynasty, as they say. The 18th dynasty. Okay, good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Question for the class. How many dynasties were in Kemet? Go ahead, class, take a shot at it. How many dynasties were in Kemet? Go ahead and type it in, everybody. If you think there's 33, 31, 46, Cash Peden already put, he had heard 46. 4Ye Culture heard 33. How many dynasties were there in Kemet? Everybody, I'm going to take a drink of water and check the room and see what you all say. How many dynasties were there in Kemet? Let me go ahead and check. How many dynasties, everybody? How many dynasties were in Kemet? Where are the Kemetic people? Where are the people that study Egypt, Kemet? Where are all the brothers with the unks? Where are you all now? I want to interact with you. Where are the 76 people watching? There was 80 people watching. Of the 80 people watching, jump in the chat and interact. Okay? I want to talk to you about your knowledge of what your Kemetic teachers have been teaching you about Kemet, and I want to know where we stand, and can we stand on the same solid ground? And then I'm going to break the matrix. Here we go. So we got a lot of answers here. We got 33 dynasties. That's Cash Peden. 44 dynasties. That's Robert Williams. 18 dynasties. That's Sega Kepara. Isn't it interesting that we all have different answers? If we all have different answers, we're either starting from different beginnings or we were taught differently by different teachers. Let's see which one it was. I say it's both. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, where you're about to get for the first time in your life the breakdown of dynasties and the psyops of dynasties. Here we go. So how many dynasties? Good. We got 33, 44, 18 different answers. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Next question. How many kingdoms were there and what were they called? Anybody know? Kemetic people, how many kingdoms? You know, they say it's the such and such kingdom. It's such and such kingdom. How many kingdoms were there? Shannon says, I don't know. That's why I'm taking notes. How many kingdoms were there? You've heard these terms. Your teachers have used them. Use these terms. It's on the front cover of your books. Such kingdom. This volume is such kingdom. How many kingdoms? Go ahead and put it. What were they called? What kingdom? How were they divided up? What's it called? The younger kingdom? Oh, there we go. Old and new. There we go. Hey, Peace Master K. There we go. Old and new. Anybody else? That's good. There's one missing. They divided. So that's 2. So Master K says 2 kingdoms, old and new. Okay, Cash Peden, good. Cash Peden said 3. What are they called? What are they? So we got old and new. That's 2. What's the name of the other one? Should actually be very easy, actually, because you have old and new. So what are the choices there? So we got old and new. Robert put 2 kingdoms. Okay, good. Okay, there we go. There we go. Isn't that interesting, Cash Peden? Intermediate and new. You notice how some say intermediate kingdom? They say old, intermediate, and new, and then some say old kingdom, and then some put middle kingdom. Middle kingdom, okay? But let's say intermediate, because intermediate is another way of explaining a middle. So basically 3. Old kingdom, middle kingdom, and new kingdom, and dynasty. So Kemet, according to what we've been taught, has been divided up into 46, 33, 32 dynasties and 3 kingdoms: old kingdom, middle kingdom, new kingdom. That's what we've been taught. Okay? Tehuti is here to break the matrix. Okay? Old kingdom, middle kingdom. Oh yeah, some people put upper and lower. Okay, upper and lower. Okay, good. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Let's break it down. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Okay, wonderful. Next question: how many kingdoms are there? Okay, wonderful. Next question: how many kingdoms were there in Kemet, and what were they called? Okay, we got some answers. Okay, boom. Okay, wonderful again. Wonderful. 3 kingdoms: old kingdom, middle kingdom, and new kingdom. Nice. Very nice, everybody. Very nice. Let's take a look at the dynasties, okay? We're going to take a look at the dynasties. Let's take a look. I'm going to shrink this down because according to what we've been taught in our school systems by Egyptologists and the Conscious Brothers and the Met Museum, there were several dynasties. And here's how they're divided up. And here they are in the Met Museum, list of rulers of Egyptian and Nubia. And here are the dynasties over here. Okay, all the way back from 2649, going back. There's too many of them to read, but you can see the list here, how many dynasties there were. They keep going and they keep going, and then we go, and then we see here that after we got dynasty 5, Usarkaf, Sehore, Neferkare, Shepseskare, Neferfre, Nusare, Menkhu Ara, Isisi, Unas, and then it goes to the 6th dynasty. And then right after the 6th dynasty, over here, and then it keeps going a little bit over here. So there is a lot of these dynasties, but then it divides up, and then right around after this, it goes into what's called a Middle Kingdom. And then we jump into Middle Kingdom dynasty 8 through 10, and dynasty 11. First intermediate period. First intermediate period. You see how they divide it up? Okay. Then we got second intermediate period. Okay, so there they are. There's too many of them to name, but there is a list. You can go to the Met Museum, Timeline Art History, and you can see a list of all the dynasties and the different periods, intermediate period. And then it goes all the way. I'm going to show this all the way to the end because something interesting happens at the end here. Because right after dynasty 28, in dynasty 27, we actually see after Psemtek, which I broke that, the Cambyses war with Psemtek, we are now into Xerxes, Cambyses, and this dynasty now is of Persian. It's no longer of Kemetic, it's Persian, and then we start going back into Psemtek, and then it starts going into Greek. After Nekhtambus, then we see that it starts going into other invaders come in, and we start getting into these after Darius. We start getting to Alexander and Philip and Ptolemies and Ptolemaic period, and it goes all the way down and ends pretty much at around the Cleopatra era and Ptolemy. Okay, so here it is, and that's from the Department of Art, Metropolitan Museum of Art, and there's a list of dynasties. Okay, wonderful. Here we go. So, and when it comes to the 3 kingdoms, quote unquote kingdoms of Kemet, even the most popular literature books are divided into this categorization. which is Old and Middle Kingdom and New Kingdom. These books are wonderful, by the way. Go ahead and pick them up if you don't have them. But even in the front of these books, which is just talking about the literature, even the literature books by Miriam Lyceum divides them up into 3 kingdoms again. So it seems to be unified, uniform, that there are 3 kingdoms: Old and Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, Old and Middle Kingdom. 3 kingdoms, okay? This is the language that is commonly used amongst all Egyptologists and all of your conscious people today. Dynasties and these 3 kingdoms. Okay, wonderful. Welcome to Tutsi Pod class. Let's go ahead and break this down. And let's break the matrix. Here we go. Ready? All right. Pull this up a little bit. So a simple search will show you demonstrations like this. So when you do a simple search into this topic, what will it show you? It will show you the Egyptian Empire, ancient Egyptian history was divided into 3 periods. And here we go again. Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom. And they even have the timelines. Old Kingdom starts 2700 BC, Middle Kingdom 2200 BC to 1500 BC, and New Kingdom right at the end of 1500 BC to 1075 BC. And a simple Google search will show you that ancient Egyptian history was divided into 3 periods. Okay, so it seems to be uniform. Okay, but wait, let's read that again. What did that say? It says ancient Egyptian history was divided into 3 periods. Divided by who is the question. Nobody asks. And there's where the matrix begins. So there's where the matrix begins. When you're being told that it was divided into these 3 periods, Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, and 46 dynasties by some, 33 dynasties by some. Who divided into this? You see that? Because you got caught into the hypnosis and the matrix, where you never asked who did that. Because remember, if we go back to 2700, that's Pharaoh Khufu. And then we have to go 2,000 years afterwards, 2,300 years afterwards, to Ptolemy, and he's a part of the dynasties. And Cambyses is a part of the dynasties, and Ramesses in 1200 BC. Those are thousands of years apart. So did all of them get together and say, hey, I'm dynasty number 1, you're dynasty number 2. Let's divide it right here. Hey, Khufu, you agree with that? Yeah. Ramses, you down with that? Akhenaten, you're dynasty 18. Write that down. Akhenaten, I'm 18. Hey, Nubian dynasty, you're 26. Yeah, I'm 26. We're the 26. Who? Oh, hey, listen, Khufu, from you all the way to around 2200, we're gonna call ourselves the Old Kingdom. Hey, from 2200 BC all the way to 1050, we're the middle to the new intermediate kingdom. Is that what the pharaohs did? Is that what happened? That's awesome. They all got together thousands of years and did that. Who divided them? Because the only one people have the authority to do that would be them, right? Unless there's some other superior race that's coming and saying, we don't care what you all did, we're going to divide you up. Your Old Kingdom, your Middle, your New Kingdom, hey, your Dynasty number 1, you're going to end right here. Dynasty number 1, Dynasty number 2, you're going to begin right here. Hey, who did this? They gave us the information on dynasties and kingdoms. We gulped it up as people study Egypt and Kemet. Well, yeah, but we never said, hey, teacher, who divided it up? Who did that? Because in America, if you have the cabinet, the president, if you have this office, that office, aren't the only people in authority to do that the American government? Huh? The American government is divided up into the cabinet, the Senate. This is the mayor. This is the president. This is the caucus, the House of Caucus. This is vice president, senior vice president. People in Denmark have the authority to divide up American rulership into that? Or can only the people in America do that for themselves? Isn't it only the people in America can tell you, well, this is the president, this is the Senate, this is the office, this is the mayor, this is the difference between a president and a mayor is this, and the senior vice president. Isn't it only America that can tell you that about themselves? Or do I go over to Hong Kong and they say, no, America, this is your president, the Senate is this, and we decide over here in China that this is the White House, and no. It can only be the people themselves that divide up into those sections themselves. But we never think of that because of the Matrix. So let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get into the psyops, everybody. Here we go. So, it says, but wait, let's read that again. What did it say? Ancient Egyptian history was divided into 3 periods, divided by who is the question no one asks, and there is where the Matrix begins. So thus the words turn green. You know, I am here to turn the Matrix upside down and to take what you have been taught and think is reality and unlearn you. Then reteach you what they never wanted you to know. That's what the Tehuti podcast is about. I'm here to turn everything you think is true, I'm going to turn it upside down for you. Okay, I'm going to turn it upside down and break you out of this matrix because there's a psyops going on, and I'm here to reveal the psyops. The architects of the matrix's hypnotic process is to take ancient aspects and categorize them with a word like mythologies, polygamy, God, cult, and yes, dynasties. Then create multifarious mental associations with those words. You see, because these are not translations of any ancient words. These are brand new Greek words which have no equivalent to any word in Kemet, thus no mental reference. Thus, a hypnotic mental start over. So when you say them, you are hypnotically anchored through NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, and subconsciously anchored into a completely new paradigm. Please let that sink in, everybody. Everybody that you hear using these words on these other channels and these other teachers, the mythologies, and see the mythologies, and then you're in a cult, and the cult, and the polygamy, and the dynasty. They're using Greek. They're not even using English words, everybody. They're using Greek words to categorize every single culture. Think about the white supremacy. Think about this for a second. So if I try to explain Aztec culture, you know what they're going to say to me on these other channels? Oh, this is a mythology. This is the mythologies and the mythology. Oh, so that's a Greek word that explains the Aztec culture. Is there an Aztec word for mythology? Or no? There's just none, right? Only the Greeks have a word for the Aztec culture, mythology. Then I go into the Zulus and I start teaching black people about here where the Zulus teach us such a, well, there's a Zulu mythology, the mythology and the mythology. Oh, so the Greeks have a word for them too? The Greeks have a word for the Zulu. The Greeks have one word explains the Aztecs stories and the Zulu. Okay, let's go into Sumeria. Let's break down Enki and Enlil and what the Sumerian. Oh, there's the Sumerian mythologies and the Babylon mythologies and the mythologies and the Wait. The Greeks had a word for them too. This one Greek word explains the Aztec stories and what they're all about. The one Greek word explains the Zulus and explains the Sumerians. Okay, forget about that. Let's go into Egypt. Let's go in Kemet. I want to talk about Heru. I want to talk about Osset's journey through the wilderness. Oh, well, that's not real. That's just a mythology. Wait, the Greeks have a word for them too? The one Greek word. Wow, those Greeks were intelligent, weren't they? Those Greeks were superior. Oh, what's the Kemetic word for mythology? Your Kemetic teacher won't know. What's the Aztec word for mythology? They won't know. Hey, what's the Sumerian word for mythology? They won't know. Wait a minute. Is there a Babylonian word for mythology? So you're telling me they don't have a word that's equivalent to this word, but I have to use a Greek word. Only a Greek word, and only that word, can explain out everything that they're teaching, and they were teaching it before the Greeks could talk. So they're teaching it before the Greeks could talk, and here comes the Greeks thousands of years later, and they look at these cultures. That can't be real. It's a mythology. The mythology. You're a mythology, and you're a mythology, and you're a mythology, and you're a mythology, and you're a mythology too. You over there 5,000 years ago, you're a mythology too. Hey, Native Americans, mythology. That's some great white supremacy, you racist. The black teachers are racist. They're saying the European can actually create a word, and that one word explains away all the cultures, and none of the cultures have an equivalent for that word. Like, see how this is paper, and there's a Hebrew word for paper, an Arabic word for paper, a Kemetic word for paper. So you can have them side by side. See in Kemet we say this, we say shesh, and over here you say paper from papyrus. Okay, in Kemet we say ost, which is chair, and over here in England we say chair. So you say chair, we say this. Okay, what's the Kemetic, Aztec, Mesoamerican, Sumerian, Babylonian, Kemetic word for mythology? How come there's no word for that? That should be the most important word if that's the word that explains off all the most sacred stories, but there is no word. So therefore your mind has no equivalent reference to go to. So what it does, it has to start over with a new paradigm. With everything that's associated with that word, that's all your brain can go to. It has no equivalent to the indigenous people's writings, to what they say. That is it. What's called NLP, Neuro-Linguistic Programming. Look up Darren Brown, one of the best magicians in the world. All right? So they create these word mythology, the polygamy and God. There's no equivalent word for God in any culture. It's a cult. What's a cult? You follow this one man, you do what he says, and you organize a group, and you move to a compound, and you all have the same rituals and rites, and you all worship the same and do the same. That's a cult. Wait a minute. Isn't that every single culture? Oh, that's right. Cult is from the word culture. You see, so they create these words and do a psyops on your mind. Another one is dynasty. So they create dynasty, and then they give you multifarious mental associations with those words. You see, because there's not a translation for any of these words. They're brand new Greek words, which have no equivalent to any word in Kemet or Babylon or Sumeria or any of the ancient cultures, thus no mental reference. Thus, the hypnotic spell has to start over. You start fresh with that word. You have nothing to compare it to because there's no comparative word to mythology in your research. So when you say them, you're hypnotically anchored through NLP and neuro-linguistic programming and subconsciously anchored into a brand new paradigm of which there's only a European reference for. So what if I were to tell you that none of the kings, the Par-Ees, pharaohs as they call them in Kemet, Tamaray, ever heard of or had a concept of a quote-unquote dynasty or an old kingdom, a new kingdom, a middle kingdom? So who, as they say, divided Egyptian history into three parts and called the people of Ma'at dynasties? But the real question is, why have none of your conscious Kemetic teachers told you this? Because as you will see, the knowledge of this will destroy their agenda as well. The knowledge that I'm about to reveal will destroy your Kemetic teacher's agenda as well. That's why they want to keep me a secret. Your teachers, your friends, your debaters, all of them, they call me. Some ask questions, break things down. In the public, nobody knows me. I'm not mentioned. In the private, I'm on the phone. Hey, I used this little part of what you taught. I got this from what you taught over here. Hey, what did you do? Hey, can I ask something about this? Even your rappers. I want to know about this this Egyptian thing because I want to put it in a rhyme. In the public, they don't know Tehuti. Okay, so it's all a part of the psyops. Let me introduce you to one of your teachers. One of your teacher's teachers, not your teacher, your teacher's teacher that you were never told of. Do you know who this is, everybody? Here he is. Here's a guy that looked like Eminem that threw me off. Here's one of your teacher's teachers. Anybody know who that is? Without this man right here, your teacher can't teach any of this. Who is this guy? He looks like Slim Shady. Who is he? Anybody know? He's your teacher's teacher. That's his. Who is this guy? Who is he? Okay, let me take you to what's called periodizing of Egyptian history. Manetho Convention and Beyond on page 182. And we're going to find out who he is. So this guy here that looks like Eminem, Slim Shady, who is he? He's your teacher's teacher. And I'm going to take you to the periodizing of Egyptian history because you know we have this. This is about sourcing, all right? The periodizing of Egyptian history, Manetho Convention and Beyond. I'm going to take you to the exact page, which is page 182, which I actually have an arrow pointing to a certain section. So here it is. We're on page 182. This is by Thomas Schneider. And what does it say here? Ruler of Dynasty 20, all the more as it appears quite naturally delimited by two other historical periods, the erratic block of Amarna period and the distinct third intermediate period. It is important to reappraise this and other tradition divisions of history. So the person saying, should we reappraise this and reanalyze these divisions? They're divided into Old Kingdom. Should we reanalyze what we've been taught? And the memorandum on the historiography of ancient Near East, Mar van de Meerop, has emphasized with regard to classic periodization schemes that such images are not entirely invented, but their determinism is strong, that they impede historical insight. Oh. Am I not sharing, Scribe?
No, you wasn't sharing.
Okay, hold on. Thank you. Thank you so much. I knew someone was up. Okay, here we go. Can you hear me though? Hear me and see me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you. The last thing that we saw was when you was showing the Egyptian kingdoms of the three separate, the Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom map.
Okay, let me put it on the screen to see what the last thing you saw was. Here we go. So last thing you saw was this right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Scribe. Appreciate that, my brother.
You're welcome.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Pardon that. Pardon that. I'm not sure what is happening, but okay. All right, so my screen is sharing now. Okay, so there it is right there. So I'll go back to it right there. I said, but wait, let's read that again. What do they say? Egyptian history was divided into three periods. Divided by who is the question. No one asks. And there's where the matrix begins. And thus I start writing in green because you know I'm here to turn the matrix upside down and to take what you've been taught and think is reality and unlearn you, then reteach you what they never wanted you to know. Okay? The architects of the matrix hypnotic process is to take ancient aspects and to categorize them with words like mythology, polygamy, God, cult, and yes, quote unquote, dynasty, and create multifarious mental associations with those words you see, because these are not, quote unquote, not translations of any ancient words. These are brand new Greek words which have no equivalent to any word in Kemet, thus no reference, thus a hypnotic mental start over. So when you say them, you're hypnotically anchored through NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, and subconsciously anchored into the new paradigm. Starts with that word. There's no reference before that word. Okay? So what if I were to tell you that none of these kings, Par-EEs, pharaohs in Kemet Tamaray ever heard or had a concept of dynasty or old kingdom? Old, middle, new kingdom. So who, as they say, divided Egypt's history into three parts and called the people of Ma'at dynasties? But the real question is, why have none of your conscious Kemetic teachers told you this? Because as you will see, the knowledge of this will destroy their agenda as well. Okay, let me introduce you to one of your teachers' teachers that you were never told of. You know who this is? And here's a guy like Eminem. There he is right there. There's your teacher's teacher. Without this man right here, in his imagination, that which you know about the lineage and dynasties does not exist. Without this man right here. He must be Slim Shady's great-great-great-grandfather. All right, so who is this man? Well, first let me take you to the Paradising of Egyptian History, Manetho Convention and Beyond. That's on page 180. 182. So we go over here, and this is by Thomas Schneider on page 182, where they're re-questioning the periodization and classifications that the Egyptologists have been using and showing the sources of them. So it says, is it important to reappraise this and other traditional divisions of Egyptian history in Memorandum on the Historiography of Ancient Near East? Mark van de Meerop has emphasized with regard to classical periodization schemes that such images are not entirely invented, but their determinism so strong that they may impede historical insight. This view is not commonly accepted in Egyptology. It is true that Donald B. Redford has argued along the same lines that the shape given by Manetho to our sense of Egyptian history is by no means sacrosanct, or even meaningful, and cries out to be abandoned. More reluctant to do was William Moumain, who called for not discarding lightly the ancient Egyptian framework and maintained that he did not see Manetho as monopolizing or exerting any kind of stronghold in our understanding of Egyptian history. It is crucial here to clarify that the structure given to the Egyptian past by modern Egyptology is only partly Manethoian, or even genuinely Egyptian. You see that? So it is crucial here to clarify that the structure given to the Egyptian past by modern Egyptology is only partly from Manetho, or even strongly Egyptian, or even genuinely Egyptian. Its key elements were forged into the second half of the 19th and first half of the 20th century, when a preliminary modern understanding of Egyptian history was superimposed on a much more basic chronological grid. This dynastic grid was provided by Manetho, while superimposed structure was directly informed by the political state of affairs to the late 19th and early 20th century. You all hearing this? This conventional framework that is basic to presentations of Egyptian history is categorized by sequence of golden ages and alleged times and crises. The prevalent designation of the former ones as kingdom, empire, and Reich was modeled in the later half of the 19th century AD and early 20th century on contemporary models of European national states labels. So they said what we're using is not even genuinely Egyptian. What we're using is created in the minds of Europeans to designate and categorize Egyptians into dynasties and into kingdoms, and its 20th and 19th century conventional framework based on models of European states of labeling. The first to propose. Who's the first to propose? It had to have been a pharaoh. Only the pharaoh could propose how Kemet was divided, right? How Kemet is put into different sections. But no, the first to propose a tripartite. What's tri? Three. A tripartite division for Egyptian history was C.C.J. Brunson in 1845 with the three periods. You see that? Those three periods came about in 1845. Periods of Alt-Reich. Many is into the beginning of the 13th. Mittelreich. The Hyksos dynasty until the 17th. Neues Reich. The history. The Germans have this, man. They got it. The history from the 18th dynasty onward. In this periodization, the Old Kingdom included what is today the Middle Kingdom, whereas Brunson, Middle Kingdom, encompass what is today the second. You see the chaos, everybody? When your teacher saying the old kingdom, the middle kingdom, the new kingdom, and the kingdom, and the pharaohs never heard of such. Brenson, CCJ Brenson, 1945. They said he altered it, he changed it. He's the one that created this division, and then he changed what was old kingdom and changed it to what today is the middle kingdom. And Brunson's middle kingdom encompass what is today is the second intermediate period. Which one is the truth? Kemetic teachers, which one is the truth? When you teach about old kingdom, middle kingdom, the kingdom, the kingdom, when you teach about that, here's your guy. Here's your guy. Here's where you're teaching from. His fantasy brain, his invention, his creation. This man has more authority than Pharaoh Khufu, Ramses, or any of your Kemetic scribes, because this man here is brain. And in 1845, this man, C.C. Brunson, Christian Brunson, created this periodization, and then the periodization doesn't even match today. The old kingdom included what is today's middle kingdom, whereas Brunson's middle kingdom encompasses what is today's second intermediate period. He came up with this, that guy. Okay, so there he is, everybody. There is your teacher. When you're quoting middle kingdom, old kingdom, when your teacher's telling you and trying to divide the Kemetians up into these sections, there is your teacher. There's the real Slim Shady. He did stand up. There he is, the real Slim Shady, even with a divot in his chin. There he is, C.C. Brunson, everybody. You guys can all praise C.C. Brunson if you're using his imagination to divide up the Kemetians into time periods, separate time periods that the pharaohs didn't even know about. And there is an agenda behind this. Boom. The inventor of categorization and labeling was from Brunson, was born in Korbach, an old town in German principality of Waldeck. His name was Christian Charles or Carles Josea von Brunson. So there's your German father. Ladies and gentlemen, there's the German father who divided these up into time periods and separated them into Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom. This is all created in the mind of this German man. No authority whatsoever, no consulting, nothing in Kemet. He just created this in 1845. And from 1845, that matrix began and that became your reality. Well, I'm here to destroy your 1845 reality and bring back what the indigenous people said themselves and how they said they divided it, not Brunson. So when you go to these other YouTube channels and Kemetic teachers and all these, they're talking about, they're teaching from Brunson. I'm going to teach you from what the Kemetians say, not from the Slim Shady man. All right, let's get into it, everybody. I'm here to teach you the truth. Forget the politics and all this, and they can keep me invisible all they like. My name is Amen. All right, so he was a German diplomat. There you go, everybody. Your Kemetic teacher was a German diplomat. Oh, man. Created from his own imagination, your old kingdom, quote unquote, old kingdom, quote unquote, middle kingdom, quote unquote, new kingdom. Something that people in Kemet had no knowledge of. Note, they say this idea was superimposed upon alleged crises. You see that where they said that? They said it was superimposed. Do you see that? Let me go to her here. Let me put my mouse on it. Do you see that? Where's my mouse? Superimposed. The modern idea was superimposed. And it was based on crises. Crises divided by crises. That's what they say. Look at that. See where my mouse is? Categorized by sequences of golden ages and alleged times of crisis. Oh my goodness. That's how the Kemetians separated their time? No. That's how a violent man would separate his time. Okay, that's how the European would separate his time. And they say it was separated based on, the periodization was based on European understanding. Do you see that? European national states labels based on how the Europeans would divide it. That's what this Brunson did. That's what this German did. All right. So The German diplomat created from his own imagination your old kingdom, middle kingdom, and new kingdom, something the people of Kemet had no knowledge of. Note, they say this idea was superimposed upon alleged crisis. The Tamahu loves violence and chaos. The people of the ancient followers of Ma'at would never label their rule and divide it up based on despair, misfortune, violence, and crises. But the Tamahu would. Alleged crises. Alleged. Doesn't alleged mean something that never really happened? Allegedly, something never really happened. The Tamahu divided Kemet up into time periods based on chaos, alleged chaos and crises based on European nationalism. There you go, everybody. There's your old kingdom, middle kingdom, new kingdom. There it is. So boom. Why is your Kemetic teacher not teaching you this? Because it doesn't fall into their agenda. So what about dynasties? Remember the question was asked about dynasties. So that's the eras of the kingdoms. And here's the dynasties, which are smaller eras within larger eras. So the so-called larger era was Old Kingdom era, Middle Kingdom Intermediate era, New Kingdom era. Those are the three larger ones. Then within those larger eras, then there's supposed to be these smaller eras called dynasties. Okay, so what about dynasties? Is that an ancient concept in Kemet? Why has nobody asked their teacher if dynasties is a concept in Kemet? Here's dynasties. Let's look it up, everybody. Race or succession of sovereigns from the same line or family governing a country. Okay? So it's based on a race of sovereigns from the same line. Based on the same line or family governing a country. Okay? Ruler, chief, have power. Okay, so there's dynasty. Okay, good. Shrink this down a little bit. Boom. So now, where does this come from? Where does this concept of dynasties come from? It comes from the same person, Manetho, from Egyptica, History of Egypt. May have been Manetho's latest work, and certainly the most important. It was organized chronologically and divided into 3 volumes. This division of rulers into dynasties was an innovation. What does that say? Innovation. What's innovation, everybody? Huh? What does innovation mean? That means the truth? So it was created by this person. Yeah, innovation means to change something. His division of rulers into dynasties was an innovation. Let me do something. Innovation. Let me see something, because maybe, I don't know. Maybe I have it wrong. I don't know. Let me see if this is right. Let me see. I'm going to do this live. Innovation. That means the truth, right? Innovation. What does that mean? Restoration, renewal, innovation, noun. To change, to renew something, to make a change, experimental variation. So his creation of dynasties was an experimental change, oh man. So we're going off of dynasties, which is an experimental variation. That's how we're dividing Kemet into his division of rulers into dynasties was an innovation. However, he did not use the term in the modern sense, by bloodlines, but rather introduced new dynasties whenever he detected some source of discontinuity. Whether geographic, Dynasty 4 from Memphis, Dynasty 5 from Elephantine, or genealogical, especially Dynasty 1, he refers to each successive king as the son of the previous to define what he means by continually, even if it wasn't his son. You're reading and saying, here's the son of this person, and the dynasties are divided by the sons, because remember the definition, right? What's the definition again? Let me shrink this down. The dynasty definition is a succession of sovereigns from the same line or family. So they have to be son to son to son, or son to father to daughter. It has to be the same bloodline. That's what the definition of dynasties is today. The division of dynasties today is the bloodline, right? But wait a minute. The inventor of dynasties, who invented it, he's the one that created the division of dynasties. He created an innovation. He created the dynasties, and when he created it, it was not based on bloodlines. However, he did not use the term in modern sense. So his term is older because he invented it. He created dynasties, and today we're using it in the modern sense of bloodline, but the person who invented your dynasties didn't use it for meaning bloodline, but in the dictionary, it's bloodline. So which one is true? The person who invented it, or the modern day innovation of an innovation? And he made the change based on if there was any discontinuality. You know what discontinualities could be? Damaged material, damaged papyrus, damaged stonework, where you're reading the Kemetic genealogy or the stories, then all of a sudden there's a scratch off, a damage, like the Shabaka stone that was used as a grindstone, so certain sentences are gone. You can't trace the rulers, you can't trace who did what if all of a sudden 5 sentences are missing. And those are 5 important sentences discussing chronology or a story of how it was passed on, or a whole paragraph or the whole chiseled size of a block is gone due to damage over thousands of years. So when he sees that missing part, he just grabs the next ruler that he sees and calls him his son. And there's your continuation of dynasty by Manetho, who invented the concept that you use today. Oh boy, let's break this matrix. So within the superstructure of genealogical table, he fills in the gaps with substantial narratives of kings. He fills in the gaps. The whole dynasty thing is created by a person in the Ptolemaic area, filling in the gaps, putting son where the person not even a son of, and that's how he creates dynasties. But you think it's a bloodline, and the person who invented it is not doing it based on what you think it is today. And your Kemetic teacher, for some reason, is never teaching you this, but it's quick to talk about, and the 46th dynasty, and the 26th dynasty, and the 18th dynasty, and the dynasty number 2, and the pre-dynastic time, or the pre-dynastic. Your dynasties was invented in Egyptiaca. And it was an innovation created where someone was filling in the blanks, putting the word son when they saw a discontinuation, and then they started another dynasty. They, as him, as in the person who invented, boom. What do we see? Divisions of rulers into dynasties was an innovation. On top of that, that dynasties was never a family or bloodline. That is the modern day innovation. So what do we have? The concept of dynasties is an innovation on top of an innovation. Nothing to do with the Kemetic mind. But who is Manetho? Who is Manetho? What if I told you he was one of the priests of Serapis? Huh? Who worked for the Ptolemies. He was a priest of Serapis who worked for the Greeks. Let me take you to Delphi Complete Works of Manetho, to the exact page 251. I hope your other Kemetic teachers are doing this for you. I hope so. I don't know. Maybe you all just like the screaming and arguing, but let's get into the true information. Here's Manetho, Complete Works, Delphi Classics, Complete Works of Manetho, Delphi Classics, page 251. What does it say here? Let me blow it up. In the introduction of the statue of Serapis to Alexandria, as described by Plutarch in Manetho, fragment FR 80, Manetho the Egyptian was associated with the Greek Timotheus as a priestly advisor of the king Ptolemy Soter. It is natural to suppose that the cult of Serapis itself, which was a conflation of Egyptian and Greek ideas intended to be acceptable by both nationalities, had already been organized with the help of the 2 priests and the magnificent temple in Rakotis. The Egyptian quarter in the west of Alexandria had doubtless been built. The date is not certain according to Jerome Forthingham, Helm, Serapis entered Alexandria in 286 BC, while the Armenian version of the Chronicle of Eusebius says that in 278 BC, Serapis came to Alexandria and became resident there in Kars 200. Perhaps the two statements refer to the different stages in which the development of the cult. If the former describes the entry of the statue by Bryaxis, the later may possibly refer to the final establishment of the whole theology. As a proof of that work of Manetho in building up the cult of Serapis may not be belittled, and may suffice to refer to the inscription of the name, the Manetho of the name, on the base of the marble bust in the ruins of the temple of Serapis at Carthage. The name is so uncommon that the probability that it is the bust which originally stood on the base represented the Egyptian Manetho and was erected in his honor because of the effective contribution to the organization of the cult of Serapis. Hence, it is not possible also that the following reference in papyrus of 241 BC may be to Manetho of Sebennytus. It occurs documented containing correspondence. So that's Manetho. Manetho, priest of the Ptolemies and a priest of Serapis. An innovation by Greek followers of Serapis, who is an innovation. Oh my God, innovation on top of innovation. And the word dynasty today is an innovation of that mindset. Super toxic, but your teachers love it. So it's an innovation of the innovation caused by Greek followers, and the innovation Greek dynasty today is an innovation of that mind state. I say it's very toxic, but your teachers love it because they're not they can't teach you this, because this is going to lead to what this PSYOPs is all about and why they have to do this in the first place. They may say, "Come on, Tehuti, it's just a modern day." Come on, they may say, "Come on, Tehuti, it's just a modern way of translation of a Kemetic word." Nice. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe it is. Let's see here. Hold on. It should be here, right? Where is it? Here it is. Hey, look, it goes from Dyke. Where's dynasty? I'm in the Kemetic dictionary. Where's the word dynasty? All your teachers use this word. So that's the English or the Greek. So there should be a Kemetic equivalent, right? The pharaohs must have been talking about this. No? It goes Dyke. Wait, page 110 to each. Where's dynasty? Drunk? It has drunk in there, but it doesn't have dynasty. Drunk, dynasty? No. Boom! The word for dynasty doesn't nor has ever existed in the Medunet, thus has never existed in the mind of any Kemetic king, which leads us to the oldest annals of the kings, which leads us to Neter Unk's question, information on the Palermo stone. So we're going to go back to the oldest annals of the kings. We're going to go back to the Palermo stone and its connection to debunk the dynasty PSYOPs. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, everybody. Let's now go to the Palermo stone, which leads into the other brother's question, which is going to be used to answer Neter's question. Is going to be used to answer Neter the greatest question is going to be used. His answer is going to be used to compound Menkhu Ara's answer. Here's the Palermo stone, beautiful stone. Here it is, and it's the king's list. So here's the Kemetians. Here's how they divide themselves up on their stone. This is their writing. This isn't Manetho. This isn't the German man. This isn't Christian the German. This is the Kemetic writings themselves. Because remember, they say the dynasties start from 2700 BC. The Kemetians agree with that? Let's see. I don't know. Okay, so the Palermo stone is an ancient Kemetic stela of black basalt engraved towards the end of the 5th dynasty, as they call it, the 25th century BC. It is from a larger collection called the Royal Annals Kings List. It is the earliest Kemetic historical text, now in a number of fragments. It details the reign of the first Egyptian kings through the middle of what they call the Fifth Dynasty. It was doubtless amongst the documents Manetho used to construct his quote-unquote dynastic chronology. The other was the Taurine papyri. The main fragment has been in the Palermo, that's a museum by the way, since 1866, though it was discovered by a visiting French archaeologist in 1895, the first published. It was discovered by a visiting French archaeologist in 1895 and first published by French in 1902. It currently is in the collection of the Palermo Archaeological Museum in Sicily. All right, so there's your Palermo stone. The Palermo stone has, what does it have here? 126 rulers before Narmer, some of which are the Nitiru. Thus, when we look at the king's list side by side with the Taurine's king's list and with Manetho's himself, all three lists go completely against the quote-unquote dynasties concept, or the German fantasy Old Kingdom starting in 2700 BC. The Old Kingdom starts in 2700 BC, but the Palermo stone has 126 rulers before Narmer. Narmer himself was before 2700 BC. Narmer is 3200 BC, and the Palermo stone has 126 rulers before Narmer. What kingdom was that? Is that old kingdom? Old, super old kingdom? Huh? Crazy Kemetic teachers? Is that what kingdom it is? So there's new kingdom, middle kingdom, old kingdom, and then old kingdom. And what'd you say? Yeah, that's the pre-dynastic old. The pre-dynastics were not a kingdom. They weren't a kingdom. They were just walking around. There was no kings. They weren't a kingdom. 126 rulers and there's no kingdom. They're just walking around. And then all of a sudden, in 2700 BC, let's start a kingdom. This is going to be the oldest one. Forget about the 200 kings before us. We're going to start one right now, 2700 BC. We're the oldest. We're the old kingdom. It's chaos and it's a psyops, ladies and gentlemen. Like high TV says, they're all liars. All right, so let's look at Manetho's kings list. Let's look at the Palermo stone's kings list and the Taurine's kings list, all written by quote-unquote Egyptians, Kemetics. Manetho, they even say, was a Kemetic. He just happened to be working for the Ptolemies, and he was working as a priest for Serapis, but they say he was native Egyptian, they say. So that's three lists by Egyptians. Let's see if it matches the dynasty's Old Kingdom psyops. Here it is. So here's the extant list. We go into the Taurine papyrus, and look, the rulers here are Ptah, Ra, Shu, Seb, which is Geb, Osar, Set, Heru, Tehuti, Ma'ah, Heru. The G. Smith version is Ptah, Ra, Shu, Geb, Husni, Set, Heru, Tut. These are the first rulers, and the Palermo stone has Shu, Keb, Asar, Shut, Horu, Tehuti, Ma, and then Manetho's king's list has Hephaestus, which is Ptah, Helios, which is Ra, because that's where you get the Helios, which is the sun, that's Ra, Agathadaemon, that's Shu, Kronos, Geb, Osiris, which is Asar, Typhoon, Heru, Typhoon, which is Set, Horus, which is... So according to these kings lists, it looks like the Nitiru were ruling here on the planet first. And there was 126 rulers before Narmer. Which kingdom is this? Is this the old, super old, grandfather, old, great-granddad kingdom? How come this isn't in the three? The Kemetians have it in there. They have it categorized. How come the German guy didn't? Welcome to Tutti Podcast here. I am here to break the matrix. If you see these teachings or anything equivalent to anything like this on other podcasts and other channels, put the link in the room so we can review it and see that there's others that are doing this. If not, please show respect and appreciation to the Tehuti podcast and support the channel. Cash App TT Amun. Here it is, everybody. Let's continue. All right. Boom. So it's not 2700 BC. All right. So now I will take you to the Egyptian chronology, where you will see the whole 30 dynasties only concept falls apart because Manetho himself, whom they base their dynasty concept comes from, acknowledges the rulership of kings starting with the Natiru, going back 40,000 years of quote-unquote dynasties before what Egyptologists and New Age kinematic conscious teachers adopted and teach today. What they teach you today is not what the people of Kemet said. Your teachers are just ashamed to teach what the ancestors said themselves. Let's go to page 3 to 4. Let me shrink this down. So we're going to go to Ancient Egyptian Chronology, Eric Harang. You can pick this up. And we're going to go to Manetho with Manetho's loggings and the commentaries. Okay, so here we go. So what does it say here? This concerns the future. Let me put the mouse over it. This concerns, where's the mouse? This concerns the future. As far as the horizon of the past is concerned, the royal canon of Turin, that's the king's list, gives totals for the dynasties of the gods and demigods, the followers of Heru, before Narmer, before Menes. And the beginning of the dynastic period, which takes us to nearly 37,000 years. Wait a minute. I thought the oldest kingdom was 2700 BC. Well, it says here the Turin Papyri and the Kemetians say the before Menes. It takes us back 37,000 years. The early dynastic kings are assigned long reigns totaling almost another 1,000 years up to Izizi, so the Egyptians of the New Kingdom could look back towards the temporal horizon of nearly 40,000 years before them. 40,000 years since the start of the world of Kemet. That is a great deal when you compared with the figures in the Christian and Jewish traditions. This matches statements made by the ancient authors. Herodotus reports that the Egyptian priests accounted for a human line of ancestors of 341 generations of gods, which are 341 generations, which he reckoned almost 11,340 years before which lay the age of the gods. Why aren't your teachers teaching you this? Because of the mythologies and the mythologies and the mythology, 40,000 year mythologies. And okay, so 11,340 years before which lay the age of the gods. Greek historians such as Hecataeus of Abdera already reached the gods in the 16th generation. Genealogies, as long as those given by Herodotus, were generally encountered in the LP, the best known being the family tree of Memphite priests, Dynasty 22, which includes more than 60 generations. Another note, Herodotus 245 dates Hercules 900 years before his own day, Dionysus some 1,000 years. Because remember, these are the Greek names of Kemetic gods, not their Greek names of Kemetic gods. So our principal witness for the ancient Egyptian chronology is Manetho, and he must have likewise have had similar high numbers, which were then forced into a truly Procrustean bread by Christian authors. Hold on. Manetho had the high numbers, yes. Ptah ruling 9,000 years, Ra ruling 1,000 years. But then it says those numbers were forced into a pro-Christian bed by the Christian authors, who thus made it compatible with biblical chronology. Here is where your psyops begins. So when it's in the hands of the Kemetians and they're describing their dynasties or they're describing their rulership, they're going back 40,000 years. Palermo stoned 126 rulers before Narmer. Taurian papyrus, 37 to 40,000 years before the Sheshhor take over. The Shemsu-Hor take over. The Christians found this out. And they said, this doesn't comport with our Bible. And your psyops begins. What you're being taught by your teacher today, of the Natira were not rulers, and the dynasties begin here, and the Middle Kingdom, the Old Kingdom is 2700 BC. That's from your Christian psyops that had to make it fit the Bible. Here we go. They can't teach you this because their whole thing would shatter. So they got to keep me, keep Tehuti a secret. But I'm only giving you the facts, information that you can go research yourself. They made it compatible with biblical chronology, whose priority could not be doubted at the same time. However, some individual items were symmetrically extended in order to archive a chord particular for the period between Menes and Adam, or in order to make the Egyptians' past appear older. Even in pre-Christian times, there were efforts to claim chronologies, precedents for Greece, and at the expense of Egypt. Exodus and Cridus in 356 BC in Egypt opposed Herodotus' figures, using their trick of transformation of years into months. The Christians saw how long the Kemetic people were saying that the Neter were ruled, and they said, this doesn't comport into our Adam and Eve story. This doesn't fall in line with Noah and the flood and Moses. Hold on. So they took the years that the Natira were ruling and the 126 rulers were ruling, and they turned these into months. Because they said there's no way beings could live that long. But God doesn't talk about that in the Bible. Let's change it into months. You see this, everybody? Go look up Eric Horing. Go look this up. Oh my goodness, man. Oh man. Georgius it's giving you the names of the Christians that did this. Tehuti made this up. Tehuti wrote history. I must be a time traveler. So Georgius Senkelis, 8th century AD, cites figure of 11,985 years for the reigns of the gods, and thus close to that of Herodotus, with Hephaestus as Ptah assigned at 9,000 years. This Senkelis simply interprets as months, which allows only 727 years for Ptah, which is still huge, but it matches the old biblical, because remember, in the Bible, they had biblical characters in Genesis that lived 500 years, 900 years. So when they saw the Kemetic rulers, the ruling for 9,000 years, they said, wait a minute, no. Let's change this into months, because it has to match how long God said we can live for. The God said that the prophets could live for 500 years, such and such. So they churned them years into months. This is the Christian psyops. So it became 727 years for Ptah. From sometime after the reign of Ramses II, this Memphite god had usurped the place of the sun god Ra at the head of the divine dynasties, although Diodorus I, 13:2, still maintains the older tradition, with Helios as the first king of Kemet, Egypt. Now Eusebius comes in and claims that the 13,900 years separated Ptah and Bytis, following which is another total of 11,025 years, and thus 24,925 years. Sounds like the procession, doesn't it? Which he then interprets as months, like Senkelis. So one Christian priest comes, Senkelis, he comes, Georgius, and interprets it as months. And here comes Eusebius, and he wants to change it to months too. The Christians are trying to change the chronology of the rulership of what the Kemetians say. Imagine that, the Kemetians who invented years. The Kemetic years came from, hold on. Let me come into the screen a second. Yeah. Is this still screen sharing? I hope so. Let me come into the screen. Wait a minute. The calendar was invented in Kemet. Kemet invented what a year is. Kemet invented months and days. They got the concepts from Kemet. So when the Kemetians are talking about years, they're not making a mistake. They're talking about years. Here comes the superimposing Greek superior European supremacists. No, those little silly Egyptian African people, they didn't know what a year was. When they said year, it must have meant a month. A year was a month, that's right, because we say so. We're the Romans and the Greeks, and we're the priests, we're the children of God. So the Kemetians put year. No, they really meant the month, because we know better than Kemet, even though they invented the year that we use. Yeah. So that is the white supremacy at its finest, and the psyops continues. And your Kemetic teacher will never tell you about the psyops because he's in line with the dynasty concept. He has to be, because once you break out of the matrix of the dynasty concept, then you have to go into what the Kemetians teach. And that's why when they tell you about the dynasties and the old kingdom, middle kingdom, and the separation, they never read you from any papyrus. They never read you from any basalt, any stone, anything the Kemetians say. They can't, because you know what they're going to say? The Kemetians are going to say, Ptah, oh, that's 9,000 years. Ra, 1,000 years. Oh, the Natiru, they were for about 24,000 years. Oh, our Zeptepi time goes back about 40,000 years ago. They're ashamed of that, so they're never going to tell you what the Kemetians say. They're going to tell you what Bursus, the Christian German guy, said, because they like him. Welcome to Tutti Podcast. Here we go. I'm here to break the matrix. Let's break the matrix. Let me go back into screen share. Boom, 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 boom. This is another one. Another great question. Got to change your reality. Here we go. Welcome to the podcast. Hate it or love it, you can't change history. So Eusebius comes and claims that it's months, and they claim that the 24,920 years interpreted in months, reducing them to 2,206 years, which fitted perfectly with the biblical 2242 years between Adam and the flood, while radically cutting the Egyptian temporal horizon. Forget what the Egyptians say. We're going to cut them. It has to match our Adam to the flood. And your teachers believe this. In tradition chronicle of the 30 dynasties with the 113 generations, the total number of years named as 36,525 years, whereby the largest share of 30,000 falls into Ptah as the last native pharaoh to Nektembu, some 15 years before Alexander the Great, is assigned the Anno Mundi 4147 in his work and life of opinions of philosophers written around 200 AD. Diagnosed Lacrate Laretios goes further. He calculates that 48,863 years separated the invention of the philosophy by Ptah, the son of the Nile, and Alexander the Great. So the Kemetians taught, and the original Greeks taught from them, that the difference in year rule from when Ptah was ruling to Alexander the Great was 48,000 years. Your Kemetic teacher cannot teach you this. He cannot. He's not allowed to. He cannot do this. Well, the old kingdom in 2700 BC starts, the old kingdom in Egypt starts with Narmer, who unified the kingdoms. You know, the Palermo stone has pharaohs in there unifying Upper and Lower Egypt before Narmer. They can't tell you that. Well, Narmer was the first to unite. He united Upper and Lower Egypt, and Narmer did it, and Narmer did it. The Palermo stone has another pharaoh that did it, and they're ruling 126 pharaohs before Narmer. They can't tell you that, though. All right, here we go, everybody. So it goes on, it goes on, it goes on. But anyways, we see what's happening here. I'm showing you the psyops. I'm showing you the Christians with their hand in the cookie jar, caught red-handed. Boom. 341 generations of kings before which lay the age of the gods. And did you see the beginning of the matrix psyops? Let me break the matrix for you and show you again. Let's break the matrix, everybody. Let's go. Here it is. I'm going to shrink this down. What does it say here in this little section? Our principal witness for the ancient Egyptian chronology is Manetho, and he must likewise have had similar high numbers, which were then forced into pro-Christian Christian bed by the Christian authors, who thus made it compatible with the biblical chronology, whose priority could not be doubted. At the same time, however, some individual items were systematically extended in order to achieve according to the, particularly for the period between Menes and Adam, or in order to make the Egyptian past appear older. Even in pre-Christian times, there were efforts to claim a chronological precedence for Greece at the expense of Egypt. Eudoxus of Cnidus in 356 BC opposed Herodotus' figures using the trick of transforming years into months from what Manetho had said. You can't erase this, Kemetic teachers. You can't erase this. This is what happened. This is what's happening. And you all go along with it because you're ashamed of Kemet. That's what's really happening. Boom. The true dynasties or rulers Christians found did not comport with the biblical timeline of their God's creation and the flood, thus began their intent to eliminate what the people of Kemet said themselves about the Netters on earth as rulers, not principles. Their agenda was to make the Netters, quote unquote, myths or lessen their rule and eventually get them out of your mind completely. That's a process. First, they make the Netters myths, they lessen their rules, and eventually the Nettiro out of your mind completely. They're just mythological. I can't find a Kemetic word for mythological though, and it's the Kemetic culture. They didn't have a word for it, but the Greeks did. Amazing Greeks. These Greeks are superior. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. So we see the psyops here. They are caught in the act red-handed, altering the writings of Manetho. Let me take you to the actual Manetho records from Harvard University Press page. Here it is. Here's a Harvard University Press page, Manetho, with an English translation by W.D. Waddell, professor of classics is Fawd El Awal University, Cairo, Egypt. And what does it say here? What does it say here? FR2. Therefore, Manetho tells also of 5 Egyptian tribes which formed 30 dynasties comprising those whom they called gods. The tribes and the 30 dynasties numbers that you all get, when Manetho was teaching about it, who invented dynasties, he said those were composed of the gods and demigods and spirits of the dead and mortal men. And I explained the spirits of the dead part already through the Younger Dryas. I already explained that, but your teacher won't. Of these, Eusebius, son of Pamphilus, gives the following account in his Chronica concerning the gods, demigods, spirit of the dead, mortal kings. The Egyptians have long series of foolish myths. There you are. There you are. Are you happy, Kemetic conscious teachers? You see where you get it from? You're getting it from Eusebius and the white supremacy, looking at the Kemetic people and calling their history of their 40,000 year rule. Eusebius calls it a series of foolish myths. You see, they like using that word. How come the Kemetians never use that word or any equivalent? But the Greeks love it because they associate it with foolishness. Foolish myths. That's what Eusebius said. Manetho never said it was foolish myths. The Taurian Papyrus never said it was foolish myths. The King's List, the Annals never said it was foolish myths. But to Eusebius, the Christian, it's foolish myths. Okay? And the Basalt, King's List, that the brother Netzer asked about. Let me shrink it down. Over here. You see this? The Palermo stone. It never says that there's nothing in here about foolish myths. Where does that come from? It comes from a European. Is the one mocking the Kemetic and saying we know more than those ancient primitive black people. Those are just foolish myths. Most ancient Egyptian kings indeed alleged that their years were lunar years, consisting of 30 days. Where's that? Whereas the demigods who succeeded them gave the same to years, which were 3 months long. So he's saying the Kemetians say a year is 3 months long. No. Kemetians invented the year. Your 360 and 365 days come from Kemet. We know the difference between months and years, sir. Hey, sir. European man? Yes, the black people are smart enough. The inventors of the calendar are smart enough to know the difference between 3 months and 1 year. But the white supremacy is strong. So Eusebius wrote with good reason, criticizing the Egyptians for their foolish talk. In my opinion, Pandorus is wrong for finding fault with Eusebius, and it goes on. From Adam, here's Eusebius, from the creation of Adam, indeed, down to Enoch, to the general cosmic year 1282, the number of days was known in neither month nor year. You see, so this is all about mocking what the Kemetians say. Meanwhile, they're using the concept of dynasties from Manetho. You can't talk about Manetho. You can't talk about dynasties using his invention of dynasties, using his terminology and invention, and not talk about the Netter's rule when Manetho taught about the Netter's rule. Hypocrite man. Boom. There is the European Christians. There are the ones to superimpose white supremacy like they do all ancient cultures by calling what we taught as foolish myths. So any of you quote-unquote pro-black conscious Kemetic teachers that scoff at what I teach when I just teach what the people of Kemet said themselves by laughing cheek and tongue saying Tehuti is teaching foolish myths. Here's who you're quoting. Tamahu Christians who mock Kemet while stealing from them at the same time. That's who you're quoting. See the Egyptica? And here is what Manetho said. Osiris, Typhoon, which is Set, brother of Osiris. Lastly, Horus, son of Osiris, and Set, that's Horus. These were the first to hold sway in Egypt. Thereafter, the kingship passed from one to another in an unbroken succession down to Bidas through 13,900 years. You see? And then they put here the years I take to be a lunar one. So we're quoting again. They're combining what Manetho says with the addition commentary of Eusebius, adding to Manetho in Eusebius's books because they don't have Manetho's originals. This is crazy, ladies and gentlemen. This is crazy. This is the same thing. You see? Anyways, let's continue, everybody. We're going to go over that. Okay. So who did this? Eusebius. But who is Eusebius who's adding to the commentaries? Who's Eusebius? Guess who Eusebius is, everybody? Guess who he is? Guess who he is? Eusebius. Here he is. Known as Eusebius Pamphil, from the Greek, historian Christianity. Okay, let's go down and see who he is. During the here's Eusebius. During the Council of Antioch, he was excommunicated for subscribing to the heresy of Arius, and thus withdrawn during the First Council of Nicaea. There he accepted the Homoousion, referred to the Logos, never recognized as a saint. He became the counselor of Constantine. Uh-oh. The counselor of Constantine, the inventor of Christianity. This man here, this is his counselor. So of course politics is involved. This is they're creating Christianity. Eusebius is right there. Eusebius in the same time period, the counselor. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the counselor of Constantine and the bishop of Nicomedia. Okay, if you see who Eusebius is, here he is, over here, there he is. Eusebius, you see, right there. and 340. You see? From 260 to 340. Bishop historian, Constantinian dynasty. Right there, sitting there with Constantine. First rejected because he accepted Aries, and then he came back and he became friends with Constantine. Okay? So there's who invented, there's who re-innovated your dynasties and shrunk down the time of the Natiru, stolen from Manetho, and then altered and innovated. And he is an exonerated, trustworthy of guess who? Constantine, of course. Here he is right here. Go to the Encyclopedia Britannica. It's Eusebius of Caesarea, also called Eusebius Pamphili, flourished the 4th century. 325, Eusebius had two of his allies, Theodotus and Leodotia, Narcissus of Neranius and Cilicia, were provincially excommunicated for Arian views when the Council of Nicaea, called by Roman Emperor Constantine, met later in the year. Eusebius had to explain himself and was exonerated with the explicit approval of the emperor. In years following the Council of Nicaea, the emperor was bent on achieving unity within the church, and so the supporters of the Nicene Creed in the extreme form soon found themselves forced into the position of dissidents. Eusebius took part in the expulsion of Saint Athanasius of Alexandria and Marcellus and Eustathius of Antioch. Eusebius remained in the emperor's favor. He was his counselor, advisor. After Constantine's death in 337, he wrote the Life of Constantine. Most of our information about Constantine is coming from Eusebius, the same one who shrunk down the dates of the ruling Natiru in the time of the Zeptepi. Ooh-wee, okay. Throughout his life, Eusebius also wrote apologetic works, commentaries on the Bible, and works explaining the parallels and discrepancies in the gospel. He was one of your first apologetics. Oh my goodness, boom. Constantine, the founder of Orthodox Christianity. These are the ones who destroyed all the indigenous cultures and created the psyops of trying to merge the Netter's rule with the biblical narrative, then eventually calling the teachings of the Netter foolish mythology. And today, your teachers follow these Christians who have made them embarrassed of the original writings of Kemet, and thus teach you today that it is all some Greek word, mythology, because Christians taught blacks, natives, etc., that their ancestors were savage and foolish. But guess what Eusebius admitted to through his own words? Yes, he told you it was a psyops. What if I tell you, let me get this screen here. What if I tell you in the end, Eusebius admits in the end that there was all a psyops. What if I tell you he says it? He says it. He admits in the end. A lot of these men, when they're pushing their deathbeds and they know that it's all over, they just go ahead and spill the beans. Eusebius said it. He eventually said it. Want to see it? Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. I'm going to show you. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom, boom. I hear people saying that too now. Boom, boom. All right, boom, boom. Here we go. Boom. All right, here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Guess what Eusebius says? I'm going to quote this. This is in Eusebius Preparatio Evangelica, Book 11, Chapter of Titles, Books 1 to 5, 30-32. Clifford translation, Eusebia Pamphili, Angelica Preparations, Libra 15 EH, Clifford, Oxford University Press, 1903, Volume 3, Part 2, the only English translation. What does Eusebius say, everybody? What does he say? Uh-oh. I have repeated whatever may rebound to the glory, and suppressed all that could tend to disgrace of our religion. Let me repeat that again. I have repeated whatever may rebound the glory, and suppressed all that could tend to the disgrace of our religion. It will sometimes be necessary to use falsehood for the benefit of those who need such treatment. We shall introduce into this history, in general, only those events which may be useful, first to ourselves and afterwards to posterity. Huh? Am I sharing the screen? He says, whatever is for the religion, he's going to glorify that. If there's anything that goes against, he has to suppress that. If he has to change it up and teach falsehood, which will benefit what the Bible said, then people need that. We shall introduce into history, in general, only the events which comport with ourselves. So that Netiru ruling for 9,000 years and 1,000 years and 40,000 years before Narmer, that doesn't comport with the Noah story. So we'll only introduce the lie and falsehood into the history. He said it himself, ladies and gentlemen. That is Eusebius right there, acknowledging what he had to do. He told you he's doing a psyops, and your Kemetic teachers follow him. So now, in this class taught here, first in the Black conscious community, there were never any quote-unquote dynasties in Kemet. That was a contradictive, ever-changing concept brought in at a later date, which actually goes against what Manetho taught, who taught the rule began with the netter from some 40,000 years before where your teacher teaches dynasties began. This original time was called the Zep Tepi. That was the old kingdom to the people of Kemet. I, Tehuti, will teach you for the first time there could never be a pre-dynastic if dynastic is a family line, when before the dynasties was the rule of the netter who teach they're a group fighting over the family line, heir to the throne. So listen, let me read that again. I, Tehuti, will teach you for the first time there could never be pre-dynastic if dynastic, according to the modern day definition, is a family line. That means anything before dynastic is not a family line. When before the so-called dynasties, the Kemetians taught that was the rule of the netter, who were a group of netter that were fighting over a family line. That's what the fight was between Heru, Set, Osar, Neptet, and the Netiru. It was Set and Heru fighting over the family line. Well, that was the time of the Zep Tepi, who were on the original rulership list, fighting over their bloodline. So if pre-dynastic means, oh, the rulers before the bloodlines, well, the Kemetians teach that the Netiru were fighting over their bloodline. So how could that be pre-dynastic? That would literally be dynastic. Oh boy, people themselves. So they were fighting over their family bloodline and heir to the throne. There is no quote-unquote old kingdom starting at 2700 BC when the Kemetic people themselves have 341 generations of kingdoms before Narmer, the quote-unquote old, quote-unquote middle, quote-unquote new kingdom, your new age Kemetic priest, teacher, etc. taught you about is from a German diplomat in the 1800s, people. That's it. The 1800s, that's where it came from. Why? Because the Palermo stone says there are 126 kings before Narmer, which are not included in the Psyops Old Kingdom category, nor dynasty. Here's the Taurian papyrus in display of the Egyptian Museum in Taurian. What does the last line say? It says the venerables Shemsu Hor were 13,420 year reigns before the Shemsu Hor of 23,200 years, totaling 36,620-year rules of the Neter. That's what the Kemetians say. They didn't say the mythologies of the mythology that let's turn it into months and years, turn it into months and no, they didn't say that. They didn't say that. Your German man said it. Eusebius, the counselor of the inventor of Christianity, Constantine, said it. So you, false teacher, can no more fool the innocent truth seeker and use the term and categorization of dynasties by Manetho, and not also quote Manetho on the rule of the Netiru before that of 40,000 years, a time the people of Ma'at called Zep Tepi, the early time. Not with me around, the Catholic agenda to erase the Neter stops right here. We have the Palermo stone, the Taurian papyrus, Manetho's list, and the Abti Kings list that says different. Oh, I never showed you all the Abti Kings list, did I? And the live footage of them redirecting the people live away from the Neter's Kings list. Let me check my support and the chat and see if you all liked this and benefited from this complete upheaval of Egyptian agreed foundation from under your feet. And if you liked it, I'm gonna check my PayPal. I'm gonna check my Cash App. If you like this, and I know I've been teaching now for an hour, if within the hour I see any Cash Apps or tips or donations of any type, I'm gonna play the short Netiru cover-up of the Zep Tepi clip. Yes, Zep Tepi, the real old kingdom that your teacher refused to address. I'm going to play you the live video clip of going into the Abydos Kings List area, and the people there that are controlling the area are redirecting away from the Neter Kings List. I have the footage of that and directing towards just this side of this Kings List, but moving away from the Neter. I'll show that if you really appreciated it. If not, then I'm done. Hotep. I hope you appreciated the answer, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and check the chat, see if people liked it. I'm going to go ahead and check the Gmail, see if anybody gave any extra tips or donation for this answer, which completely upheavals and completely rips apart the foundation of everything that you think you know about the Kemetic timeline. I'm going to go ahead and see if there's any appreciation, reciprocity for that. And if I see that, then I'm going to go ahead and play the video clip. I'm going to play the video clip of the Zep Tepi and the PSYOPs happening live. All right, let me go ahead and clip this off. Thank you, everybody. I'm glad you all appreciate it. Let me go ahead and check the room and see if I answer the question. Let's see how people liked it. Let's go see. Let's see if Menkhu Ara stayed awake for this. Did he stay awake? Did he get the answer? Let me go ahead and see. And I'm going to put the link in the room because I'm going to get the brothers to come in the room so I can take my break. It's 11:24 here. And let me go see what the people thought. Oh, my goodness. Woo. All right. Anya Setmer says, shout out to the best chat. Boom, bombs, explosions, and some other symbols. I don't know what those are, but jump in the room. Gentlemen, jump in the room. Oh, I can't even see because it's not showing me the icon. Okay, Rigo says yes. Rigo says wow. Live Free says, it's so good to understand this, to teach my babies. Wonderful. Teach the babies, because the babies are you. Robert Williams put 341 generations. Fire, fire, fire. Nana Amun put powerful, powerful, powerful. Ooh, ooh. And Mean Mama says, I love y'all woolly-headed brethren. Okay, Commute 101 says, all I can say when the veil is lifted from our minds, we will be fine. Fire. Great work, Saba Tehuti. Oh, man. Okay, good. T-Mac says, excellent scholarship teaching. Thank you, T-Mac. I don't even know who T-Mac is. Shout out to you if you're a new person or if you're somebody been here and changed your name, but shout out to tmac.dc. Excellent scholarship teaching. Thank you. All right. Ooh wee. All right. I'm glad you all liked it. Let me go ahead and see if the person who asked the question is even awake. If you all liked it, put some responses. And if you really liked it, I'm going to go ahead and check my Cash App. If there's any extra donations, I'm going to go ahead and play the video of them redirecting people away from the the Natiru Zeptepi timeline kingship. All right, let me go ahead and see. Okay. And Maharu said, Saba, I heard lineage of the Bible, but not to the extent you took it to. Truly amazing, Tua. Rigo put, wow. Okay, good. Where is Menkhu Ara? Did he hear the answer to this, or did he fall asleep? Esoteric 9 said they made a chess move and replaced the gods with Santa Claus. Even put us in their units of measurement. Rigo said, I'm tired of these tricks, man. Live Free says, thank you for sharing. That concept to us, new to me. Thank you for sharing that concept to us, new to me. I'm gonna tell you right now, Live Free, shout out to you. It's new for everybody. I've never taught that before in a pod class. That's brand new. That is brand new. That's my first time teaching that in a pod class in one full teaching. Okay, good. Oh, here is Menkhu Ara is awake. Oh, Steven says, wonderful breakdown. Menkhu Ara says, spectacular teaching, Saba. Tua for the truth. Jump in the room, guys. I need you to jump in the room so I can take my break. Amazing, Saba. Amazing. Okay, good. All right, jump in the room, gentlemen. Jump in the room, the team. 90 people watching, and I still have one more question to answer. I'm going to do it. I'm going to stay up and do it. It is Africa, the Africa PSYOPs. I'm going to rip Africa out of existence. Let's rip Africa out of existence. Here we go, everybody. But jump in the room, gentlemen. Where are the gentlemen? Where are they? Where is the team? Where is the team? I link in the room. There is the scribe. Where's Menkhu Ara, who needs to come up here and tell the room what he thought of that answer. Hey, scribe, how you doing, young brother?
I'm doing excellent, Saba.
Okay, man. Okay. Anybody ever break down the Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom before like that? You ever?
Absolutely not. That was
the dynasties. So how many dynasties are there now? For 40,000 years.
40, right. 300,000 dynasties.
Is there still 32 dynasties?
14 times great grandfathers.
That
So
German
good.
gotcha. Maharu said, I sent the bread. It sounds like a hustler deal. I sent the bread. I sent the bread. Okay, I'll check it out. I'm going to check it. Rigo says, boom. That's right. Boom, man. Boom. Okay, let me go ahead and check. Ahati Ma'at. What do you think of that, my brother? What do you think of that? Were you awake for all that? Did the carbs wear off? Did the carbs last?
I like that teaching. I remember some of that teaching, and from my own research. But the crafty Tomahus, man, Subius. I remember Subius teaching too from a long time ago, and and Matteo throws a lot of people off too, because they actually think he was an actual comedian. Actually, Matteo's made. They're not sure if Matteo was even a real being. I've read stuff on researchers that say that the Greeks might have made him up to segue the real comedians into the Greeks, so they could tie the Greeks back in. And you know what, man? It's just like without us, it's just so much confusion, man. I mean, the average person's gonna look at this and they're just gonna go along with it because it's just too much. It's too much time, too much confusion. I gotta work tomorrow. I don't have time for this. And luckily, we're here to save the day. And I appreciate you because I know just doing all that is a lot of work, a lot of time.
Thank you, my brother. I'm gonna step off. I'm gonna let you brothers teach. So there's 87 people in the room. Let me tell you, people stick around. I'm gonna take about a 8-minute break. The brothers are gonna talk. They're gonna talk about, well, first of all, Menkhu Ara, who asked the question, he's gonna talk about what he feels about the answer. They're gonna go over the T.O.M, the web, whatever they go over, the websites and everything. I'm gonna take a break. When I come back, we're gonna do the donations. I'm gonna see if anybody donated for the video. I'm gonna play the video. Then we're gonna go on the rest of the donations, and then I think I'm gonna stay up to do the Africa. 2 Africas. Are there 2 Africas? And what's the original name of Africa? I can't wait till I ask in the chat, everybody, what the original name of Africa is. I'll be back, everybody. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back, brother. Take it over. Go ahead, Menkhu.
Man, there's no way I would ever have known the actual truth. So, to Saba, it's amazing how ruthless and how they're like the master liars. Things that they hide and stole and the lies that they tell, it's pretty intricate. So the answer was so good, Saba, for you to bring that forth, bring us the truth, break it down and show us the sources. So I'm highly grateful and very impressed. There's no way, because Dynasty is the word in itself kind of seems so innocent. It's like easy to say and to believe the lies that they tell. And so to Saba for bringing us the truth. It's amazing. It's like the lie is so easy to believe. So that's all I can say. I'm super, super grateful. That was amazing.
Yes, peace and love, Hotep, everyone. That was a very long and intricate ride, and this is what's necessary to really bring forth and show how deep this psyops really is. You know, it really is. And you know, one thing that we mustn't do is underestimate, you know, those who created this false matrix, because they were very intricate and they were very detailed and very intelligent in the way that they did it. You know, to replace everything. And then, you know, one thing that I love that Saba brought out is that, you know, all of the or a majority or many of the Kemetic teachers that we have today just follow along with this. And, you know, they, as he said, you know, they're embarrassed of the stories that the Kemetians wrote, you know, of the real history, you know, and it's really a shame because it's so rich. It's so rich and it's so extensive and it's so powerful. And, you know, I'm just really grateful. I'm really grateful for Saba for being able to bring this forth and show what the real history is based on what the Kemetians said themselves and what they wrote down themselves. You know, that completely changes the entire paradigm of what we have to pull from. You know, it's very powerful, and you know, we should definitely bring these things to bring these type of questions to the other teachers, you know, and see what kind of answers that we get, you know, in return, you know, to really recognize and see what's going on before our eyes right now. This is not, as I always say, You know, we don't want to take this information for granted as if it's going to be here forever. You know, it's not. So make sure to show your love and your reciprocity to the great Saba. You know, this is not even just putting the time that it takes to put together the information to consolidate all of the knowledge that he has within him, to bring it forth and put it on here digitally, and organized in such a way to walk you through, to show you and tell you the story. This is just a lifetime of just living and studying, and yeah, it's this is something that we should definitely show extreme amounts of reciprocity for, because this is I know this has forever changed my life. I know it's changed a lot of you brothers' life and sisters, because this false matrix is real. It's real. So, you know, we do what we can to make sure that, you know, Saba Tehuti knows that he is appreciated. You know, and that was the very first initial reason for me to even come up here in the first place, for the very first time to come on here live in front of everybody, is because I appreciated the information so much, you know, and I wanted to do everything I could to help Saba in whatever way I could, you know, whatever way I could, because this type of information is not being given. And, you know, it's there's so many different teachers out there. There's so many different schools of thought. And I've never come across any information to where it's based on what the people of the culture said themselves. Not everybody I've ever come across, I've never heard no one say that. And that right there is the ultimate reason why I was able to come forth and really remove one of those veils, and be able to take that into when I go into my studies, you know, and it really changes your entire perception on the reality around you, because you realize that this has all been created in a specific type of way, and everything has been named. The original names have been taken away, which takes away the stories, you know, which takes away your own ability to connect with it. It all goes back to the Greeks, and you know, so this information is priceless, and it deserves every single bit of acknowledgement that it is getting, and it deserves far more. As he said, you know, his name is Amun, so he is the hidden one, and, you know, people don't like to bring him to the forefront and talk about what he's done in front of everybody. You know, it seems like what he's brought forth in his debates and in his conversations and in his teachings, people still try to place him in the same league and area as other people, and that's just based on you know, negative. It's not, I don't like using the word ego, because ego just means self, but for what everybody recognizes that word to be, that's just really what it is, you know. Instead of really wanting to just acknowledge what the truth is and expand our consciousness, you know. Walking around with the human mindset, you know, keeps us in a low vibratory state, and frequency is everything. I mean, that's been proven time and time again. Sound frequency, light frequency creates our reality, you know. So I'm thankful and I'm grateful, Saba, for your teachings. And this is what we're echoing, you know, with the teachings of Ma'at. You know, this is what we're bringing forth, and taking this information back into the physical, to, you know, get off of this airwave and really start to come together in the physical, and apply the information that's given. You know, and what's the point of learning all this information if you're not going to apply it? You know, what are you going to do with it? You know, how are you going to use it to benefit your own life and teach your children. And that's the most important part. That's the most important part. So that's the whole point of teachings of Ma'at. Is to bring this into the physical and implement it, to really utilize what the ancient Cometians wrote down for us to follow. And as we continue to learn and understand what the laws of Ma'at are, when we continue to learn and understand the mindset of these great brothers and sisters who were the originals of so many things, that's it automatically takes your consciousness to a whole nother realm and introduces you to different timelines of reality. The language we speak is the key that keeps us slowly in a hypnotic state. That's just what the facts is. And I'm so thankful. The Meta Monday class is a life changer, just as well as this pod class. We go deeper into the actual writings and understanding, where these terms come from. So if you're not in that, get in that. Get in the Medu class. Get in that. You're not going to find a better Medu class, and you're definitely not going to get in one for the price that Saba sets it for. You're just not. And if you can't be there, get the recording. It's these pod classes, which usually is about me, Menkhu, Arcad. The brothers that you see on the screen is who you see is gonna see in the Medu class. Because we, as you see, we take this very serious and we apply this in real life. So, the great brother Menkhu was the first one to get his name changed, and this brother changed his name legally. So this is not a game, for some of us, and this ain't just information just to learn because it's it's interesting. Nah, this is teachings to be applied in real time, and this is what we're doing. This is what we're implementing. So, be sure to go to our website, teachersofmod.org, and keep up with what we're doing. We have our Sunday class to carry this energy into the Sunday class, and keep it going, keep the conversation going, keep the teachings going, keep the spell breaking going. Keep it flowing, and we're not just sitting on it. And then from the Sunday class to the Monday, right back into the Medunetta class, and then we got the rest of the week to really digest and continue to keep studying and implementing, practicing ritual, speaking tones, reciting, reading, writing consistently. This is life altering information, especially when you apply it. All the excuses that we all make, we've all done it, end up becoming, you realize how much of that is a false reality. We tell these things to ourselves, so we believe it. We believe the excuses we tell ourselves. And that's one thing it's one thing that I've learned from the Medu is your sound vibration is so important. What you speak, when you read how these brothers speak to each other, how they spoke about themselves when introducing themselves. All we have to do is echo what they did. All we have to do is implement and practice what they did to the best of our ability, and gather with brothers and sisters who are on the same frequency, the same mindset, and put in work. That's all we have to do, and we'll begin to slowly start to create our own matrix, take it back to the original matrix, the mut, the mother, take it back to the original, in our own sector. So teachingsofmod.org, bookmark it, join us. We have the messages system. Reach out to us if you have anything to offer, anything to bring forth, any type of knowledge, information in the physical, how to build. You know, you're good with building. You're good with finances. Whatever it is, you're good with research. Reach out to us, because we need every single person on the ground, you know, doing something. So, you know, I'll say that. Yeah, be sure to be there for us Sunday. It'll be a great class, and I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, all of you who are in the chat now in our Study God Sunday class, because this is the Tehuti's Teachings of Ma'at organization, and this is what we're doing. We're echoing. So I look forward to seeing you all there. It'll be excellent. It'll be great. Make sure you're showing your reciprocity and your love, because I want to see the video. Hopefully someone, y'all are showing some love, because I want to see that video, Saba.
I'm sorry, I just stepped back. What video? What's happening?
I was saying, you say you was gonna play a video. I said I hope they're showing the reciprocity.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's go ahead and do that. And it's 11:47. I'm gonna go ahead and let me go and check. Let's go ahead and check. Let's go and check that. Let me check my inboxes here. Let me refresh it and see the donations. Shout out the donators. And I'll play the. Let me refresh it. Oh, did it refresh? Okay. I got. Oh my goodness! Wow. I got. Oh my. Okay, so we have several people that want to see the clip. Hey, let me ask something. Nana Amun, can you hear me in the room? Nana Amun, are you there in the room? If you're there in the room, Nana Amun, I see the fire. If you're there, can you do me a favor? Email me right there, and just send me a message. Explain the directions you want me to do. Just explain to me what you want to do on what you did there. Just, you sent something to me, but I want to know if how you want me to write a little message clarifying something. Okay. Okay, so anyways, here we go, everybody. So we have some big donations that have come, and the donations of appreciation from the class from what I just taught, and from Menkhu Ara's question. All right. So Ket, they like it. They appreciate it. So I'm going to go ahead and show that. Let's go. Here we go. So we're going to go to the supporters, which they all came in 11:24, 11:25. So that must be starting from who's this? Oh no, that's Nana Amun. I'm gonna do that one after. Okay, so here we go. So starting with who do we have here? Higa Kepara says, let me go ahead and put this in save. 8-4 clip Hika. So here we go, everybody. We're going to do these shout outs here. Let me close all this down so I can have a smooth position. All right, here we go. Share screen. Window. Give this man some noise. Higa Kepra says, video of the PSYOPs. He wants me to clear the little clip. Video of the PSYOPs. Shout out to you. Ooh, Hika Kepara. Out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. And then we have up next. Up next is we have. Oh, that's Matt Bell says he appreciates me. Thank you, Matt Bell. I'm gonna. Let me go ahead. Okay. Yeah, it all came in during the time I said send appreciations. I'm gonna go ahead and show his too. So this is for the appreciation I requested. Is that shown on the screen?
Yes.
Go ahead and give him a little clap too. Give him a little clap. It's all for the clip. Shout out to Matt Bell. Shout out to Matt Bell. Appreciate you, my good brother Matt Bell. You were awesome. And Steven Escalar jumps in quick. Show the clip, Saba. He's screaming at me. Hold on. Wait. Show the clip, Saba. Steven Escalar with 27.72. Give this man some noise, please. Show the clip, Saba. Okay, yes. Did I announce what Higa Kepara sent?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's right. Okay, so 27.72. Thank you for the support. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the support for the appreciation for the class. The dynasties I just broke down, and I wanted to see if people wanted to see the clip. I really wanted to see if people really appreciated what I just did, because that really shakes history. Hey, Sarah Bloomfield asks about the dolphin in the womb. Wait. Hey, hold on. Let me go ahead and. Okay, I'm gonna do that one later. That's for something else. Okay, and we got Beget Leisure. Sure, Bloomfield. Hey, my goddess said she was putting that out in the atmosphere for somebody to ask about that. She just told me today. Sarah Bloomfield asked. I'm gonna do that shortly. Okay, so here it is for the clip again. Donation for the cover-up, Saba. Okay. Okay. All right, very good, everybody. I appreciate that you appreciate me and what it is that I'm teaching. And you're sending donations. It's not just for the clip, but I know you're sending it because you appreciate. If a random, let me stop this. If a random guy just got up on here and said, "Hey, throw me a donation for a clip," it's because of the fact that it's going to match what it is that I'm teaching. And this is an interesting something interesting I came across, where individual went into Abydos, into Abti, and was talking to one of the guides there. And this person knew some Medunetter. And I'll show you what happened. Let me go ahead and see if I can pull it. It's under, okay, here it is. I'm going to go like this. Go ahead and show everybody this little clip. It's about 2 minutes. Da-na. Da-na. Okay, what is that under? March 17th pod class. Menkhu Ara, not two Africas, but okay. Okay, let me turn the music off. Doesn't chop up the thing. Thank you everybody for your support. Love you all. And thank you for having me feel appreciated for what it is that I do. And let me go ahead and play this. You all can think upon it. I would say tell me what you think, but I can't hear you in the chat. You can type what you think. Okay, here we go. I'm going to see if the volume is good. Volume is good. Volume is good here. Okay. Just a little clip of them distracting you from the. So what you're looking at here, these are a king's list. You can see their names in the Shen, and the person is asking about this, and the other side is the Zeb Tepi, which has the kings of the Natiru. Here we go.
So that's where it starts doing, yeah, Nama.
Yeah.
So from the first dynasty.
Yeah.
Right. And then the first dynasty was 5,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And then obviously, and this is Seti and Ramesses.
This, Seti and Ramses, his son.
So the second.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is beautiful. This is the one.
Seti first, Ramses second.
Yeah, so can we find any?
Yeah.
That we know. Can we find any?
I love to.
Hornhead will be on there.
Yeah.
Ramesses. Yeah.
Titi. Nagma, Titi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all there.
Titi. And.
So this might be Ramesses around here somewhere. Yeah, and we have Amenophis, Senwaseret, they're all on there. Yeah. Nice. So there will be a copy of this sent out to all the gnomes. Sort of, and then, they discovered a few of them.
Yeah.
Nice, fabulous. Oh, breathtaking. Very nice, fabulous carving, I only wish I could. So because we get an offering, but we have two. So that means offering to the gods. Is it, or two, does it mean something more? Or is it offering from the gods or to the gods when you get two?
No, this is all, if you found it's all the same here.
Yeah.
The cartouche is here. It's just like an introduction. It's just the cartouche.
The artwork's amazing, yeah, the artwork. And what's this one? Is this repeated or?
No, this is not just.
Nothing to do with the kingdom.
Yeah. That's the cartouche, but the gallery listed.
And what's this one? Is this repeated or?
No, this is not just.
Nothing to do with the kingdom.
Yeah. That's the cartouche, but the gallery listed.
Before I go on, I'd just like to indicate that I'm not putting anything disparaging on the tour guide. That's how they make their living, and they need to be very careful about what they say, and they could lose their living if they were to upset certain establishment or authorities in there. So just indicate that I would offer all sorts of apologies and reasons why it was important for these tour guides whose living comes from this to say that there is nothing to do of importance on this side of the hallway, this passage here. Because on one side, on the right side, we see the King's List, which begins from Nama onwards. But actually what we have on the other side is what's sometimes referred to as the first time or the first occurrence, or Zep Tepi, this ancient time. Now, the 3rd century BC Egyptian priest who wrote down Egyptian history for the Ptolemaic or the Greek era, Manetho. He mentioned a time before the kings. So let's just call it a mythical time where the gods ruled Egypt. Now, that would put Egyptian history up to 25,000 years old by some counts, but it's also mentioned in the Turin king list that there is this history long before King Nama and these other kings. So that's an important feature. Now,
Okay, so there's more of that, but that's the main part right there. And there's other people that go when they go to the Abydos, the Abti Kings list. If you keep going to the end and then you go to the other side, it is the story of it is the reign of the Zeb Tepi, and the tour guides and the people that work there are told that this has nothing to do with the Kings list at all. But they never say what it is. They say, no, this is nothing to do with the Kings list. Okay, what is it? Over here, this is Ramesses, Seti. This has nothing to do with it. But they never walk you through, okay, what it is it? Because if you look closely, it has the reign of the gods and the Zeb Tepi, which the Cometians acknowledge. I mean, when I was debating Jabari about it, he said, look, you can tell that's mythological because there's a break in the columns. I'm like, is that what the Cometians said? There's a break because it's a different time. It's a different time period when another group when beings ruled before the regular people. So the Cometians separated that, but they still called that the Zeb Tepi. They still called it that. They still have their names in the Shen. And so the tour guides are told to keep you away from those sections and keep you away from other parts of Kemet that lead you to see that the Netter were physical beings according to the Cometians. Whether anybody believes it today or not is completely irrelevant. It's not. The discussion should never be what you believe today. What you believe today has no relevance on what history is. If your great grandmother believed in Smurfs, I don't want to hear how you don't believe in Smurfs. We're only discussing, did your grandmother believe in Smurfs? Was your grandmother a seamstress? I don't care if you don't like sewing. Was your grandmother, does she say she's a seamstress? So when people debate me, I say the Cometians, this is what they teach from their own mouth. If you don't like Kemet, leave it alone. But don't claim a portion of it and leave this portion. Just leave it all alone. Don't be ashamed of 45% of it and grab the 55%. No, just leave it all alone. But don't lie to make it think that the Cometians believe what you believe in 2023. Because the tour guides openly know that what's on this side, this is not allowed to be taught. And that's why the person who was on the tour said the government established that B will actually fire her if she even tries to explain it, they will fire her. So there it is, everybody. That is the class on the dynasties. That is the clip that is showing you live that they do not want people to know there's all the psyops, Eusebius, from Eusebius to Brunson to all of them. They do not want you to know about what the Cometians taught, because it will totally disrupt everything that you think is reality, because that history and the Bible history cannot coexist at the same time. So the Cometian teachers today, that's why if you look at the Cometian teachers today, all the teachers today that say they're conscious, when they get into arguments with Hebrews and other religious people, what do? They always bring up the Bible. I want you to make note of this. When they argue somebody, the Kemetic person, the conscious person, they bring up the Bible. They don't bring up, and the Hebrews are starting to catch on to that. Kanath and a couple other guys they say, wait a minute. Tazariak and they goes, wait a minute. How come you're never quoting your verses from your text, Forget about the Bible. You don't believe in it. But every time they go to teach, it's always the Bible because they're really Christians at heart. They're disgruntled Christians, but they're still Christians. So when you watch those debates and watch those conversations, you're going to find out that they know more about the Bible than Kemetic texts. Your favorite Kemetic teacher on your most popular channel, I want you to think about this. Can somebody put the link in the room to the last lesson that person did on Kemetic teaching, on Kemet? Not on Easter, not on Martin Luther King, not on are the Hebrews bad, not on mistakes in the Bible. The last teaching, could you put a link in the room for where that person did a show on Kemetic writings? There's no such show. Do you ever notice that? One brother recently was forced to do one because Tazariak challenged him and trapped him up. He was like this in the screen, like a deer. He was trapped up. And he went back and researched and then thanked Tazariak for introducing him to this Kemetic papyri. And one brother said, one thing I noticed about you Kemetic guys is you all don't even know your own literature. It's like you're just discovering it now. And that is actually the truth. None of them. There's no show. Put a link in the room for the last show done on Kemetic teachings where the person who was teaching it also goes by those teachings. Can anybody put a link in the room? The person teaching Kemetic teachings from the writings of the Kemetian words, and they themselves say, in my household, I do this as well. It doesn't exist. And that is the psyops. And the same with Budge, and the same with Faulkner, and all the great translators, Simpson, Kelly, all great translators. But there's one thing they can't do. There's no teaching of them teaching about what they believe that the Kemetics taught that they bring back to their wife. Why? Because it's a hobby. Commit to these other YouTubers, it's a hobby for debating. It has nothing to do with they themselves actually live or go by. That's why they know more Bible quotes than quotes from the Purim Haru. Okay. All right, everybody. We're gonna that's what's going on. All right, everybody, here we go. Oh, I got a message from somebody. Hold on, I gotta read this. Okay. Okay, no problem. Got it. Okay, here we go. Thank you for that. And I will announce you under that name. Okay, everybody, here we go. So we're gonna do a couple donations, and then I'm gonna go ahead and do the I'm gonna go ahead and break down the Africa one. Here we go. Here we go. I'll do a couple donations and then break down the Africa one. So we got Commit. Sorry. Oh, that's Commit Heru Hancock. Shout out to Commit Heru Hancock. Let me put this in the screen for support. Shout out to you. Here we go. Support Commit Heru. Okay. Tell me when that's on the screen, gentlemen, please. Presents. It should be $15. Commit Heru Hancock.
Yes, it's up.
Thank you, good brother. Commit Heru Hancock. Appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Appreciate you, my good brother. Commit Heru Hancock. Wonderful. We'll go to the next. And the next is hey, Lamonti, I think it's pronounced. Lamonti. Shout out to the good brother. Lamonti. Okay, is that on the screen there? Lamonti, $10. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you, Lamonti, if you're in the room. Shout out to you. You are great. Thank you for your support. Appreciate you. And of course, we're going to do the one and only, the wonderful, great supporter, Lisa Marie. One of the most consistent on the feminine side. Shout out to Lisa Marie. Appreciate you. Good sister, also very dedicated. And I'm going to do Mr. T-Bull. Mr. T-Bull. Shout out to T-Bull. Shout out to you, my good brother. You guys see that on the screen?
Yes.
Shout out to T-Bull. Okay, everybody. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to oh, I see. Okay. Shout out to Nana Amun. I think that's what he instructed. Let me see. Seeing the cloud. Okay. Okay. Let me do this. You get leisure? Oh, that was that's for the clip. 1 second, everybody. 1 second, everyone. Oh, why does it do this? Hold on. Okay. Okay, who's this? Shout out to, there is an anonymous person who sent $40. Let me go ahead and clip it. Let me see if I can clip it out the name. Anonymous. Anonymous says enough respect. $40 for anonymous, enough respect. Support from, I don't know how much of this wants to be anonymous, so this is $40 from anonymous. And I'm gonna go ahead and save this. Shout out to $40 from an anonymous supporter. Appreciate you. Okay, so we got Vortex Ninja, a few other people. Big Ed Leisure is back with the donations. I'll do this and then I'm going to go ahead and get into the answer. Shout out to Big Ed Leisure. I haven't seen Big Ed Leisure in a little while. Shout out to you. As far as in the podcast support, thank you, my good brother. Love you very much. You're great. Is that on the screen right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Donation to Saba. I want to know, what did Temple of a Star outward pillar that hold up temple represent? I have intuition, but would like to elaborate. What did the Temple of Asar outward pillars hold up? You know what I want you to do? Big Ed Leisure, if you're hearing this, send me an image of exactly what pillars you're talking about. I know she said outward pillars. The outward pillars. So send me a picture in the Facebook. March 17. Beged. Clarify. Scribe, did you put music on? Or did I accidentally
Yes.
touch that?
No, I put it
Oh,
on.
okay. Okay. All right. So Be Get Leisure, there you go. Okay, everybody. We're going to do the rest of the donations. I see Angela Gates. I see Jason Kirkland. I see Sal Vega. I see a lot here. Well, let me give a shout out to Sarah. Sarah, who asked a question that my goddess was talking to me about. Sarah Bloomfield, 1555. For how and why is the word dolphin connected with the word womb, woman? Are really using dolphin midwives or giving birth? Sorry, I'm yawning. How and why is the word dolphin connected with the word womb? Women are really using dolphin midwives when giving birth. Okay, wonderful. Let me save that there. Okay, this is it. March 17th. Thank you. All right, everybody. It is 12:17. I'm going to try to do this and end by one, and then do these couple shout outs, and then end the pod class. So here we go. Here's the final question. Here's the final question sent in. Okay, gentlemen, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, you guys can jump back into the chat. And I'm going to go ahead and answer this final question. Let's see if I can do this. You ready, Menkhu Ara? This is your question here, Africa. All right, gentlemen, I'll see you in the chat. I'm going to,
I'm ready, Saba.
Okay. All right. All right, Ahati, I'm not sure if you fell asleep. I'm going to put this box back in the chat. Remove from stream. Okay, good. And where'd it go? Okay, I'm going to change the music here to this. That's going to mellow me out. Okay, good. Okay, Hati, I'm going to put you. Boom. Okay, good. Now I have it freed up. Everybody ready? Here we go for the final and grand finale question asked by Menkhu Ara. Here it is, everybody. I usually don't answer questions this late, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. It's a great class. Let's go ahead and do it. Are you ready, everybody? Yes, we're making history and reclaiming history. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Oh, boy. Here we go. Last one. I'm going to sleep good tonight. Let me see if I can get this done and close out by one. The Africa PSYOPs. This is what people have been waiting for. Here we go. And I put this in the room. The Africa. It's loading up at a slow rate. Oh, man. This is... Ooh, why does time have to be so late? This is going to be good. Good interaction. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Okay. The African PSYOPs. Here we go. We'll go ahead and do a screen share. Shout out to you, my good brother, Menkhu Ara. Here we go. This is for you. I'm a little tired, but we're going to do this. This will hype me up. Maybe this will wake me up. This will wake me up. Here we go. Let me adjust myself. The African PSYOPs. Let me see if I can get this done in 40 minutes. Let us see. Oh, boy. Entire screen. Boom, boom, boom. I did that. Okay. And there's a question asked by Menkhu Ara. Hopefully it pops up on the screen. There it is. $27.72. And the question is, what is the real name for Africa? Are there two Africas should be. Shout out to you, my good brother, Menkhu Ara. You are awesome, fabulous. Constantly sending in support. I appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and give you a nice round of applause for your support. You are excellent. Appreciate you very, very much. Clap for him. Clap for him. Here we go, everybody. Thank you, Menkhu Ara. 27. $27.72. What is the real name for Africa? Are there two Africas? 27.72. What is the 27.72 from Menkhu Ara? What is the real name for Africa? Are the two Africas? Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We are about to break it down. Here we go. Okay, we're going to go ahead and stop this. Boom. All right, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class, and let's get it in. Here we go. Everybody ready? If you can hear me, press a 9. Hear and see the screen, press a 9. Here we go. I'm going to try to wrap this up in 35 minutes. Let's see if we can do this. Press a 9 if you can hear and see me. Press a 9 if you can hear and see me clear. Let's do it, Rigo. Let's do it. Hey, Live Free. Glad you appreciate it. Keep it on repeat. Send your questions in to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I love your energy. Keep going. Keep going. Keep staying right here. Staying right here. Here we go. Okay, ready. Here we go. You ready, everybody? Africa. Hey, Africa. What is the real name for Africa? Are there two Africas? What kind of question is this? Huh? Let's go. We are going to begin. Huh? You said something? Okay. We are going to begin with these questions. Here's the questions, everybody. Let's participate. What original nationality would we call this man? This is one of my favorite men right here. What nationality is this man right here? Somebody type it in the room. Go ahead and type it. What nationality would we call this man? What we call him? What we call him? Type it in the room. What we call this man right here? What we call him? What would we call this man? Type it in the room. Can we put fine? Fine 9. What would we call this man right here? Go ahead and type it. I may be on lag. Go ahead and type it. Chinese. That's right. Asian Chinese. That's right. You're right. Live Free. You're right. That's right. Asian Menkhu Ara Chinese. So who put Tamu? Can we put Tamu? Oh my God. Can we put Tamu? Oh no. Oh man. Poor Jet Li, man. Jet Li, you've lost your Chinese card. Kamit has downgraded you right down to a Tamahu. Okay, so we got Chinese Stephen E, Chinese Rigo. Okay, good. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Here we go. So he is Chinese. Good. Okay, what about this man right here? Here we go. He has the El Guitarro. What is this guy? What is this guy right here? What is this guy right here? Let me blow him up. Maybe you can't see him clearly. He looks happy. He looks very, very happy. He got the sombrero on. He got the guitar on. What is that guy right there? What is he, huh? So we got Chinese, this guy here. Okay, we got Latino. We got Inca. Okay. Rigo's going further back. We got Inca. We got Mahar Mexican. We got Mesoamerican. Okay, good. Okay, good. Let's continue. Pretty good so far, everybody. Pretty good. Okay. All right. And this man right here, Judah Nazareth, his clone. How about this guy right here? These men right here. What are these guys? What would people label these guys as? That's Judah Nazareth right there. The clean version. What would people label these guys right here? What would people label them today? What would people label them today? Let's look in the room. Okay. We got Indian, Asian, Hindu, Native American, Mexican hat, Native American, Mexican, South. Oh, that's for the last one. Okay, no, you're right. You are right. Live free. Okay, Indian, Indian, a mixture of Spaniard and Native. Okay, that was the last guy. Yeah, okay. So what about the one I'm showing right now? Here we go. Okay, we're good. We got Indian. Pretty good. Pretty obvious, right? Okay. And this man right here, of course. Now, Kamit, you can go in, Kamit. Now you can go. Here we go. Here's Kamit's guy right here. What is this guy right here? Huh? Get him, Kamit. Get him. Get him. Who's this guy right here? Huh? Alexander the Great, in quotations, air quotes. What nationality or race is this guy right here? Okay, we got Greek Roman. Nana Moon is laughing. Nana Moon put Tamahu. Okay, yep. Makaru put Kika Kipara put Tamahu. Stephen E put Greek Roman. Okay, Live Free put Greek Roman. Okay. Okay, wonderful. Kamit is writing up something. He's writing up creature from the pits of hell. I don't know. He's gonna show no mercy. Tamahu for sure. Okay, good. There we go. All right, he's the Tamahu. Lay off Jet Li. He called Jet Li a Tamahu. Oh my goodness, poor Jet Li. Okay, so there we go, everybody. So we got Tamahu. All right, here we go. Okay, how about this guy? Hey, Kamit. How about this guy? What's this man right here, huh? Is he a Tamahu? Is he Mexican? Is he Latin American? Is this guy is this Indian Asian? What's this guy right here? What would we call him? What would we call him? You can tell he does that thing with the ring, the neck. Look at his neck. His neck has all the lines around it. Very interesting. Okay, what would we call him, everybody? What would we call him? Okay, we got African, good African. Maasai, Higa Kepra is putting it right down to the actual tribe. Maasai, okay, good. Very good. Okay, good, everybody. This is good. Okay, so we got Maasai, we got African. Nice. Maasai. African. Kamit is going to type God in the flesh. Okay. All right, wonderful, everybody. Good. We're going to the next person. Oh, who's this? Who's the Godfather, huh? Who's this guy? What would we call this guy right here? What is this guy? We all grew up on this man right here. What is this? What is this guy? This was the scariest man on earth at one time. What is this? What do we call him? Huh? This is a guy you don't want to mess with right here. Huh, Vinny? What do we call him? Italian. Oh, somebody put Nakashi for the brother there. That's good. Italian. Sicilian. Italiano. Don't forget the O. He's not just Italian. They're not just Latin. They're Latino and Italiano. Don't forget that O. Okay. Wonderful, everybody. Pretty good. Everybody's following through. Pretty good. This was the scariest. I remember these movies, these mafia movies. Oh my goodness, man. You don't know when you're going to get whacked, Vinny. All right, so that he looks like the guy that no, Let me go back to him. That's funny. This is what the guy looked like that brought me to the docks. When I talk about the guy that brought me to the docks in Staten Island, I think it was Staten Island docks, and told me that he trusts me, but if I ever release his secrets, he's gonna put the cement shoes on me. And he pointed to the part where I'm gonna sink. He looked like this guy with a ponytail. All right, here we go. All right, everybody. So boom, we're on to let's look at the root. Let's look at the root of all or most of these names. So here we go. We're in the first known recording of the term Zongoi, which comes from a ritual vessel dating 1000 BC. This is Zongoi or Zing. Okay, and this is the origin of the Chinese, or what's called King or Zheng or Ding. And this is the oracle bone script, developed into a sophisticated writing system from the Shang Dynasty of China more than 3,000 years ago, right? And this is from the Zheng, and this is from 1254 BC. And so we have ancestral artifacts tying in at least the sound of what became known as the Qing, Chang, or Zheng, Zhangoi, into Qing, which became Chinese today. So we got this artifact here. Wonderful. That's for the Chinese. Then we look at Mexico for the Mexican man. Republic laying in the south of the U.S. from Spanish, from Nahuatl. Mexico or Mexico. Okay. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We got the Jing, Chang, or Mexico. Okay, good, good, good. And then we got the Italian man. The Italian man from Italy. Vitali, the name of a tribe that settled in Calabria. Okay, from Latin. Okay, because you know the Italians were the Romans and Latins. Modern day Italians are Romans and Latins. Okay, so we got something going back to the Latin and Roman culture. Vitali. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, good. Now, before I get into the last one, I will blow your mind with a Tehuti bomb. A little bonus jewel for all my Indian brothers and sisters. Did you know the old root of the word India, because that was the other man we had on the list, India, Indus, is from the Persian Hindus, from where you get the word Hindu from? Guess what one of the oldest archaeological inscriptions was written from the most popular Persian Indian rulers? Guess what language it was in? Guess where it was found? Ready, everybody? Boom. There's your word Hindu. Hindus right there. Hindus. See that? It's in Medu Neter. There it is. There it is. And the Shen with Hindus. Hindus or Hindus. Right? From the original Indian or the Persian. Remember the Iranian? Remember I did a whole class on that? Okay. And there it is right there in the Medu Neter. Hindui. Hindus. See right there? Okay. One of its oldest accounts is actually in Medu Neter. Isn't that interesting? I can get to that in another class. Boom. Yes, Hindu. A province in the Indus Valley was written in the Medu Neter, but that's for another class. Okay. All right. So there's the Hindus. So we find that in ancient times. We find Italian going back to Latin in ancient times. We find Shang Dynasty, Qing, Zhangguai going back to Chinese in ancient time. Okay, we find Hindus going back to Medu Neter. Okay. What do we notice in common with all these landmass people titles? They all in some way have their root and territory root deriving from what the indigenous people acknowledge themselves, except for one. Except for one. Okay. Except for one. And that is, quote unquote, Africa. Pro-Black conscious community since 1950s has been screaming, we are African. Get back to your African roots. Africa is the mother. Africa is where civilization and language began. Wonderful. So wouldn't it make sense for the first civilization to have a name for that landmass? If it was important to them, of course. So did the highest intelligent mothers and fathers have a name for it that we are following in their consciousness footsteps today? Because if not, then we are following in the consciousness of someone else's mind. So did we name this landmass, quote unquote, Africa? Well, how can I put this in not so many words? No, 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 flag, no, circle, no, no, star, no, no, and there's the last one. No, we did not. We did not. Even though we have conscious teachers spreading the psyops. And here's one of them right here, which I broke down in a class before. Edwarfo Kwesi Ra Nahum Patah. And what does he teach? What do the conscious teachers teach? Because they're doing what's called reverse reasoning. What do they teach? Here it is. Aforakanu, aforakaitnut, aforaka, aforaitkaitnut. The term aforaka. And then he puts up some metanetter there, and does what's called false equivalency. So he says numerous scholars over the centuries have attempted to delineate the etymological origins of the name Africa. However, they have failed because of the lack of understanding of Aforakaini, Aforakaitnut, African ancestral religion, cosmology, and culture. Adwirfur Kwesi Ra, Nahem Patah Akan, is the first to elucidate and publish the actual etymological origins of the name Africa, demonstrating the name to be derived linguistically and cosmologically from Afuraka, Afurakait. Oh my goodness. The original male and female aspects of the name. Oh my gosh. This includes showing the actual term written by our Afurakaini, Afurakaitnut, African ancestors, in the ancestors in the Medun Netter. Is that what it says? Medutu. Okay, hieroglyphics of ancient Kemet, ancient Egypt, a discovery which herefore had never been accomplished. Afuraka, Afurakite, Afurite kite. I don't know what that is indigenous designation for the continent, first propounded by Afurakanu, Afurakaitnut, African black people prior to the existence of any other people. So, according to this conscious Kemetic teacher brother here, the people on the landmass, the indigenous people, were the first to give the designation for the continent, first propounded by them. Okay, so somebody reading this will get excited and say, "See, Aforakainut, Aforakainut, and we are the first to designate for the continent." See, because people love that word. They love that word Africa. It's been put in our mind for over 500 years. So here it is. Afuraka, Afurayat Kait. Oh my goodness. And then he puts Africa right here upside down. And this catches people because it's different, right? It's different. Okay. Well, first, let me ask the audience, what is Africa as they teach us? Is it a city, a town? Is it a country? What is Africa? Let me get into the room. What is Africa? Is it a village? Is it a city? Is it a town, a country? What actually is Africa labeled as? Put it in the room. What is it? What is Africa labeled as? Is it a village? Is it a town? Is it a province, a state? What is it? Type in the room. What is it? Afurakite note. There we go. We got continent. The entire continent. Okay, good. So that's what they taught us, right? It's a continent. That couldn't be a psyops, could it? Nah. Welcome to the Tuti Paw class, everybody. Here we go. Okay, let me remove what you feel is a reality. Okay, so it's a continent. Good answers, everybody. Good answers. Nice. A continent. So the fathers of civilization, the first boat navigators, the inventors of language, the inventors of concepts of territories, land masses, must have found value in continents, right? For us to be asking what was the original name for the continent. Okay, great. Let's look up together the meta word for continent. Let's do that. Okay, because of course the original navigators, the ones who went on, they invented the boats. All right, the people that invented territories, land masses, kings, queens, as they call them, invented writings, the first maps. They must have had value in a continent. To be able to name something, you have to have value in it. Okay? The Cometians named things that were valuable to them, that they could talk about and write about. So for us to be asking what's the original name for the continent, well, let's look up the meta word for continent. Let's look it up. Here we go. What is the meta word for continent? Here we go, everybody. Boom. We're going to one of the most popular, largest dictionaries on page 1098. How do you spell continent again? C-U-N-T-I. Here we are, everybody. Let's look up continent from the original inventors of language and the original inventors of territories and land masses. Let's look up in the Medunetter, the oldest language. Contempt? No, that's not it. Okay, I comes after E, so it should be contents. Oh, here it is. Contest? No. Continue? No, that's continue. Continuous? Wait a minute, hold on. I'm not finding continent here. Wait a minute, hold on. Gotta be, because we're talking about a continent. It must be important to them, right? They must have named it. They had to have named it, because who else would have named it? The Chinese? Wait a minute. Contentious? No, that's not content. Contentment. No, that's not it. Content. No, the I. Where's the I? Oh, error. Contradiction. Contrary. That's T. Where's continent, everybody? I don't. Continent. Continent. No. Contended. It goes to continue. Continuous. To contract. I don't see anyway. You see continent in here? Any of you see continent here? It must have been important to them, right? No. Okay, I don't see it. Okay, everybody. Boom. So how could the name of the continent Africa come from a Medunetter words Afuraka? You see? Remember? Let's go back, everybody. Let's go back. Let's go back. Here we are. What did your Kemetic teacher say? He said that the indigenous designation for the am I reading that right? Let me blow it up. The indigenous designation for the continent, is that what that says? The indigenous designation for the continent, first propounded by the Afurakaito, African black people, prior to the existence of any other people on Earth. But wait a minute, I'm going to the Medunetter dictionary, where it cites different words and where they're mentioned in the papyrus. I don't even see the word. There's no word for continent. Okay, so how could the name of the continent Africa come from the Medunetter words Afuraka when there is no Medunetter word for the concept of a continent? Let that sink in for a moment. Stop the deception, please. Please stop the deception, please. Because this name and concept actually has its root in Latin Roman heritage. I will have to take you to the actual Latin dictionary, not the etymological dictionary, not the English dictionary. I have to take you to the Latin/German, Latin dictionary, Latin to German. There's a reason why German's involved, but we'll go to the Latin. We have to go to a Latin dictionary to see what is actually going on here. Let's go to the Latin dictionary. Here it is, Africa, in the Latin dictionary, inhabitants of Africa. Okay, now there's a lot of references you can click on, because the beautiful thing about this dictionary is that when it gives you the reference, it gives you the attestation, then you can click and see, you can go and see where it's actually mentioned, then look up the date. So it says Africa, inhabitants of the territory of Carthage. hey, Carthage is just a small place. It doesn't say anything here about a continent. It says inhabitants of the territory, the inhabitants of Africa, strict sense, inhabitants of the territory of Carthage. Very interesting. Let's scroll down, everybody. Let's scroll down and see Africa, also Terra Africa, land of Africa, the land Africa in the broader sense. Then it goes the continent from the Greek. The continent from the Greeks. Wait a minute. What's going on here, everybody? Welcome to the Tutti Podcast. Boom. And the psyops begins. Right off the bat, we see chaos. What is Africa? It says the sense of a continent. Let's go back there. In the broader sense, the continent from the Greek. Interesting. Okay, so the sense of the continent from Greek, and then it says two, sometimes counted towards Asia. Did you see that? Let me go back down there. Sometimes, see where my mouse is moving? Sometimes counted towards Asia. Sometimes counted towards Europe. Do you see that, everybody? There's the land Africa before Afrikanut. Before anybody alive today, this is the Latin definition of, this is what they were using it for, in the provenance and the context of what they used it for. A small area in Carthage, and then sometimes parts of Asia, sometimes Europe, and there's going to be a reason for that. Sometimes counted towards Europe. There's your old definition of Africa. I didn't see anything coming from any original language. Okay? Remember, the concept of land and the decisions of borders were all created and decided by the oppressor. Thus, any quote-unquote pride you have in this ever-switching area description of this invented place, Africa, is pride in whatever your oppressor daddy tells you to have pride in. And every time he decides to switch what is included in the area, you immediately have pride in the added description. How insulting to your intelligence is that? If that is not self-hating hypnosis, nothing else is. Imagine not being proud or associating with a landmass, then the invader is from Arabia, Europe, and then the invader, oppressor, says one day, hey, today we're going to make parts of Arabia and Europe Africa. Then you are immediately stepping right into, and then you're proud of that. Then you're immediately stepping right in line with that thought like a good slave. So if he says, you know what, this part of Saudi Arabia, this isn't Africa, this is Saudi Arabia. So you don't claim that area. You say, I'm a proud African, I'm from Africa. And then 10 years later, he says, you know what, 80 miles into Saudi Arabia, that's going to be Africa now. So the people that's living 80 miles in Saudi Arabia, they can say, I'm African too. But who's the one, once again, just like dynasties, who's the one making these decisions? Remember, we were the original land developers. According to Afrikanut, we were there first. We were delegating the territories way before Europeans could talk. So what did we call the land in the ancient language that we invented? What did we call it? Does anybody know? Was there even an it? Because I can't even find the word continent inside of the Medu language. Imagine that. Imagine that, everybody. We can't find the word continent in the Medu language. We can find country, we can find village, we can find tribe, we can find province, states, land masses, farms, kings, queens, delegations of land territories. We can find taxes, we can find maps. I can't find the word continent, though. It doesn't seem to be in the attestation of any sentence ever said in Kemetic history. Interesting. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. So just like a good slave, you accept it. Well, that is exactly what was and is happening with this imaginary idea called Africa. What do I mean? Let me show you more of the matrix, everybody. Let's go. Let me take you to the first map of quote-unquote Africa, early map. Let's go to 1554. Here is who designated you the first modern Africa on the map, a German Sebastian Munzer. Here he is, everybody. Here is the father of the concept of Africa. There it is, everybody. Without this guy, nobody in ancient times would be running around talking about any place called Africa. So here he is. Get to know his handsome face, because without that handsome face, you have no such thing called Africa. This Afrikait has yet to be found in the context speaking of a continent. That means that I can find in the Medunetter Afu, Ra, and Ka. Those are three Medunetter words. Afu, I have a snake named Afu. Afu is skin. His name is Afu because he has skin instead of scales, so I call him Afu. Of course, we know Ra, and of course, we know the Ka. You can't put those three words together, Afu, Ra, Ka, and then say that in 3000 BC, 2000 BC, 1200 BC, that Ramesses and the pharaohs put those three words together, and we're talking about a landmass. Where's that sentence? Where is the sentence? Give me the story where the pharaohs were talking about the landmass and they put the three words together. Where is that? I find the word Afu in the Per Haru, speaking about the skin of Ra. I find the word Ra being used for the sun, being used for day, and being used for the name of Enitiru. I find the word Ka being described all throughout the pyramid text, the coffin text, and the Per Haru, describing the inner part of man, the bioenergetic template, the template of man, the energy force that makes man. I find that. I never find Ka being described as a landmass. I never find Afu, Ra, and Ka as some huge landmass that everything is in. The lies must stop right here. Here's your Africa right here. It's a German, Sebastian Munzer. Without him, you don't have an Africa. Show me Africa before him. Show me Africa in our language in a sentence. Don't take three words and put it together. Don't do that. Don't take Mary Tyler Moore and see Mary Tyler Moore. She knew her ancient consciousness because it's Mary. She knew that. It was Isis Mary. And then she knew that she was a Moore. Mary Tyler Moore. Mary Tyler Moore had no knowledge on Aset, no knowledge on Mary, and knew nothing about the Moors, even though her name was Mary Tyler Moore. Ty. See? Queen Ty? Ty. No. You can't take words that are not fine. When I teach you, I show you them in sentence structures written by the ancient ancestors themselves in the context. I don't grab a sound from here, a sound from here, a sound from here, and say, look, you see, if your name is Raquel, the Pharaoh Ramesses was calling you the Rock of El. No, Pharaoh Ramesses never heard of Rock El, even though there's a word rock and there's a word El that was never used in a sentence together. So stop the Afro-Kainut. Here's your Africa right here. 1552. Let's go back. Check it out, everybody. Let's go to the old map. Look at this old map, 1554. Boom. Let's check it out. Look how Africa looks. Look at it. Get a good look. This is 1554. Sebastian, the earliest obtainable map of the whole continent of Africa. This is the earliest one. Munster was a professor of the Hebrew at Heidelberg and then Basel, where he settled in 1529 and later died of the plague. And here he is. He's a German. The Germans really control our consciousness, don't they? The Germans are all over this. All right, he was a German scholar and foreigner. Munster was the first map setter to print separate maps in the 4 and then known continents. Okay, there he is. So there's your map of Africa. Get a good look, everybody. Get a good look. Boom. Okay. And there's your Africa. A little area superimposing what Morocco is today. What do I mean by that, everybody? What do I mean by that? Africa, let me move my mouse over it. I wish this could blow up more. I don't think it can blow up more. I'm not sure. No, it can't. See this little pink thing my mouse is moving over? That is the only part on this whole map that says Africa. Do you see that? Africa, right here where my mouse is. This little part right here, that's it. This is Africa. That's what the Tamahu said. And at this time, that's what it was, because that's what he said. Did the people that lived there agree to that? No. Did the people that live down here agree that over here, this is Africa? No. Did the people agree that this whole landmass was called Africa? No. This German had this map, and according to some that took place in Carthage, according to some that took place in the and also in the Morocco area, just this little area here was Africa. There is your first Africa, and we're going to explain why. Here we go. So there it is, everybody. Explanation. Remember, in the Latin explanation of Africa, inhabitants of Africa, strict sense, inhabitants of the territory of Carthage. See that? Just a little area right up here. Just a little area, not this whole place. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. The Caucasian didn't give that to you yet. He didn't give that to you yet. So if you're in 1554, you wouldn't be screaming, I'm a proud African yet. The Caucasian had to give you that area, call it that, and then you became proud of it. Before that, nobody on the planet was screaming, I'm a proud African. So here we go, everybody. So unless they were from that area. Okay, so if you were to abide by what your European invader decides, then in 1554, you would only be a proud African if you were from that area, that particular little pink area, because you let him dictate what your land is called based on whatever day he decides. Then you eagerly go with it, and his slave with him, and slave with him in the matrix. And by the way, if you are Ethiopian, a name and label in the language of the invaders again, by the way. But if you are labeling yourself this today, you wouldn't be in 1554 if you followed what your oppressor labeled you as you do today. Look at where Ethiopia is on this map. Question for the class before I continue. Is Ethiopia in Africa? I'm going to ask that for everybody right now. Is Ethiopia, according to what you've been taught and what your conscious teacher teaches and what you've learned in school, is Ethiopia in Africa? Is Ethiopia in Africa? Let me go to the chat and see what people type. Just a simple question for everybody. Is Ethiopia in Africa? Is Ethiopia in Africa? Yes or no? Is Ethiopia in Africa? Darius put yes. That's right. Ethiopia is in Africa. Boom. Nana put yes, of course, because if you said anything other than yes, this world will label you as crazy. You're off your rockers. There we go. Let me show you how the hypnosis works, though, because you know the Tuti snake style. Okay, is Ethiopia in Africa? Yes, by those standards. Is Ethiopia in Africa? Right? The only reason why you say Ethiopia is in Africa was because the European said Ethiopia is in Africa. Imagine that. We claim to be from this place. We claim it. But every title and landmass that we claim is designated by the European or the Arab. Ethiopia is a Greek word, Ethiopis. That's a Greek word. Zanzibar and all those are all Arabic Greek names. Sudan, Aswadan, that's Arabic. What is the indigenous name for the area? We don't know. We only go by the Greeks because we see them as daddy. Hey, daddy, remember you were named by your mom and dad? That's the job of the mother and father, right? Is to name you. So because through slavery, we believe that the European was mommy and daddy, we let them name everything. We never questioned it, and we had no power to change it. So today, we will all say Ethiopia is in Africa. And then can we put Ethiopia is actually in the Middle East? Okay. Well, let's look and see, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Let's look and see. Is Ethiopia in Africa? Most everybody said yes. And here it is, everybody. Look where Ethiopia is according to the map. In 1554, here's Africa. Africa is just this little place. This is Libya. This is Africa. Only this place right here. But look where Ethiopia is. This is the Moroccan area. And look where it says Ethiopia. See that? Ethiopia is right here under the Moroccan area. Ethiopia here, right in the center of this fantasy psyops called Africa. But look where it is. It's under Africa. Huh? So if you're in 1554 and you believed in your slave master then, you would never say Ethiopia is in Africa if you went by this map, because Africa is just this little area here that actually the Romans set up, and Ethiopia is actually right under it. There's no place in this area called Ethiopia. And so they decided that the landmass was called Africa, and then Ethiopia goes over here, and then Ethiopia is inside of Africa. But according to this map, Ethiopia is under Africa. So which one do you go by? Should you go by any of them? Anyone we go by is what your oppressor set up. Okay, so right, Ethiopia there, look what it is. But here it is today. Here it is. Look where Ethiopia is on this map. Ethiopia over here in the World Atlas is way over here. This part of the map that I showed you with little Africa in the center, look where Africa is. Africa is in West Africa, is in this western part of what they're calling Africa today. It's way over here. Ethiopia is down here on this map, way over thousands of miles away. On that map, 1554, Africa is this little area just right here. Now Africa is this whole place, and Ethiopia has been moved thousands of miles from here to all the way here. Which one do you go by? Which one is right? Whichever one he says it is. So if your great-great-grandfather in 1554 was alive, he would say, Ethiopia is under Africa. That's what the truth is. It's under Africa because that's what the truth is. I'm telling you, boy, Ethiopia is, and then the map is right there. See the map right there? The map right there. It's just right under there. See it? You're under there. And he be right because slave man, but the father says, white father says that's where it is. That's where it gotta be. And then today you're saying, no. See, it's updated now, man. It's 2023. It's updated. See, Ethiopia is over here, and see, Africa is the whole continent. And you two will be arguing while the Europeans looking at both of you laughing, saying, I decided where both these places are at different dates, and look at you all who are from this area arguing with yourselves, and none of you have named any of these places. The psyops begins, ladies and gentlemen. Let it begin. Here it is. So, did you, as a proud African, decide that, or was it decided for you? Did you decide the move of Ethiopia should be down here, and that Africa should be the whole area here, and not here anymore? Or was that decided for you, and you went along with the decision of a place that you claim is yours? You claim that's the motherland. That's the motherland. What's your mother's name? My mother's name is Henrietta. My mother's name is Fufu. And then the European says, no, your mother's name is Diane. No, my mother's name is Fufu. And he says Diane. Then you say, okay, it's Diane. And then 2 years later, no, your mother's name is Debbie. It's Debbie. That's what it is, Debbie. Okay, my mom's name is Debbie. Oh, you know what? Her name isn't Debbie, just the left part of her arm. Just that's the Debbie. Because she holds little Debbies with that. So that's her Debbie. Okay, her left arm is Debbie. We sound like children or slave. We sound retarded, absolutely retarded. Instead of saying, what did the ancient people acknowledge? Here we are calling these places European and Latin names, and they're switching it around, and we all have pride in it, like as if we're the ones that did it. I'm a proud Ethiopian. I'm proud from this place. I'm proud. What's the name of the place? I don't know. It's a Greek name. Right, so here it is. Ethiopia is over here now today, and 1554 was under Africa. Okay, so for you, because the reality, Ethiopia is under Africa, not in it, in 1554 map. Okay, so let's go further back to the BCs, to 146 BC, where this all began. That to be exact, because that was the birth of Africa. 146 BC, ladies and gentlemen, is the birth of Africa. If you can show me Africa prior to 146 BC, you can choose multiple donations from this podcast and go home with it. We think Africa is some ancient area landmass that the kings and the queens loved. No, Africa has a beginning in 146 BC. And the beginning was not us. Let's go ahead and check it out. Here's the beginning of Africa right here. Africa is a Roman province. So when the brother asks, is there two Africas? Absolutely. There's the one in your fantasy mind that you think exists today. Then there's the original one that was actually created by the Romans in 146 BC. Africa was a Roman province on the northern African. They're calling it Africa now, but it wasn't called Africa when the Romans were there. Africa was a Roman province established in 146 BC following the defeat of Carthage. So the Latin dictionary was right. The Latin dictionary was right there by Tanzania and Algeria, right on the coast of Western Libya So we go back to 1554. The German guy was right. You see? The German guy, this guy right here, he was right. He's following his Roman ancestors. He's not listening to you all. He's not listening to any pro-black, whatever. He's going by his Roman ancestors. Here is Libya right down here, and here's the little Africa part. He's going by what actually happened in real history. Africa was never the name of a big place. And so the European, through political reasons, decided that it should be. And then we said, yes, it is. Yep, you decided. Yep, that's right. All right, so here it is, 146 BC. Here's a little area right here. Little area right here is just a little small area. That's what it was in factual history, not in the minds of the pro-black makeup, not that, because we all didn't name anything. In the history of the people that actually named the place in their Latin language, because they're the ones that named it. So when the Romans named the place, they didn't go around to the tribe and say, "Hey, in your native language, what do you call this place?" Afurkanut. Okay, we as Romans are going to call it Afurkad or Afurkanut. No, that's not what happened. When they got there, they named the place and a place in their language. That's why it's in the Latin dictionary, and that's why it goes back to the Romans in history. If you can show archaeology with anybody talking about this huge landmass called Africa before 146 BC, please send it to my email, send it to the Tutsi Pod class, and boom, you will get 3 donations, because that's the name of the whole continent, when there wasn't even a meta word for continent. This is all European games based on politics, and we are just falling into it, and now we're taking pride in it. Thus, your concept of Africa, quote unquote, again, is strictly what the invader tells you it is, and you abide by it lazily, because what was removed from you, no matter how, quote unquote, pro-black we are, your brain has no association of you developing a country or naming it. That's nowhere in your psyche. We have nowhere in our family stories where we talk about great grandpa, he named the country. He was the ancient king. There's no memory of that in our psyche, because it goes back to slavery, and then we have no memory of my great great grandfather he established this land, and he was actually a king, and his son was a prince. No, we don't have that in our mind. We don't have any land development of an actual country, especially a continent, in our mind. Once that aspect was removed, he knew we were no longer a threat, because every quote-unquote nation is associated and defends a land border that they created, not their enemy nation, that they created. So they created the borders, meaning themselves, named the land, you named yourself after that Africans, steadily changing what Africa is, confusing the subconscious. For example, the question is, Saudi Arabia, I asked the classroom this, is Saudi Arabia African? Is a Saudi Arabian African? Let me look in the room and let me ask this question. Is a Saudi Arabian African, according to what we've been taught today? When we have all these racial pro-black arguments, is a Saudi Arabian African? Just put yes or no. Is a Saudi Arabian African? Is a Saudi Arabian African? Yes or no? Somebody put in the chat. Is a Saudi Arabian African? Can King Saud come up to you and say he's an African too? He said, "You're an African. You're pro-African. I'm African too." It's in Saudi Arabia. Yes or no? Is a Saudi Arabian an African? Darius McNair put no. Higa Kepra put no. And why is that? Because we teach that the people from Saudi Arabia invaded Africa with Islam. In order for you to be an invader of a place, there has to be a border, right? There has to be a border. You invaded Africa. That means there's a particular border, and that border line starting from that point is called Africa. And people from this other continent, they came from their continent, crossed over the border of our continent, and thus invaded Africa. But if there's no such place called Africa, if there's no such place, or if Africa extends to Saudi Arabia, then can Saudi Arabians be invaders of a place of which they're included in also? You could say Islam invaded the tribal cultures. That's a religion. But you can't say they invaded Africa if they're a part of Africa. Only if. Let's go and see. Welcome to the Tutti Podcast. We're here to break Matrix, no opinions, no emotions, just straight historical facts and evidence and information. And we put our personal emotions aside because I got to break the matrix. Here it is. Your personal emotions will get involved with breaking the matrix. Well, have you heard of the colonizability of Africa map? Anybody ever heard of that? It's called the colonizability of Africa map. Well, when the colonizers were coming and to invade the tribes, rape the women, and take over the lands to farm, they knew that there were areas that were very dangerous to them and were not cultivatable to them and had scarce water supply and or too much sun. There's a beautiful movie on that called Guns, Germs, and Steel. Go and watch it. It's like a movie documentary. It's great though. It's called Guns, Germs, and Steel. It explains how when the European was coming over into those tribes and those areas, there was areas that were some were uninhabitable, some were too hot. So they picked areas along a borderline that was similar to Europe that they could survive in, cultivate the type of food they ate. They weren't coming over here to eat fufu and African food. They're trying to cultivate what they ate. So they picked areas in what is called today Africa that is safe, cultivatable. There's places that they would die of the sun. They wouldn't get proper water. They put out a map showing what are the best areas in Africa, as they call it today, Africa. Were not cultivatable to them and had scarce water supplies, too much sun, and was harsh to their skin. So they divided, quote unquote, Africa into color coded regions. Okay. So here is this right here. What you're looking at is a graph of what today would be called and the reason why I'm using the word Africa for today, that's what it's called today. In ancient times, it wasn't called that, but this is colonizable Africa because eventually the Europeans started calling the area Africa. They decided that. And they had colonizable areas in Africa, which was the pink. That was the healthiest, where European races may be accepted too, because in the time of prevailing type, where eventually European states may be formed. So that's the healthy part of Africa. So this is a map made that's describing the best parts of the land area to describe to the people today. Okay, so they had the healthiest part. They had fairly healthy, which was the yellow. They had unhealthy, which was the gray. And of course, through racism, the extremely healthy, unhealthy was of course brown. Okay. So went from brown to gray to yellow to their skin tone pink, which was the healthiest area. So this is called healthy Africa, as is taught in the schools today when they talk about where the colonizers went. They call it healthy Africa. Okay, so, well, the yellow area was the largest area with suitable conditions in quote unquote Africa. Let me show you the map. So here's how they divide it up. When they divide up and show colonizability of Africa, here's the yellow areas right here. See this big yellow? There is the pink and there's the gray. Look at the yellow. I want everybody to look at the yellow and tell me what you see in what today is called colonizable Africa. Do you see Saudi Arabia over here as yellow? Does anybody see that? Just press 1 if you see that. Press 1 if you see Saudi Arabia in the yellow, please. Huh? Press 1 if you see Arabia in the yellow. Does anybody see Arabia in the yellow? And look at this craziness. Look where Sudan is on this map. Sudan is in the dead center of this area. This whole area here is Sudan. Isn't Sudan a little place down here by Ethiopia? Look where Sudan is on here. Which map do you go by, people? Whichever map they tell you is right for that year and that time. Look at Sudan. Look at huge Sudan in the middle, smack dab in the middle. And look at Arabia in the yellow. Why? Because Arabia, to explain it to people today, is fairly healthy Africa, where it's favorable conditions of soil, water supply, or prior. Because you know what you're calling Saudi Arabia, Wasn't even Saudi Arabia until like what 1926. So here's Arabia here in the yellow. Anybody see it? Let me go to the chat and see who's pressing one. Press one if you see that. Okay, good. You see that? You see that? There it is. Which one do you go by, people? Or do you just leave it all alone and go by what your ancestors said? Because this is chaos and confusion. So there is, boom, there is all of what's called Saudi Arabia, and look at where Sudan is. Yes, Africa is a part of the PSYOPs. This quote unquote Africa concept is a part of the PSYOPs. There is no such thing. It is ever changing, and there's not any African man or woman changing it. So who's changing where Africa is? Is it a little area just in Carthage? Is it the whole landmass? Is Sudan in the center? Is Ethiopia under it? All these changes in the motherland, none of the decisions of those changes were made by anybody that looks like you, me, Wesley Snipes, or even Halle Berry, or even Lisa Bonet, or even Kid from Kid and Play. Nobody who's making these decisions look like anybody from Wesley Snipes to Kid from Kid and Play. They all look like the German guy in Alexander the Great. That's who's making the decisions on what Africa is, and we just come later taking pride. We are African. We are African. Which part? Which African? The Carthage one, the first one in 146 BC, or the new one? Are you from the Sudan that's in the center? Or are you from the Sudan down there when Ethiopia was up by Morocco, or when Ethiopia was down here because he decided that? We decided nothing. We jump on the bandwagon because we're just lazy. You don't want to set up a nation. We just want to go by whatever the people say. And then you just take pride. And then you're arguing with your grandfather. In my time, that wasn't Africa. And then in 146 BC, in my time, that Africa was carnage. Africa, who was deciding this? The enslaver. So the ever-changing is not taking place by any so-called African man, nor part of any decisions. The so-called continent called Africa is a European-invented fantasy that you have become a part of so they can disconnect you with ancient land areas that your ancestors actually built and named and took pride in. That's what the whole PSYOPs is about, because you just say African and you get away from the actual people's names for particular areas that we found important, and the areas have names that go with a particular story and spirituality that we found important. Obviously, the ancient people never ever took any value in anything called a continent, nor any value in any landmass that was called Africa. There was no agreements. There was no who was the king of Africa, who was the president. That never even existed. That is a concept invented by Romans, Germans, and Greeks people that invented it. And yes, a continent named Africa is a European fantasy that started with Romans and Greeks. The continent of Africa. Wait, is Africa even a continent? No, Tehuti, don't do this. You're removing everything I hold on to. Yes, that's my job, to let you know you're in the matrix frequency. And the only way I can free you is for you to stop holding on. A bird that continues to hold on to its comfort zone, its nest, will never fly. It'll never be free. It'll always be holding on. This is all that I know. I got to hold on to this comfort zone, and it never flies. So what if I told you that they lied about that as well? Not only is quote unquote Africa as one whole landmass the name a PSYOPs, and that our ancestors were never interested in naming that so-called landmass. But what if I told you that quote unquote Africa is not even a continent? It's not even a continent. Let me break the matrix for you. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, where they're calling Africa is not even a continent. You ready, everybody? Are you ready? Let's go. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. And I don't know why this here it is. Continent. Let's look at the definition of continent and let's see if Africa falls into it. Here it is. Continent, a continuous tract of land. That's one unstopping landmass. It's just one blob, one block, one piece of mud. Continuous tract of land. From continent, land. Medieval, continuous land. Hold together, to enclose. Okay? So it's one held together land. That's what a continent is. A continuous tract of land, in other words, one landmass. This is why Jamaica is an island and not a part of any continent. Is Jamaica part of a continent? Jamaica is an island. It's a separate island, but it itself is not. Jamaica is not a country of a continent because it's branched off. It's not a part of one continuous tract landmass. It itself, according to this definition, is its own continent. It itself is one continuous landmass, but in the European eyes, only the larger ones are the continents and the smaller ones are the islands, even though islands are one continuous landmass by themselves. And the size of determination is just is based on what you feel big and large is. But anyways, a continent is one continuous landmass. And here it is, everybody. Let's take a look. Have you heard of Cape Verde? Anybody heard of Cape Verde? Let's look up Cape Verde, everybody. Cape Verde. Cape Verde is a beautiful place. It's Cabo Verde, right? With, of course, Portuguese again. So here we go. Cabo Verde is called Cape Verde, a group of islands that lie 385 miles off the kilometer west coast of Africa. Cape Verde, okay? Cape Verde. Here it is. Cape Verde is a group of islands. Okay, look at where the country of Africa extends to. But first, let's look at their definition of continent again. One continuous tract of land to be held together, one mass of land. Well, here on the map, here's Cape Verde. Let me blow this up. Wait a minute. Cape Verde looks like it's in the water over here. Is Cape Verde a part of Africa? Cape Verde's in the water over here. It's away from Africa. Here it is, Cape Verde. Cape Verde location on the Africa map. Huh? Here's Cape Verde on the African map. Why would Cape Verde be on the African map? Is Saudi Arabia on the African map? Is Saudi Arabia on the African map? Is Trinidad on the African map? No, because they don't consider Trinidad a part of Africa. But here's the new addition. Cape Verde wasn't even on that original map. The Romans never considered it, neither did Sebastian. The Cape Verde wasn't even on there. Now today, Cape Verde is a part of Africa because now Cape Verde is location on the Africa map. You can only be on an Africa map if you're Africa, supposedly. But here's the separation. Cape Verde. Interesting. Cape Verde is about 570 kilometers from the landmass tract, but yet the Tamahu still has this as a part of one of the countries, a part of one of the countries in Africa. And then there's Madagascar. Let's look back at the color map. Remember the pink was the healthiest of Africa? Well, let's look at this one. Remember the pink here? Now we go over here and look at the pink. That's the healthiest part of Africa. Look at the pink is in Madagascar. Isn't this an island separate from the one land mass tract? This is Africa, the one land mass tract, right? Isn't this an island away from it? It's like 250 miles away. But here's the pink. And the pink is the healthy parts. Here's the pink. Healthy, colonizable Africa. Pink. And here's the pink in Madagascar. Does that make sense, anybody? The pink is in the healthy, colonizable part of Africa. Africa is a continent, which is one tract landmass, one tract. It's not anything broken off, not any island. It's just one. A continent is one tract. That's it. Anything separated from it is not the one. It's called held together, one tract. But here's Madagascar with pink in it. Why? Because the Tamahu is built on chaos. His definitions are chaos and confusing. And you, through emotion, try to make sense of his definitions, and they have nothing to do with you. You weren't there, a part of the decision of, well, today we'll make Madagascar a part of Africa. Hey, here on this landmass, Cape Verde is not a part of it. You know, those lands in Cape Verde, we'll call that a part of the African land map today. Oh, no, but Africa is a part of the center of the place. It's Carthage. But let's make the whole place. You are not a part of any of that. You should not be connected emotionally to anything that they're labeling. Boom, there it is. And to this day, it's considered a part of Africa. And it's 250 miles from the one tract land, Madagascar. But today, part of Africa. 1554, different dates. different parts. They change as they go, and they make the decisions. You're not a part of it. So places that are 570 kilometers away from the one-track landmass are a part of this Africa psyops illusion. But guess how far Arabia is from the continent of Africa? Let me check the audience. Does anybody know? How far is Arabia from Africa? Because remember, we just said Arabia, if you're from Arabia, you're not African. You're not African. Okay, good, because Africa is a continent landmass and Arabia is separate from that, right? So somebody tell me right now, how far is the continent that Arabia is connected to from Africa as a continent? Let's see if this psyops, let's see if this works logically. Cape Verde is 570 kilometers away, but it's Africa. Madagascar is 250 miles away, but it's Africa. It's on the called the map of Africa. How far is Saudi Arabia from this place called Africa? Because Saudi Arabia today is never on the map of Africa. So it must be some other place, right? So how far is it? Anybody's put down how many miles you think? You think it's 500 miles, 1,000 miles, 200 miles? How far do you think Saudi Arabia is from the continent of Africa? Put it down. Put it down. How far is Saudi Arabia from the continent of Africa? Somebody put numbers in the screen. Don't go look it up. I want you to what do you think? What do you think? It has to be some type of how far is it? Because it's not a part of Africa and it's not on the African map. But Cape Verde is on the African map. But Saudi Arabia isn't. Cape Verde is 570 kilometers away. So how far is Saudi Arabia? It must be further than that to not even be a part of the. You can be 570 miles away and still be Africa. So how far is Saudi Arabia away for them to say this is not Africa? How far is it? Anybody know? Does anybody know? Anybody know? Anybody know? Anybody know? Anybody know? Let's go to it. Let's go to it. Let's see. My thing is lagging. Are you ready? 72 feet. Bow. At one time when it was considered a separate place with the building of the Suez Canal, it was the closest was 72 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, but if you're from Arabia, you're not African. But if you're from Cape Verde, you're African. If you're 570 miles away, kilometers away, you're African. 72 feet? Is that even as long as a house? Is that like across the street, right? Like your neighbor across the street? Take your feet and walk 72 times, and that's not a part of the same place? Try to swim from what they call Africa to Cape Verde. Try it out one day. Try that swim. You can walk 72 feet and be in Arabia, but that's definitely not a part of Africa. Definitely not. No way. It can't be. There's no way. 70 feet. Here it is, everybody. The separation is right here. You want to see the separation? Right there. See this little line? You see this little line right here? That little line is the separation from an Arabian to an African. So if you're Arabian, you're not African because you're separated from this little bitty line. What is that line? That line is the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal is what separates Arabia from Africa, according to their definition of Arabia and Africa. So Arabia must be on another continent, right? So it's 72 feet away, but it's a part of another continent because remember, continent means one tract of land. So is Arabia the continent? What's the name of the continent that Arabia is a part of that is one tract of land? What's the name of that continent? Because it seems to be 72 feet away. You could literally walk 72 feet and get to this place. So this all started in 1969. Before 1969, it wasn't 72 feet away. When first opened, the canal consisted of channels by 8 meters, 26 feet deep, 22 meters, 72 feet wide at the bottom, 61 and 91 meters, 300 feet wide at the surface, to just allow ships to pass. It was 300 feet on one side, 22 meters on another side, just big enough for a ship to pass. That's the separation of Arabia and what you're considering Africa. 72 feet, which was built by this company to allow ships to pass. By the Suez Canal. Oh, did I tell you it was man-made, right? It's man-made. The Suez Canal, Suez is a company. Suez is a French company. And the Suez Canal, here it is, Arabic, Suez Canal. Kanat as Suez, an artificial sea level waterway in Egypt connecting Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea throughout the Isthmus of Suez by the Suez Canal Company in 1859. That's when it was built. 1859 by the Suez Canal Company. They made it. It's man-made. Here it is right here. Here is Africa, and here's the Suez Canal. And here's what we're calling Arabia, right here. You see how close they are? But Cape Verde is 570 kilometers, and Madagascar is 270 miles. But Saudi Arabia is 72 feet, and the separation is man-made. It's man-made. It's a man-made 72 feet to 300 feet, at least in that time, that when it was originally made. Okay? There it is right there. That is only 154 years ago. So here's the matrix. Land that is 570 kilometers are part of a continent separated by natural bodies of water, 570 kilometers, but land that is a part of a continent for millions of years, separated unnaturally by a French water company 154 years ago by 72 feet, is now a part of a whole nother continent. Is that so? It's only 154 years ago. So here's the matrix. Land that is 570 kilometers are part of a continent separated by natural bodies of water. That means nature separated at 570 kilometers. But land that was a part of a continent, they're connected for millions of years. There's no nature separating them. They're connected for millions of years. Then they're separated unnaturally one day in the 1800s, one day 154 years ago, by a French water company by 72 feet, is now a part of a whole nother continent. You're not Africa. You're part of a whole nother continent. Why? Because the Suez Water Company said so. Because they made a 72 feet separation to 300 feet separation. So you're part of another continent now because man put a thing there. But nature separated Cape Verde 570 miles. They don't allow you to use your logic when you think of these things, and that's how the matrix begins. When you're under hypnosis, you actually don't use any kind of logic whatsoever. Oh, and speaking of maps and charting geographical land borders, guess who invented that? Who invented maps and geographical land borders? Let me take you to Turin's Museo Egizio, right, the museum over here, because the concepts of maps was invented by the people in the same area that is separate Arabia from the Suez Canal, right there in Kemet, right there where Ramesses was in 1150. That's your oldest known map. So we invented the maps. We created the borders. We saw Arabia there. And we never separated into any place called Africa. There was no concept any pharaoh or any ancient man or woman had where he was looking from above and saw this big landmass and said, this is ours. And over there, that's not ours. That's not ours over there. Over here, they had areas set up in the Hittite area, in what you would call Iraq. And so I did a whole class on this, where parts of Perseti, that's where you get the word Palestine from. Perseti. Okay? Parts of Perseti and Iran was set up by Ramesses and the pharaohs, where that was a part of Kemet, but no part of Nigeria was. What part of Nigeria has an ancient Kemetic name or was set up by a Kemetic pharaoh? So parts that weren't set up by the ancient ones, we consider all that one place, but the area that actually where they expanded the borders and had that as a part of Kemet, that's not a part of Africa, but it was a part of Kemet though. Is Kemet in Africa? Because the Tamhu came in and confused everybody's mind. This is 1150 BC by the well-known scribe of the tomb of Amenemhati, son of Ipui. It was prepared for Ramesses IV. This is your oldest map. So we're the ones that created the maps and the borders. Okay. So what is this known to as for archaeologists? Let's go to the University of Chicago Press. It's known as the world's oldest surviving geological map, 1150 BC, Taurine Papyrus of Egypt. It's your oldest biological topographical map. So we're the inventors of borders. Before the European could speak, we invented borders. Okay? So what was the ancient word for continent again? That's right. There is no word. There was no word for continent. So the true inventors of borders and landmass, topical, geographic landmasses, the inventors of geography itself. Kemet invented geography itself, and then the people of Ma'at invented geography itself. The inventors of the first ancient written language on Earth in that area, the inventors of boats, kingdoms, and the important borderline territories for what encompasses a nation, yes, Kemet. And for over 6,000 years of the greatest rule and the highest technology and spiritual civilization had no focus whatsoever on a quote unquote continent and didn't even have a word for it because it was completely irrelevant to us. The concept of relevance of a quote unquote continent combined with a culture is a European psyops construct to take the minds of indigenous people away from what we named land masses in our language based on the spiritual significance to us before we met the invaders of our cultures. Africa, quote unquote, is a European fantasy and the word and border invented by Romans, Greeks, whose descriptions and borders constantly change by decisions of Europeans and Arabs, a psyops to confuse you so that you will never take what the indigenous mind had to say about themselves as authority, aka white supremacy. Hotep, I'm done. That is it, everybody. That is it. Yes, there are multiple Africas. So the question was asked: are there two Africas? Yes, there's this. There's the one in 146 BC. That was the original one. Then there was an Africa which had Sudan in the middle of it. Then that had Ethiopia right beside Libya and Morocco, right under Morocco as they have it. Then we have an Africa today that Saudi Arabia is not a part of because 154 years ago they created the Suez Canal. Then there was an Africa before the Suez Canal that's on the map that was drawn yellow, which went all the way to Arabia because that was one of the healthier parts of inhabitable, cultivatable Africa. Before the Suez Canal separated, there was no Arabia that was separate from Africa. Then we have the Africa today that has it separated, where Ethiopia is down there by the bottom with Sudan. Africa is the whole place, and then added on Cape Verde, which we have these Portuguese names. Cape Verde Islands, 570 miles away. That's now a part of the new map of Africa. Wasn't a part of the old one. Then we have Madagascar added to this one, which is a part of the pink area, inhabitable, cultivatable areas of Africa, and it's 250 miles away. And now Saudi Arabia is now a part of it. What is that about? Is that about 8 Africas? It's about 8 of them, right? Thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the answer. We got about 8 different versions of Africa. You can choose which one you're proud of, or you can just say, you know what? Forget about it. Forget about that. And let's go by what our ancestors were actually proud of. And what did we actually build? What are the territories we created? What are the stories that go with those territories? Why do we have those stories? What did we say about the area? Why was the landmass that we boarded off important to us? Why did the Nile Valley or the Ituru look like a lotus? What was significant to us? Not what's significant to someone else, so that you grab on to their definition and then you try to look for pride in this area. I'm African. And no, none of the ancestors that you read about, name one ancient ancestor that was proud of Africa. There we go. There's another podcast test. Somebody name an ancient African accordingly that ever said he was a proud African. Which ancient person in history ever said that they themselves were a proud African? Not one. Because there was tribes in different areas of the world, land masses that were separated, border lines that were separated by us for particular reasons, some of them for scientific reasons, some of them for energetic reasons, some of them for continuous discontinuality, conductivity, discontinuality ley lines. Some of them were set up for conductivity, discontinuality, ley lines. And it was important, so let's say for Earth Grid 1 to be under the Great Aku, and for that border to be set up there, for the ley lines that are there. That's more important to us for the energetic purposes. Okay, not for what the European says. This is Africa today. Next week, this is it. Oh, yeah, throw this over here. And he's doing it for war purposes and cultivational rate purposes. Okay, boom, I'm done. Let me look into the class and see. This is probably the longest pod class ever. Let me go back into the room. Let me shut this down. I hope you enjoyed it. Menkhu Ara, I hope he's even still awake for that answer. Boom. Welcome to Tutti pod class. Let me check the room and see who enjoyed that. And then I'm going to put the link in the room for the brothers to come in so we can do the last of the donations that were given, and I can close up the pod class. So there it is. If we just took those last two things that I taught, if people just stuck by those last two things, we could actually refocus on our culture and spirituality and get away from the games that they created with their fake dynasties, fake middle kingdoms, taking us away from the Zep Tepi, creating this Africa. So we focus on this place called Africa, as opposed to focusing on the lands that we named and the actual kings that were over. A landmass that people are proud of has to have a king or a queen, has to have a way of life, a culture, has to have a nation, has to have an army. Africa has none of that because we had no concept that it was ever one place. There's no African army. There's no African king. There's no African queen. There's no African nothing. There's no African anything in ancient times. But there's beautiful things that we created in ancient times. But when they do that, they create the distraction. It takes you away from the Zep Tepi. It takes you away from actual Sugagi, the Sugagi people, the people of the Nile Valley, the people of Tamaray, that actually invented things, that actually had a culture, that actually had something you could live by. There's no African thing that you can live by because there's thousands of tribes inside of this place called Africa. And Arabia, for those who accept Africa, you better accept Arabia as a part of it too. I don't want to hear anything else about Arabian invaders. There's no such thing as an Arabian invader if Arabia is a part of that yellow area that's a part of Africa. And the only separation is the Suez Canal. So they invaded what? They invaded a tribe? Don't say they invaded Africa, because years ago, Arabia was Africa. And remember, Muhammad was 630 AD. 630 AD is before any of these maps. 630 AD in the time of Muhammad was before any of these maps. Understand? It was before the 1554 map. It was before the Suez Canal. So were they arguing over Africa and Arabia? Did they get to a certain part of Africa and say, oh, we're in Arabia now? Who controlled Arabia? What was the name of that king? Was there such a place? No. So let's get back to real researchable history and break this matrix. Menkhu Ara, what do you think, my brother? What do you think?
Real researchable information. Thank you for that's amazing. There's no way I would have ever known any of that. So Tua for that breakdown. That was amazing. Yeah. My mind is I'm so brainwashed. So thank you for bringing the truth to us.
You're very welcome, my brother. That is what I'm here to do. And people who don't like the information, that's actually where they stop. By not liking it. Not disproving. There's no way that brother Afura Kaitnut can come in this class and show Africa before 146 BC. That's just not a fact. It's just not a fact. It sounds pretty, sounds cute, sounds emotional. Where are the historical facts? Because what do I tell my students to base things on? What do we base things on here at the Tehuti Pod class? Anybody remember?
Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion.
We base things on Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Now this is for the team to come on, but is this the real Zep Tepi Slim? I usually don't let anybody on but the team, but I do like my brother Zep. If this is Zep, who is this on here? Is this Zep Tepi Slim? Is this Anthony Drain? Is Anthony Drain? Are you in the room, Anthony Drain? Zep Tepi Slim. Press 1 if you are in the room, because this is for the team to come on to do the closeouts. But I see somebody on here called Earth Zep Tepi. Is that Anthony Drain? Okay, I'm going to let you on to say peace for a moment because I can't hear you. Is that Zep Tepi Slim? Earth Zep Tepi?
No, not Zep Tepi Slim. It's a whole brand new Zep Tepi.
It's a new Zep Tepi. It's not the old.
No,
it's the new kingdom. The new kingdom.
Well, I wouldn't say that either. This is Zep Tepi, before the beginning begun, Zep Tepi.
Were you here earlier from my Zep Tepi class that I did for the Dynasty class we just did?
No. This is my first time. Yeah, I'm coming from the Killer Priest channel, And I was waiting for you to go live one time so I want to ask you a question real quick. I mean, I don't want to take up your time, but
okay, let me okay, so I see here's the Zep Tepi that I thought you were. This is Zep Tepi Slim. Okay. So
okay.
Yeah, no problem, brother. But let me tell you that this section here. So the way the pod class works is I teach off a reciprocity system, which you're about to see if you just got in here. It's based on people sending questions based on donations and support, and I answer in in a sequence fashion. And I answer for about 10 minutes to an hour per answer with all the breakdowns and everything you see. But it was definitely nice. Definitely stick around, Zep Tepi. There's 2 Zep Tepis now. Stick around. Watch the Tehuti pod class. You will see that this is the best source of what you've ever seen on the internet. You will love it. If you like Killer Priest, he had me as the main teacher at one time.
Yeah, I was following you. That's why I learned you from Killer Priest. And I want to. I don't know. I mean, I saw the debate that you had with who was it, Jabari and Sinet and them. I don't really rock with Sinet and them like that, but because I think that there's the knowledge is more deep than what they're trying to show people. So, but yeah, I don't want to take up your time. I'm gonna dig at your brain one day.
Yes. Jump in the chat, dig at the brain. Listen to the rest of this. Go back and watch this class, and you will love that section. I did a section on the psyops of a dynasty, how that's fake, how old kingdom, middle kingdom, new kingdom, that's fake, and what the Zep Tepi actually is according to the mouth of the Cometians themselves. And I showed the video clip of them inside the temple of Abydos, Abti, showing the section of the Zep Tepi and how the tour guide pushes people away. You'll love this pod class. Watch it when it's done. But I'm gonna put you back into the chat right now because we gotta.
All right.
Oh, but I love you, brother. Thanks for
no problem.
Stick right here with us, okay?
I got you. Okay.
Okay. Peace for now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Okay. So yes, you like that answer, Menkhu Ara? Okay, wonderful.
Love that answer. In the Metal Netter class, I cry because everything that I learned, in the past, I learned from you more than I learned in my whole entire life, as far as the importance and accuracy of important information. So I love what you presented today. This pod class is definitely at the top of it's in the top 5, top 10 easily of all the podcasts. Like, you definitely revealed some earth-shattering truths tonight. So Tua for that.
Yes, Nini Uk, my brother Nini Uk. I'm glad I did this one for you. I never answer questions this late. I'd be in bed by now. But you send so many questions. And I'm like, oh man, he's sending 5 questions as I answer one person's questions. You've sent in 4. I can't have you fall so far back where you're like 25 questions back. I said, let me get two of these in. So I knocked out two of them.
To so much. Very,
Dynasty and the Africa. So we got two down. I think there's about 8 more to go.
We got time. We got time.
And you know what, family? He doesn't stop. So see how I answered those two, and I probably got realistically there's about 4 more to go. But he's gonna keep sending them. He bases the questions on what something I'll say, and he'll send it in. And I think Menkhu Ara is gambling. I think that Menkhu Ara is creating expensive notes for himself. So you know when you're listening to a lecture and you're like, oh, let me write this note down. Menkhu Ara is writing notes in the form of cash apps. He can go back to his cash app and say, oh yeah, on March 10th, yeah, I remember Tehuti said this. Wait a minute. February the 3rd, those his notes are like $20 notes. So that's what he's doing. He's he'll never forget what he asked because he keeps going. He keeps going. Shout out to Menkhu Ara, who's I'd say is the most donating person in the podcast, like the most amounts of donations. Like they're back to back to back. Thank you, my brother.
You're welcome. I have a whole list of questions that I want to ask you, and I just over time, when it's time, I send them to you. So I'm always gathering the information and always wanting to learn more.
You're welcome, this brother. You're welcome, my good brother. I am Kadzani puts. I was born in Zimbabwe, so-called Africa. This would shake the entire so-called Africans themselves. Thank you, Saba. Yeah, because man, knowledge is powerful, but we must put it to use. This was powerful breakdown, exactly. Ooh. And I don't know if it's sister or brother. Perhaps Africans today would like to choose their own collective name, like other places have done, ditch the colonial name, and forge renewed identity. Tribal names, yes, yes, they need. I'm not sure how many podcasts you've seen, but look up my podcast on name vibration and how important a name is. The name that you associate with, whether it's your culture, whether it's your name, your son, your daughter, your landmass, it's a vibrational sound that comes from you and others that create a mental frequency. There's no such thing as a word, and there's no really such thing as a language. There are sound vibrations that affect the individual who understands the sound vibration. And it affects you emotionally and mentally. That's why a dog can bark at you and give you many sound vibrations, and you have no idea what that dog is saying to you. And the other dog knows. Birds and parrots and things, they chirp, they understand the sound vibration. We don't call it a language. And when they hear us, they just hear us sing. It sounds like sound vibrations, but yet another person hears it, takes it in, and changes. But even a Chinese person doesn't understand the sound vibration of a person from Jamaica. They're just sound vibrations. So it's very important to have a landmass or a son, daughter, grandfather, or any belonging named after your sound vibration particularly. That's why people have different accents in different places, because the sound vibration in that area influences others. Okay, let me go ahead, everybody. We're going to do the shout outs to the donators. Here we are. Then close it up. It's almost 2 a.m. I think I have a leg workout tomorrow. I don't know how, but okay. We got the good brother Kirkland. Oh, Jason. Shout out to Jason. Jason Kirkland, shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. Always wishing me great energy in the morning. Let me go ahead and put him. My computer's locked. Okay, I think my computer's locked. One second. Let me go ahead and put him in the room. Shout out to you, my good brother. Windows. snippet showing. Jason Kirkland, shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate your support as always. You are a great supporter, donator. We have Angela Gates out the gate with a beautiful smile on her face in her Cash App, smiling like she's made a new discovery. Angela Gates with the $12.12. That's showing up, Menkhu Ara, on the screen?
Yes, Saba.
Okay, good. $12.12. Thank you. Wonderful. Angela, appreciate you. You are fabulous, and your question created an answer that rocked the class. So thank you for that. Okay, now I have, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh man, where's the scribe with the sound effects? I gotta use my own sound effects. Look at this, everybody. Oh my goodness.
Rodrigo.
Rigo going off again. Rigo does what you do, Menkhu Ara. He'll hear something that I say, and his donation is based on something I said. Hey, peace, Tehuti. Much Roha. Thank you. Type in there what does that say? My eyes a little blurry. I don't know if I'm reading it. Aurora, I'm a little tired. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Shout out to you. Type in what is Aurora, if I'm reading that right. Shout out to Live Free. Much thanks, Saba and panel. Much thanks to you. Without you, this wouldn't happen. And that goes for every one of you. Without all of you, this would not happen. Without you, I'd be under a tree talking to grasshoppers and snakes. The pod class only exists because the students exist. Rodrigo, oh my goodness, man. Oh my gosh. Where are I lost my horns. Oh my goodness. I lost my horn, but I put a clan clap. I lost my horns. Rodrigo, where's Scribe with the sound effects? Shout out to you, my good brother. Oh my goodness. Oh my. What does it say there on the screen there, Menkhu Ara? What does it say? He wants to see the frog?
Yeah, for support, could
Is
you
that what it
introduce?
said?
Yeah, it says for support, could you introduce the giant frog to the pod class?
Oh my goodness. Do you hear the horn?
Yep. I just hear the hand claps.
Hey, what's up? All you lovely people.
Music now.
Please subscribe and follow me on all social media.
Okay, shout out to you, my good brother. And I'm going to read it here. It says, for support, could you introduce the giant frog to the podcast? I will definitely. Right now, we're down to just a few people and we're ending off, and I got to go. I have to maneuver a lot of things to get him out of his location. So next podcast, yes, like I hold up the snake, I will put Heck in the room for you to see. Wow, 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 wow. I'm gonna put here. Wow, is Rigo still in the room? Is he in the room still?
Let me check. I don't see him in the room.
Okay, no problem. No problem, Rigo. Thank you. Very donation to see the frog. Awesome, awesome. Shout out to Vortex Ninja. Tell me if you see this on the screen, Vortex Ninja. Do you see it? You got. I can't see you right now, so I don't know what you're. I don't know if you're nodding your head, but
Oh yes, I can see it, Saba, for $25.
okay. Thank you, Vortex Ninja. Thank you very much, my good, wonderful. I think it's a brother. I'm not sure, but brother or sister. Shout out to you, Vortex Ninja, whoever you may be. You are a great addition and supporter of the pod class. Thank you. And Vortex Ninja always gives $25. Shout out and hand claps to you. Thank you, Vortex Ninja. Appreciate you so much. Well,
Hey, what's up?
thank you so much, Vortex Ninja. Appreciate you.
Please subscribe and follow me on all social
No,
media. Your support is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. All right, everybody. Next one. That's Vortex Ninja. Vortex Ninja. And we got Sal Vega. Sal Vega with Can You Break Down Gagut? Oh my gosh. All of Gagut? Oh. Gagut is like a 12-part video series that I remember. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Sal Vega. Sal Vega, if you're listening, you can send me an email to clarify. You said you I think it had a typo. I'm not sure what it was, but your last question said Oreo something, and we can't figure out what the question is. It says, well, they didn't tell us about Oreo or something to that effect. But shout out to you, Sal Vega. If you made a typo or if you meant to, if it didn't come out fully, if you could correct that, that would be great. But I'm gonna go ahead and show this in the room. Is it showing there in the room?
Yes, Saba.
Thank you so much.
2727.
2727. 2727. Sal, shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wish I had my horns and sounds. My sound got deleted, unfortunately. I don't have time to put it back up, and Scribe must have fallen asleep. So you get the hand clap 2727 to Sal Vega. Appreciate you. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you so much. Sal Vega. Appreciate you. Thank you, Sal Vega. Okay. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And what do we have next here? Next, we have the one and only. He's back on the donation spree. He started the donation spree. This was the beginner and originator of the huge donation spree, and that is none other than my brother from another mother. Let me go ahead and save it first. Hold on. 18 March 17. Question begad. Beged. Beged Leisure is back. Beged Leisure is back with the big donations. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. Hey, we did a complete 360 with you, Menkhu Ara. Hold on. $25. Shout out to you. Beged Leisure, you are awesome, fabulous, man. And it says here, let me blow it up here. But first, there's your round of applause. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you for all that you do for the pod class. You are awesome, fabulous, wonderful. Thank you for all that you do in the pod class, all the support, your excitement, and things that I taught you that you applied to your real life and made life changes. Beged Leisure says, donation, peace, Saba. Can you answer a question? What is the real reason? What is the real reason why Set's plan? Why? Okay. What is the real reason? Why did Set plan and execute a plot with his culprits against Mary Asar? It should be his own brother. Why did Set do that? Shout out to Beged Leisure, $25. Appreciate you, my good brother. You are logged in sequence to be answered. Shout out to you. Peace and love. Shout out to you. Wonderful. Hey, Shannon, you still in here with us? Wonderful. Shout out to Shannon. Shout out to Shannon. Okay, we have a couple more. Okay. Hey, Nana Amun, I sent you an email. Let me know if you got it. I sent you an email with a question because something's coming up. So here we go. Oh, was that it? Who was that? Oh, I guess that's it. Wait, that's it. No, we got wait a minute. Was there two from okay. Oh, these are such big. I want to know. I want to be able to. I want to announce these properly. So I want to announce these two properly. I don't know if I even announced this first one. I don't know if I announced the first one. Okay, I have two left. Oh no, I have Edward Lorte, Edward Latorre, Latortu. I don't even know how to say this name. Edward Latortui. Let's just call him Big Vapes. Shout out to Edward Latortui, Big Vapes, who sends $5 actually on the day of the pod class. That is, he usually sends it afterwards. Am I sharing my screen?
Yes, Saba.
Okay. All right. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. Let me save that. And I have two big ones that I want to. Hey, what's it? What is this? Oh, March 17th. Good. Okay. Okay. All right. I have two big ones that I would love to end this podcast with properly. Let me go ahead and check my email to see. Okay. So here we go. All right. I am clear. Here we go. So, from the Monster Donator. The Monster Donator, one of the monsters, one of the greatest supporters. Let me go ahead and put this here. Oh, let me see. Can I get the amount without... One second. I got to be able to... Oh. Oh man, I can't get the amounts. You know what? Hold on. Yes, I. Oh man, I want to get the amounts in here, but the amount. Mm-mm-mm. The amount is at the bottom, but that has the transaction ID. I don't know how to. Okay, I'm going to put the message and the transaction ID. Okay, I'm gonna cut out. This is oh, this is such a good one too. Okay, I think I did this one already. Wait a minute. Okay, so it doesn't have the other name. Here we go. All right, everybody. Shout out. Do you see that on the screen?
Yes, Saba.
Shout out to Nana Amun. His great breakdowns. Tua for General Ahati for bringing Saba Tehuti to us. $50. $50. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Tucker Carlson. Hold on. Hold on. Stop screen. Appreciate you, my good brother. Okay, good. Let me get that off. I gotta find a way to do that right. Shout out to you, Nana Amun. Appreciate the $15. Appreciate you. You are a great supporter. I'm gonna go ahead and and this he's back to back too. He's back to back. So let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and put that in the file. Support. Okay, shout out to you. And then back to back, there's another one. Back to back, there's another one. Shout out to Nana Amun again. Let me go ahead and put this in here. Wow. Is that showing on the screen?
Not yet, Saba.
Okay, let me go ahead and fix this. Okay, shout out to Is that on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, shout out to Nana Amun with he did 50 then I wish I had my horns. And I'm gonna play these horns. Tell me if you can hear this.
Can't hear anything yet. Okay. Yeah, I could hear that a little bit. Yeah. Yes.
Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate the great support. You are so appreciative and awesome. Love your energy. Love your appreciation so much. Appreciate you, my good brother. Nana Amun, powerful breakdown, class on par with console breakdown, playback a must. Tua Saba Tehuti. So he says powerful breakdown, class on par with the council breakdown, playback a must. Tua Saba. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. Okay, that is it, everybody. Menkhu Ara, we've done a 360. We're in earlier pod classes. It was the brothers on, and you would fall asleep.
Yeah.
Now, everybody fell asleep, and it's you.
It's 4:15 a.m. here in Madison.
No.
Yeah, it's 4:15.
4:15 in what?
In Madison, Wisconsin. I'm 2 hours ahead of you. Yeah, it's morning. We party until the break of dawn here in Madison,
my
Wisconsin.
Break it dawn. To the break of dawn. Okay, everybody. What a beautiful pod class. That is it. We have gone 8 hours and 2 minutes of pure knowledge. Was there any gossiping done today here, Menkhu Ara? Any gossiping?
No gossiping, no isfet, no arguing, no disrespect.
Any name calling? Any ad hominems? Nobody getting cussed out?
No name calling. It's all love.
Just straight information, right? Thank you, everybody, for coming to the Tehuti pod class. We are going to end this off. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. If you've seen this, you've seen the support logos. If you haven't seen the support logos, then I want to put them on one last time. It is Cash App TT Amun, PayPal at Rocky SV, right there at the bottom, streaming across the bottom of the screen. And there it is in all big right there. Support if you appreciate what you've seen here. This is a very unique experience, very unique teachings. And I don't believe these are anywhere else. That's what my students tell me. If they are, put the link in the room where you find equivalent classes to this. If not, support at Cash App TT Amun, PayPal at Rocky SV. Even if you're watching this on the YouTube and it's not live, this is what I do for a living. We're going to go ahead and close out with the affirmation and close this right out because I am ready to sleep. I'm glad you all appreciated it. Let's do the affirmation. I'm not going to do any big fancy closeouts today. Just going to close it out because I am tired. Let me get this off the screen. Boom. And here we go. We'll start with the affirmation. Everybody can say it with me, read it, or just say it in your mind. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at un ms nin tet aset emat min habapet emat her enhu kiui per ikut. I live for ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Let me take that off. What a beautiful pod class this was. Menkhu Ara, it was mainly dedicated to you. And I'm glad you asked the great questions to get the great answers that you've gotten. Peace to everybody in the pod class. Love you all. Nani Aset Mur. Nani Aset Mur again. Nani Aset Mur again. Live Free said it didn't feel like 8 hours. Time flies when you're having a good time. Thank you. Jody's still smiling. Peace, everybody. I'm going to go big screen. Shannon, much love to you. Jody says, well done. All right, Jody, you're still up. You're still hanging in there. Okay. So beautiful night. So beautiful. Good night to all. Okay, I'm going to go big screen. Menkhu Ara. Okay. Peace and love, everybody, to the Tehuti pod class. I'm glad you all enjoyed what you've seen. On the hat is Charlotte. And of course, here is Sir Ket, the companion of the Scorpion King. All of you are beautiful and all of you are necessary for this pod class to work perfectly. Without you asking questions, there will never be a pod class. Peace and love, everybody. I'm glad that you all appreciated it.